Ding dang do, testing, sound test for the Unibet Dublin Poker Festival. Testing, 1, 2.
players remaining in day 2 of the Deepstack main event. We will start the tournament in a little over 10 minutes. Your seat draw is displayed on the tournament clocks around the room. You're more than welcome to start taking your seats at this time. Dealers, we do need 2 players present before any player can open the bags.
Steve, can we open these bags, please? Yeah. We're going to open and count.
Yeah? You want to open it?
Yeah, with the lights. You should be well able to open that bag.
It's more easy, not destroying the bag.
Muscles galore.
Sir?
Still asleep.
Once again, players remaining in day 2 of the Deepstack. We will start in about 12 minutes. You're more than welcome to start taking your seats and opening the
I want
bags.
to solve the chips as well.
No, I will stop.
I will open the bags.
It's gonna be faster.
Eh?
Dealers in the Deepstack main event at this time, please start opening the bags of the no-show players. Once again, guys, please start opening the bags of the no-show players. Please leave the bag in the corresponding player's seat.
Hello?
Once again, dealers in the main event, at this time, please start opening the bags of the no-show players.
I don't remember. I need
C5.
Your name?
Matthew?
Yeah.
Once again, players, your seat draw is displayed on the tournament clocks in the room. We are in the process of opening your bags, so please make your way to your new seats. Players, if you've drawn table number 11, your chips are now sitting on the feature table. 10 players, your tournament will start in about 7 minutes' time. We are in the process of opening your bags. We will ask all players to please now take your seats.
Which one am I actually? Is that me? I do exactly like me. Say, this is me. Oh, yeah, this is me.
Yeah, okay. So, no, I need to
No, oh, big up.
You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
No, you have to start. You start soon.
5 minutes.
6 minutes.
I know it's not mine, I know it's not. No, I know what you mean, it's just a visual issue. Because you can't, because of losing the you can't move up or down. If you hit C8 and you go player info, I'll tell you, it'll tell you.
There was 2 difference. For example, he has 5,000 less. He has 8,000 more.
Yeah,
There was
that's right.
another player with
Have you changed them?
yeah, I'm changing, yeah.
Oh, that's
now
right.
you're going to have the correct one. Okay? Here we are.
Attention players, in the main event, we're going to draw for a button on table number 2.
Hello. Can I see your ID? Something.
Viewers, in the main event, the button has been drawn to seat 7. Please place the button in seat 7.
Information that time starts. No phone at the table. No music.
You look like a dickhead.
No, no, if you want to book something, you need to step out. Yeah.
Andy Black.
Oh, this is fucking...
I knew what this I knew. He said this morning, I said, right, just stay.
Oh, this is a last night, was it?
Yeah, said that's what I said. TV time.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Very much there.
Hi, Dara, how are you? Nice to see you.
So, good afternoon and welcome to the Unibet Dublin Poker Festival. We are here live, as it happens, from the Bonington Hotel. Good afternoon on Twitch, good afternoon on YouTube. We are going straight over to the table. The tower in the house, flying solo, because the guys are still in the mix. David Lappin and Dara O'Kearney. And talking of Dara, there he is, in seat number 4. Hope everybody is well this fine Saturday afternoon. Afternoon Twitch, good afternoon YouTube. In seat number 1, Brendan Norton, 202,000. Stephen Keogh in seat number 2 on 589,000. And chip leader on the table, Tom Flanagan, is going to be coming into seat number 3 on 115,000. In seat number 4, Dara O'Kearney on 250,000. Michael Matteo in seat number 5. There he is, texting all his friends, letting everybody know that this is where he is. Michael Dwyer will be in seat number 6 on 347,000. Andy Black, the court is there. Andy Black will be sat with 558,000. In seat number 8 is Mark Buckley on a whopping 459,000. So that's the first feature table. Looking forward to a fantastic day's poker. Here he is, the myth and the legend, Mr. Andy Black. Good luck to Mr. Lappin, who's watching the live stream. Good luck, David. Hope it's a long day for you and a deep run here in the European Deepstack. There were 2 entries this morning. So a total of 362 with the first prize of just over 35,000 euros. Min 41, I do believe, the paint. I think it's 41. Yep, 40. No, I do apologise. 47 get the money. 47 places are paid. 362. The total runners, 447 get the money. And we're starting with 132. Yeah, what happened there? I'm not too sure. Dara was in 4. Michael Matteo was in 5. There's nobody in seat 6, that's why. There's nobody sat in seat number 6. Andy's in 7. And Mark Buckley is in 8. There's nobody sat in seat 9. And even though there's a 10 slot, there is nobody sat in seat number 10 either. So 6 is empty. 7 is Andy Black. And 8 is Mark Buckley. So Dara's in 4. Yeah, Dara's in 4. Andy Black. Just starting with what Andy's talking about. When are we actually breaking? Just had the word from Glenn, the tournament director, that this is table number 11 and will be the 5th table of the day to break. Because we've got some fantastic names on the feature table, this was the table that they chose. If we get to a situation where this table needs to be broke in order, which is the 5th table in order before the first break, which is in 2 hours time, 40-minute levels now, ladies and gentlemen, 40 minutes. So 3 40 minutes and then a break all the way through, and we play 15 levels. So what will happen is, if they actually do get to break table 11 before the first break, which is at 2:30 p.m, they'll just pause the clock, bring on another table before that, and then what we'll do is use that table straight after the break as well. So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's nothing to worry about at this moment in time. Wednesday 3, says Vimukas. We've only just started day 2. We've literally just started day 2. So guess when day 3 is? Tomorrow. Amazing. Day 2 today, day 3 tomorrow. I can't believe that's been asked as a question. Hey, we're on day 2 today. Guess when day 3 is? A week on Thursday. So, table 11. It is the 5th table to break. We'll worry about that when it comes. And if we have to pause the clock to bring a new table onto the feature, well, so be it. But we've already been warned by Glenn, that's what might happen if it gets very frantic on the outer tables. There are quite a few short stacks. If you want to check out all the stacks, irishpokerseries.com for all chip leaders and all chip counts for day 2. David Masters was still chip leader, 732,000. Masood Prodham in seat number 2 from Manchester is on 724,000. He's on table 22, which will be one of the first tables to break. And then right down at the bottom of the pile, Victor Pabst, and I don't know if this is correct, but apparently he had 6,000 at the end of the last night. Elimas Lavonas had 61, Joseph Rasta had 64, and Stephen Kavanagh had 65. So those guys got themselves in. There were 4 players buying in, and the 4 players were Sean Waters, Joey Vitale, Martin Alali and Sean Morales. They flicked it in this morning with 14 big blinds. The man Harris, am I on my own today? At the start, yes. The seat is for hire at the side of me. If anybody wants to jump in, you can do. The seat is for hire. Hoping Mr. Lappin and Mr. O'Kearney have a long day. Obviously Dara and David will be jumping in with us if the unfortunate happens. Obviously we won't expect them to get eliminated and then come and sit straight down with us. But at this moment, flying solo. Hope that's alright with everybody. Deirdre 55, come down and join me. You're more than welcome. You are more than welcome. So over to the table, Brendan in seat number 1 in the cut-off. Raises to 17. Don't forget the first blinds of 3,000, 7,000. Nice flop for Brendan. A bet and a win. So 82 bigs for Andy. 575,000 as chip leader of the table. Already got a trophy from this week, the A-Cop champion. Some people will say, how come Andy Black's allowed to play in the A-Cop championship? But he was there and he took down the title. This is a satellite. What? Oh, the satellite's for the high roller, I do believe. To my left there is a one-table satellite going on. Boko. Sevens for Michael, 9,000 to call in the big blind. Going to be defending the big blind. Surely has to. unless he decides to raise. Got 123,000. The lot is in. The blinds are 3-7. So 15, 16 big blinds. Gets them in, and it's a winner. So incoming to seat number 6, as Andy Black just moved slightly around to the correct seat in seat number 7. And have they moved to 8? And I'm not too sure, something's happening. But Michael Dwyer has come to seat number 6. There's Michael. 347,000. Andy Black's in seat number 7, and Bucko is now in 9, but it doesn't really matter because no, 9 on the table and nobody sat in seat number 10. So Andy Black's in number 7, just moving round. There will be somebody coming into seat number 8 very soon. But it's like musical poker. Imagine a game, and I've always said this, I've said this for years. Musical poker. You play a stack, and every level, every so long, maybe whenever it can be, an hour, 40 minutes, the music plays, and everybody has to go and choose another stack on a different table and sit down by it. And the music stops, and you play again. And then you play that stack. That's a great idea. Well, maybe just move one to the left or something like that. Or one to the right, or two. Maybe 2 to the left or 2 to the right. No. It would be carnage. Dear Tower, daft idea. Kind regards, Rich Lizard. Fair enough. The 9s have just been eliminated. They got it all in. It's no, that was Joseph coming to the table. So Joseph comes to the table with a short stack. Apologies, I think it must be Michael Dwyer coming next into the seat. That's a bit of a spoiler. We've got a picture of Michael Dwyer. Joseph sits down for one hand. 9s runs into Broadway. Lost one. Deirdre says he wasted his time sitting down. Well, at least he got all the players sat in the correct seats, to be fair. They moved him along. Sat down, pocket 9s. Good chance of doubling up. Nope. Broadway, and out we go. So it will be a little fast and a little furious with the short stacks at the start of the day. 40-minute levels today. So 3 40-minute levels and then a break all the way through the day. 20-minute breaks and a 60-minute break at the end of level 12. No, I'm guessing it's going to be end of level 9 today. Plenty going on. Plenty going on today as well. The satellite to the high roller has finished. I'm not too sure how many seats it gained. The 2 o'clock event today is a 2-day €300 event. 20,000 starting stack on a 30-minute clock. That'll be busy. High roller starts at 4. The nightly turbo starts at 820 euros in, and the absolute midnight madness is on with a 10 euro buy-in. And that, believe it or not, is at midnight. Dara O'Kearney, oh dear, this could be curtains. Can Dara find the fold? We know Stephen has him absolutely crushed. Stephen Keogh in seat 2. Big bet. And a call. Dara's all in with Ace King. Stephen has the boots. Dara O'Kearney could be hitting the rail. He could be hitting the rail in the early stages. Well, we've got the redraw with the spade, but he needs help. That's a spade. He has the help. Is it going to materialise? He needs a spade and a spade only, or a jack. Oh, it's a jack of spades. What about? I can hit a jack or a spade. I'll have the jack of spades. Oh, the first man ever to win a European deep stack back in 2008. Dara O'Kearney busts the Rockets with Ace King, the ace of spades. He can hit a jack or a spade on the river. Boom. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. So, might be flying solo for a lot longer. Dara has just busted aces and he's now over 500,000. Oh. 4 to the flush. He can hit a jack or a spade. Boom, the jack of spades. Yeah, don't go in ahead, says Andy Black. 9s against King 10 and then Ace King against aces. I'm guessing this is Martin Dwyer. There he is, Michael Dwyer comes to the table in seat number 6. 347,000. Started the day with 132. Sorry, 130 out of 362. 35,290 euros to the winner, and they're paying 47. So a lot flatter than normal. Obviously, we work a lot in the UK, where they normally work on round about a 10% basis. But this is probably a 15%, isn't it? 362 runners paying 47. Spreading the love. Spreading the love. Piano cat flip like Dara. You're not wrong.
You question opening.
Stop.
If you're expecting a quiet live stream, I can just imagine Dandy like singing something like the Sex Pistols. Good luck, Thomas, says Vincent McCusker on the YouTube chat. Good afternoon, Vincent. Good afternoon, Carpet Catcher. More like the 5.8% light Dara. Yeah. It is what it is. Ace King off, beating the boots. It's 9 for Michael. Under the gun. Yes. So they'll raise it up with the blind at 7,000. Like about 18. Don't know where the action trigger raised to 16, folding all the way around in order. Slow down a bit, Dave. This is a great, great, great feature table. Brendan Norton, Stephen Keogh, Thomas Flanagan, Dara O'Kearney, Michael Matheo, Michael Dwyer, Andy Black and Mark Buckley. That is our feature table as it stands. Table 11 officially. We started the day with 130, and yes, we expect fireworks in the early stages. Pronounced Thomas Tumas, but fast, so Tumas. That'll do for me. Thanks very much. Tumas. I'm on it. Thanks, Gary. Learning all the time, you know. Learning all the time.
Attention all players remaining please satellite to the high roller. We will restart in less than 2 minutes. Please start retaking your seats.
The satellite to the high roller hasn't finished. They were just on a break. Good luck everybody who's in that event. The chip stack should be correct. Dara started the day with 250. When he won the hand, he had 483. The yellow chips are the 25,000s, I do believe. Forget that. The yellows are 100Ks. The yellows are the 100Ks. Well, they're the green, are they? Oh, the yellow's 25. The greens are 100. Thank you very much. And I'm guessing the greens and the yellows on top of each other look like the same to me. So that's colour blindness. So the yellows are 25. The greens are 100. So Bucko under the gun with King, Queen of Diamond raised to 15,000. Looks like another table break, by the way. It's a bit fast and furious at the moment on the outer tables. If it is a table break, we'll be getting somebody into seat 9 sat at the side of Bucko very shortly. Andy Black comes in on an ace-high flop. Never leaves home without one. Check call from Bucko. I think this will be... Oh, you're going to get a free river card. No, Bucko's going to fire again. Andy will check call once more. Does he think he's got a bigger ace? No combo's got there just yet. No, he does pass. Nice aggression from Mark. And Andy Black folds the ace. So, the closest table to us has just broke. It has been a fast start, and Glenn did tell us that table 11 being the 5th table to break will let us know if we do have to break the feature table before the end of the first session. Stephen, who lost with the boots. Tumas in seat number 3. Dara, 466,000. On the way with the ace 5. Looks down at ace king. He's going to raise it up. 2 chips look like 50,000, and they are. I still can't tell the difference between the greens and the yellows, but there you go. Bucko starting well. "40-minute blinds for day 2. 8-handed tables all the way through the day. Started with 130 today. 2 buy-ins. 4 buy-ins in total, apologies. 4 buy-ins in total today. We said 5, we set the line at 5 yesterday. At the end of the night, me and Dara set the line at 5. And it was 4. There are 9 players left in the high roller satellite, which is 4 or 5 tables to my left. Good morning, the old limp whacker. Flying solo, and you missed a Dara O'Kearney double up. Ace king off with the ace of spades against aces, and it's running spades. He needs a jack or a spade on the river, and he hits the jack of spades. That's Adora, the biggest mover today. Dublin is stack, all in pre. Ace king off with the ace of spades. Thank you very much. Against the aces, and that was a winner. We got the boots again. Michael 3 bets to 45,000 in seat number 6. Michael Dwyer. Brendan in seat number 1, looks like a 4 bet. 115,000. Darling gets out of the way. I've just seen a flop with Queen 10, but he has got out of the way. Dora has folded. So it's round to Michael Dwyer in seat number 6 with the 7s. Facing a 4 bet. Yeah, passes the 7s. Stephen in seat number 2 had the aces when Dara doubled. Stephen was chip leader on the table. Coming at the start of day. 40-minute levels today, don't forget. Unibet Dublin Poker Festival, the European Deepstack, created a fantastic prize pool that gives us 35,290 euros up top, with 47 places paid, 362 runners total. So the 7s yet again, but this time we see a flop. Tomas just checking with the nut low as he gets a free flop of King 6-8 all spades. Better win.
Put sugar on it.
Unibet open next week, straight after the European Deepstack. Monday's the day of rest, and then Tuesday it all starts. There's a Unibet Ambassador satellite on the Wednesday. Hoping to get a chance to watch that on the live stream. Players asking, and people watching in the chat boxes, where are we working next? Well, Cardroom Direct and myself and Dave the Action Tracker will be in Manchester next week in the United Kingdom for the Grosvenor UK Poker Tour, the GUKPT. We'll be there from the Wednesday. So we've got choice of 2 live streams next week. Or you get a chance to flick into them both and check out all the action. The Unibet Open starts on the Thursday. A full live stream with ambassadors as commentators. And the GUKPT in Manchester, the team who are running this one, will be there. And Jay Harwood will be my analyst, as he always is, on the GUKPT. Adara for the first couple of days, and also David Lappin. Both guys are going strong in the main event here. And although we like to have them sat at the side of me, wouldn't wish any of them a bad day at the tables. So good luck to them. Keep you updated on the numbers. Don't forget it's a 40-minute clock today. So the blinds will be going up next hand to 4,800, 4,000, 8,000.
You can act brave as much as you want. I know your life flash before your eyes there.
You have your aim. Exactly.
Mine's okay.
Since Sinn Féin got elected, Northern people have all gone about the street. All of them, Protestants, Catholics, atheists, Muslims, Jews, they've all gone now. Scientology is from Matt Sturgill. So, you come across like Scientology. I've studied them and some of them. I had to guess you, I'd say you're a Scientologist. Right? No pain, you're only ever. That's Jehovah's Witnesses. You are Jehovah's Mormon. Yeah, Mormon. That's Jehovah's Witnesses. Mormon. Not Scientology. Scientologists believe there was a spaceship came down. Yeah, that's definitely the spaceship. Yeah, the spaceship came down and inhabited our bodies as living beings. And a while later, it's going to come down and release them all.
There's one in me now, that's why I keep
There's more than one more. There's more than
gang of them in
Ace Queen for Michael in the small blind. Just makes it up. Michael checks. King 10, 10. That from Michael should seal the deal. So the blinds are up for the first time today. Blinds are 4,000, 8,000. 3 levels and then a break all the way through today. 3 levels and then a different break. 3 levels and then the dinner break. 40-minute levels for day 2. We are under 100 runners. Not been too much change on our feature table, but the outer tables have been going nuts. We're on 99. So we started with 130, 132, 4 people bought in today. And we're down to 99. 47 get the money. Good afternoon if you're watching on YouTube on the European Deepstack. Good afternoon if you are watching on Twitch underneath the headline the Dublin Poker Festival.
Phenomenal. That's better than that. That's HD.
So the Unibet Dublin Poker Festival, day 2. Somebody has just started day 2. Somebody says, when's day 3? It's tomorrow. Hi, Jim lad. Good afternoon, Jim lad, watching the live stream on Twitch. Good to have everybody on board. Flying solo at the minute. Seat for hire. At the side of me. Dara doubling up with Ace King, if you've just tuned in. Against aces. They hit 4 to a flush. Tumas, pocket sixes. Is he going to get involved? Good to have Andy Black on the feature. Already the A-Cup champion this week. He was the seniors champion last year after knocking me out. Don't remember it well, honest. Every hand, every colour card, every suit, what time it was. So Andy Black, just prolific throughout his career. We're a champion this week already. Stephen raises to 16 in seat 2. Right down to Brendan on the big. Goes with the gappers. 10-7. It's a 7. 7 Jack 3. So about 12 and a call. Queen of clubs on the turn. I think Brendan might just put the brakes on now. And Stephen hitting gold on the turn. Queen of clubs. He might barrel this turn. 26, 27 maybe. A straight 25. The yellow chips are 25. The greens are 100 apparently. So the handbrake was applied and we turned the engines off.
They were the number one Christmas toy.
527,000. Andy Black chip lead at Mark in second and 558. Dara 434,000. Ryan says how many people are left in the tournament? 99 at the moment. Going down very quickly. We started today with 130. Was it 130? I was quick. I can't remember exactly how many it was. It was 130 today with the binds. 130. And we're down to 99. So it has been a fast and furious start today to 8-handed tables all the way through the day. Good for the poker players. And it also makes it a little bit quicker as a tournament as well. 8-handed tables and not 10. Want to get more hands in per hour. David Masters was chip leader overnight. Masood Prodham was second in chips. Masood from Manchester. So 99 left, down 47 get the money. 97 left. We keep looking at the screen and somebody unfortunately gets eliminated. Ace Queen for Dara raises 16,000 under the gun. Folded round to Bucko in the cut-off. Gets out of the way with King Jack off. And that'll be the end of the hand. To be fair, nowadays a raise under the gun doesn't often get through. I know it used to show a lot more strength, but doesn't always get through.
That was the only time I was. It was for a bit now. I know. It wasn't. Oh, the front good with it. All the way through. Even on the vlog. I wasn't sure whether I did the jacket.
So welcome to the Dublin Poker Festival, wherever you're watching around the world. Hope you're enjoying the live entertainments, bringing full HD coverage from cardroomdirect.com to this wonderful place here at the Bonington. So the tweet is already out there, is it? About Dora's double up. It happens.
I got that.
The ladies for Stephen, who's already lost with the boots.
Feels like the kind of, it does feel like actually, it feels like a very
And just a call from Stephen after an initial raise from Bucko with King 10 of diamonds.
It's another well. They ran 40 kilometres in 3 games.
Ace, King is the flop. What a terrible flop for Queens. Terrible, terrible flop for the Queens. Maybe he knew. Maybe he just flattered because he knew. I think Mark will come in for a bet. In seat number... Oh, Mark checks. To the initial... it was the initial raiser with King 10 of diamonds, but it's all checked all the way around. 6 of clubs might mean another. Check, check, check. Or does Mark now think nobody's got an ace? I'm going to have to come out betting? Nope, he decides to check as well. I think if Stephen takes a stab, it's pretty hard for the other two to be called, even though Mark's got flop 2 pair. Michael's given up on the hand already. And back down to Bucko. And that'll be the slowing of the down from Stephen. You'd like to see it go check just in case. Which he does. And the king shown from Mark. So Bucko gets the pot and is now on 550,000. We've played an hour of day 2, and in that hour we've lost 40 players. Hey, 40 players in 1 hour. Wowzers. Glenn said it was going to be fast. Glenn said it was going to be a fast one. And that's exactly what it's been so far. The 300 that starts at 2 p.m. Fantastic 2-day event, 20,000 starting stack, 30-minute clock all the way through. €300 in total. That will get busy. There'll be a lot of chips and a lot of tables for the side event. It's a cracking side event, 300. Hi Cole, is this day 2? Yes it is. Day 3 tomorrow from the same time, 12:30. So dollar 3 bets to 50, king queen off. Back round to Stephen in C, number 2 initially raised. And it's a win for Dara. Just shy of 500,000. Are there any cash tables yet? I'm not sure. There was one running at 10 AM this morning. I think there's one running. There might be 2. I'll get confirmation very shortly. They run all day long when they start. I think there's 2 running I can see. I think there's 2. I don't think that's a satellite for anything, so I'm guessing that's cash. Confirm there are 2 cash tables running at this moment in time. The 300 is starting at 2 and back to the table, and Stephen raises 16,000 Dara. Could end up losing some chips. Back to Stephen. Dara again 3 bets to 50,000. Stephen will be thinking he's being picked on, but he has the goods again. He's got the Cowboys. Or the Django's, as Lappin likes to call them. Hard to 4-bet. 4-bet, what do you 4-bet? 210, half your stack. Was he flat? Yep, so he goes all in. And it's a call from Dara. So he could be getting all them chips back. Stephen pocket kings, Dara 10s. Ace. There is always an ace on the flop, but this time it doesn't really matter. If he sees that flop, what would Stephen Keogh be doing then? If it had just flopped it. He needs to fade a 10 to get all his chips back. And he does. And he does. Kings for Stephen, back up to near where he started. Dara back to down where he nearly started. This time the Kings win against Dara. Dara not getting lucky for a second time against Stephen Keogh, sat in seat 2. So, let's start again, says Dara. Little Manos. One of the most experienced dealers in the building. What are we dealing now? How many cash tables are running?
For now it's 2 cash tables.
2 cash tables. Thought it was. Very nice.
Starting building up.
Are you dealing the 300 or are you dealing the main?
300 now.
The 300.
Starting 23 minutes today event.
20,000 starting stack. 30-minute clock.
Correct. I think they must play today maybe 12 levels or 14. They must have dinner break as well.
Yes.
On our dinner break.
Great structure. If you fancy playing a €300 2-day event, it starts in 30 minutes, as Manos has said. Good man. Always good to see him. He just needs to eat fish and chips now and again. I wish I got a body like Manos. I really do. Unbelievable. Ace Jack 6, the latest flop. The bet from Andy Black. And it's good. So blinds 4,000, 8,000. Second level of the day. 8-handed tables all the way through. Dara O'Kearney doubled up with aces and has now doubled back down with 10s against kings. He beat the aces with ace king. He lost with 10s against kings to the same player.
practical I have. Oh, you're fucking some other fucking coaching out there. I'm not blowing more. I'm not going. I'm pretty top second today, so
So Dublin Poker Festival Day 2 started with 130 players and we're down to 90. Good afternoon, Mick the Mod. How are you? Still not got a chance to put the commands in. I do apologise. I ought to make you the mod, as you are one. Andy Black raises to 16,000. Thomas in seat number 3. They're all in. The 9s are in for 120. And a call. Wow, he calls, just calls with King 6. He just calls with the King 6 of diamonds. It's 105 in total he called with. Wow, bit of a splash from Andy Black. Thomas with the 9s needs a bit of help. Well, he doesn't need help, he needs to fade. Yeah, that's a decent start for the 9s. Wow, they can't hit the 9. He can't hit the 9. And that'll do it. Thomas doubles up. Just under. About 9 minutes to go until the end of the session, end of this level. Second level of the day. You're just tuning in. Dublin Poker Festival. The European Deepstack is on to day 2. 35,000 and change up top. 362 runners. Fantastic turnout for the €570 event. Oh, God, apologies. Oh, it was Andy Black that couldn't hit the 9, wasn't it? when it comes straightening cards, because obviously it would have give Tumas a full house. I think that's what I meant. That's what we meant. If the 9 comes on the river, it would have given Andy Black a straight, but it would have given Tumas a full house. And it was Andy Black that shouted, "Give me the 9 on the river." It was Andy that couldn't hit the 9. Dora's option on an Ace King 7 flop. Mick McCluskey back in the building. Going to be playing the 300 at 2 o'clock. Bust out yesterday. Ace King into Kings. And he said he was playing the 300 2-day event, which he is, because he's back in the building. You can see the hat, the infamous hat that he is swarmed with badges. The high roller satellite is down to 1 table and 6 players. I don't know how many seats it's generated. Mick the Mod says, "Is Towers treble posted on Twitter?" Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And it's a 9.4 to 1 treble, with a 4-timer and a 5-timer added. The Tower 68 on Twitter. The treble is there. We have a bit of success now and again. So we got 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5 last week, and the bottom 3 instead of the top 3 came in. Anyway, we were up the week before. Ought to be sponsored. If you're listening, Unibet, we ought to be sponsored. So Dara, who got a magical double up, he then lost with 10s against Kings, so he's back to starting stack for the day. Involved in hands with Tumas, who was just doubled up through Andy Black. Go on, Chopo Poker. That's Brendan, says E22. Oh, sorry, E21, man. Here he is, the McCluskey fella, wandering the streets. Good morning, sir. How are you? In for the 300? Good lad. Dara managed to crack aces with Ace King. Dara. And then lost with 10s against Kings into the same fella, so he's back to starting stack. Yeah, Andy Black was chip leader when he came to the table. Just doubled up C3 for 100k.
course you know that yourself.
Yes. Chopped pot poker.
That's still there, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, Dave Lappin's on one of the outer tables. I've had no bad beat stories yet, so he must be still in. The boots again, this time Michael Dwyer's got them in seat 6 on the big blind. Oh, it would love 2 or 3 pieces of action before it. It would have been a perfect time to squeeze. So 3 bets to 53. 2 muskets out of the way. No action for Michael Dwyer with the old aces. I didn't get a chance to speak to David, but he looked a bit better last night. I know he was complaining of migraine yesterday afternoon, but seemed alright last night. If he's got a good night's kip, then he should be okay. He's still in. He's down in the red t-shirt, just wandering around. He is still in.
Dara said he wasn't well last night.
Good luck in the 300, sir. Good luck in the 300. Takes a lot of money out of the Irish poker scene, does Mick McCluskey. He is an advocate for a freeze out. Will you be playing the 300? Ace King again for Dara. Ace King off the King of Spades this time. Scene open 2 here. Hear that then? Scene open 2. So Michael Dwyer with pocket 6 as it's 12,000 to call in the small blind. And aces in the big, got 6s in the small. Looked like a raise from Michael Dwyer and a jam from Dara. Dara's 10s into the same play as Stephen's Kings this time, so role reversals. Dara was back to starting stack, just built it up a bit more now with the jam on Martin Dwyer's small blind. I think Dara's stack might be a little bit out. He might have 50k more because there was a raise from Martin. Michael, sorry, not Martin. But it won't be too much out, to be fair. Michael Dwyer in seat number 6. Very well known face on the Irish poker scene. Few eliminations from earlier today. Victor did have 6,000. He was first out. Michael Ukstead, Ilan Kukrovic, Ronan Madden was out. Jan Griffin, Joey Vitale flicked it in with 100k and 14 bigs. He bit the dust. Sean Morales also bought in today. He's out. Eddie Maslivonis was down to 60,000. He's out as well. Ivan Tononi also biting the dust. Tommy Van Krage, Thierry Chanson, Charles Calfé, all biting the dust in the early stages. Kevin Duffy also gone, so too Gary McGinty. Owen O'Shea eliminated as well. A lot of these players could be buying straight into the 300. Now they are in the building. Michael Rossiter has been eliminated. Oliver Honor, Philippe Vassoir, Adrian Nika and Michael Rossiter. There are a few of the eliminations so far today. If you're just tuning in on the feature, Brendan Norton in seat number 1, Stephen Keogh in seat number 2, Thomas Flanagan in 3, Dara O'Kearney in 4, Michael Mithau in 5, Michael Dwyer in 6, 7 is Andy Black, and 8 is Mark Buckley. Oh yeah, NMP eliminated. Andy Black raises to 21,000 with A7 with lines up. Flop of 3, 3, 4.
Thank you, okay, that's a really good pizza. And you also give snack that was cool, wasn't it? Yeah. You had it all.
Ace 10 for Michael, raises to 22 with the blinds. Now at 5-10. Andy Black moves all in with pocket 8s. Stephen Snapfolds. The black is back over 500k, 550,000, and we're starting stack with what he had this morning. Players coming into the 300. Going to be starting with around 6 tables, which is good. Meet the mod, absolutely wrecked. Darman Harris banging the answer out straight away. For Morton, giving us a number of 362 runners total. Oh, Thomas with a jam in the small blind. Pocket nines, he had nines before when he doubled up. Oi, oi. Mr. Adam Neal is coming to join us.
How we doing?
I'm alright, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, mate.
How was the main event?
Yeah, it wasn't horrendous. It didn't go incredible, but it was average.
Yeah.
But we're not in, so.
Unfortunately not. I saw your little post yesterday about the cash. I enjoyed it. Oh, that's actually a good shout for bankroll management.
Yeah, I mean...
Selling a bit of action for the cash.
Yeah.
Obviously a little bit of volatility about it.
Of course there is.
But if the trust is there, then...
Yeah, I mean, I hope people would know that I'm not some sort of...
Yes.
Random who's going to do anything. So, yeah. And there's loads of action here as well, so it's good.
Yeah. Jumping in the 300.
Yes, we're in there, so we'll probably get in level 2, 3.
Yeah, excellent.
See how we go. I think I final tabled it before a couple of years
You
ago.
think?
Yeah, it was either that or the
Is there no
Sunday
spreadsheet to remind you of what's happened in the past?
There's Hendon. How are you doing anyway? All good?
All good. All good. We've had a lovely, great feature table. Data doubled in the early stages with Ace King off. Yeah, and then a loss with tens against kings against the same fella.
I did see that actually on page 10 of the book. Ace King versus how to win, how to get there.
Well, he needed a jack or a spade on the river,
yeah.
and he hit the jack of spades.
Oh well, there we go. There we go.
Just what it is.
Nice.
Last couple of years been interesting for yourself.
Yes, it's been pretty hectic. Got married, had a child.
Yeah.
That's outside of poker, and then last year obviously with the Thirst Lounge stuff was a big deal.
You moved, where did the Bahamas you went to?
We was in the Virgin Islands.
Virgin Islands?
Yeah, for 3 months.
Superb.
Very different.
Improve your game?
Yeah, massively. So we got a lot of material. So we worked closely with like Elliot Rowe for mental stuff. Ben CB we was in talks with. It was very good. I was very blessed to have the opportunity.
Excellent. Was it profitable?
I had the worst poker year that I ever had
No
in
way.
2019.
Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, the year
There's
before.
no rubs, by the way. These are genuine questions.
Of course.
These are genuine questions, they're not rubs.
Yeah. No, it's just swings and roundabouts. It's just really bad time. And the year before was incredible. And then, yeah, we went downhill, unfortunately. This year started off really well. Really well.
Question, what is the structure like in the 300? It starts at 1-1, as always. It's a 30-minute clock, 20,000 starting stack. So I'm guessing the next level will be 1-1-1, or it is in the bottom. So then it'll go 1-2-2,
Yeah.
and then probably 1-3-3.
I think, does it mirror the main, does it? I think it mirrors the
mirrors
main.
the main. All right, okay.
I think.
Well, I've just been told by Adam that it mirrors the Deepstack structure. So if it does, it's a long 2-day event. It's a great structure, which is why the turnout is 7 tables so far. 8 tables I can see actually.
Yeah.
So it will
30k maybe.
Yeah.
A little bit more.
€300, 100 runners, maybe 120 by the time it finishes. I'm not too sure what late Reg is up to. I'll try and find out for that.
But yeah, if anybody at home hasn't come across to this event, I'd highly recommend it. It's a very, very good festival.
Kev Monger says, hope you're good.
Good, Kev, mate. Yeah, hope you're well.
Yeah. Back to the tables as the Queen King doubles against Queen 3. I'm guessing that's a shorts. Is that there? Oh, that's Andy Black with the Queen 3. Michael Dwyer getting a lot of Andy Black's chips. I'm guessing it was a Queen 9 flop and a lot went in.
Yeah.
Just chatting to Adam Neal. And I also found out over the course of the last 2 days on the live stream, you sing. You rap.
I rap, yeah. Sing and rap is very different. My singing voice is very bad, but I do, yeah. I've been very heavily into music for a number of years.
That's impressive.
Yeah, it's
that is
not many
impressive.
people in the poker world probably know. That's, to be honest, that's how I got into the Thirst Lounge.
And obviously that's where the MC comes from.
The LNC comes from a music background. Yes, yes, it does. So yeah,
like it.
So yeah, I don't know.
Obviously something you like.
Yeah, just I used to play basketball for South East England.
Yeah.
The people that I was around were heavily into rap music, and then that's how I kind of got into rap music, really.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
MC battles, rap battles, and all this.
I don't know if we dare ask for a little bit of a rap. You'll have to give us one for day 3.
Yeah, okay.
You'll have to give us one for day 3.
All right, we can do that.
The final table rap of the Deepstack.
That's a good idea.
That is. So your music tastes are a little bit different to mine.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I like a wide range. But what about you?
No, I'm an old guy.
Yeah.
I'm an old-fashioned kind of. My favourite band of all time is AC/DC.
Okay, cool.
And I've seen them 7 times.
Okay.
And I've even seen them in Vegas.
Have you?
It's a little bit of a brag, but I've even seen them in Vegas.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's. But I do like. I've seen Garth Brooks in Vegas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've seen.
Oh wow.
And one of my favourite musicals is the Jersey Boys.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're going for varied.
It is different, yeah.
It is very, very varied. But
I do appreciate all music. Yeah. You should listen to some of my stuff at some point.
I really should.
I'll show you.
And I really will.
I think I hope you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Evolution Poker says, Adam, how are you doing?
All good, Lee. How you doing, buddy? Get back in the Twitch streets, mate.
Yes.
Get back in there.
Get back into it. Get back on the game.
What,
a lot of people do it. I think it's fantastic. I don't watch religiously.
Yeah.
But I tune in now and again, and every now and I flick in, and I enjoy it. And talking to music,
yeah.
I actually sent Bobby James a playlist.
I heard, yeah. And people were complimenting.
Well, I actually didn't get a chance to listen to it because I was out at the time, so I didn't really get a chance to watch the stream at the time. But
yeah.
And my one tip for this week for the Twitch streamers was up your music, because sometimes it's a little bit.
Yep. So it's funny actually. So when I was in the Thirst Lounge, we were talking about people's numbers that they were getting for views and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was the only English guy in there, and I started off with really good view, like really good numbers. Because obviously I was new into the house and everything, and then we started to drop slightly, and I wanted to see why that was. Was it because me as a personality, or my play, or anything? And even as simple as I talk quite fast, and obviously with the American people and Canadian people and that, when they're trying to hear the accent and everything as well, it sometimes doesn't come across. But then a lot of people saying the music, because a lot of my stuff is rap music and that.
Yeah, it does fast as well, obviously.
It does, yeah, and it doesn't appeal to a wide audience. So, yeah, music is a big thing. Very big thing.
Well, as long as the playlist came across all right, it's good to know.
Yeah.
Just quickly back to the table. Mark Bucco has got a decision because Michael in seat 5, Michael Matheo, is all in with Ace Jack.
What's the big blind?
The 10k.
10k, okay.
Yeah.
So
14 bigs. Pretty standard shoving the hijack.
Yeah.
Nice hand, Ace Jack. Bucco could call it.
Yeah. It's probably debating whether to just reshift. I guess depends who's in the big
Not
blind here.
really had a chance to play too much, Michael, because it's always been a bit of a 20 big blind stack all day.
This is one of these spots as well where you just wonder if, like, Mark's obviously a very good player, and if he feels like his edge is going to be slightly good, it really damages the stack here as well. He could be in terrible shape. He could be obviously flipping a lot. So he can pass the spot as well.
Does he make? He makes the call. The chips are over the line. So Ace Jack for Michael. He is all in. It's up against pocket 7s. Brendan gets out of the way with one of the outs. He needs to hit. There's no straight running cards. It's literally an ace or a jack to survive. No, there it is. The ace from space.
There it is. There's only 1 7 left in the deck.
The 7 of hearts. The 9 of hearts. So we double. Michael Matheo doubles through Bucco, who drops down to 350,000. Kevin Monger says we know Tower's music choice. It all came out when I was dressed as the Joker last year. Oh, Goliath was interesting to say the least.
Yeah, I missed last year's Goliath.
I'm sure there was a few videos sent on social media. It was a good night.
Was that a karaoke thing?
We did. You heard of the CAF Cup that we're doing for charity in January, and the one in Stockton for CT Law. We do that kind of thing, so we play the music all day long. So obviously Grosvenor hosts the Goliath, and Grosvenor got wind of what we do with the CAF Cup, and they decided, we're going to do exactly the same. We're going to have the music 20 minutes before we went live with the Joker's Wild.
Oh wow!
Tower, stick this on. Like, what is it? Just stick it on. And it was me dressed as the Joker.
Classic.
So yeah,
proper stitch up.
The videos came out, and interestingly enough, at the same time, Patrick Antonius was in town.
Oh yes,
because he was promoting his app.
Yeah, I remember when
he had a meeting with the guys from Grosvenor, and Jonathan Rabb, who used to work for Grosvenor, was with him. And they ended up at the Goliath.
Brilliant.
So I ended up
great first
with Patrick Antonius.
Was this the first impression? Was it?
With Patrick, I've interviewed him a couple of times before, but obviously he didn't recognise me. So I'm on stage as the Joker, dressed up. Music's playing. We're just about to start the tournament, and I have to interview Patrick Antonius dressed like a numpty.
Classic.
And he kept a straight face. He never laughed. He answered all the questions, and he was pretty good. And it was just like, really?
Yeah.
I get to.
I'd have loved to know his thoughts at the time.
And obviously at the time, I'm then doing the DJing for the Joker's Wild, and I did 6 hours.
Oh really? Yeah.
6 till midnight.
Yeah.
Jay's in the commentary box. Jay, I've got a surprise for you. So what's up? In comes, sits down for an hour. Patrick Antonius, and Jay's like,
is this real?
Oh my! It's like, this is surreal. He says, and he said afterwards, he says, I'm not telling you because it just happened. He says, he is my poker hero.
Oh wow!
And I've watched all his videos. So for the next couple of days, we're just ripping him into him, and every now and again he'll just send us a picture of a tweet with him watching Patrick Antoni's videos on YouTube. It was so funny. It was so funny. Mick the Mod says I'm going to get paid 47. 4 and 7, 47.
What's up top? Is it over 30k?
35.
Nice.
Yeah, 35,000 up top.
Lovely.
So Adam Neal with us for half an hour or so before when we're on a break in. In fact, we're actually on a break in 8.5 minutes or 15 minutes. Sorry, 2:30 the first break.
Do you get to play when you're over here?
Last year I played the seniors.
Yep.
Last year I played the seniors because I came over last year just to play. This year, obviously, with working, we didn't come over on. We came over on the ferry a little bit later, so obviously didn't get chance to play this year. But it's a fabulous event.
Yeah, it's good fun.
It's a lot of fun. It really is. It is a great tournament.
Mark's opened a 10-7 in the cut-off here, and Thomas has woke up with the Ace King in the big blind. I imagine we'll probably get a 3-bet. Yes, that is classic.
That's the joke as well. I mean, I know I'm showing a little bit of a picture to Adam.
That is brilliant.
Dressed up unbelievably as the joke, honestly. And there he is. There's the man.
Oh yeah, in awe.
In the comms. Jay was like, "Oh my word, this is Patrick Antonius." So yeah, it was interesting times.
Wicked. That is brilliant. So you didn't know Patrick was going to.
Patrick turned up unannounced,
right? Okay.
And just wandered through the room, and everybody's like, "Oh my God, look at him! Oh my God, it's Patrick Antonius." And then the next thing, I'm dressed up as the Joker, interviewing Patrick Antonius on stage.
That is amazing.
Honestly, it's just crazy.
That is amazing.
Crazy times. Yeah, 47 get paid. I think the min cash I saw flick through was 1,050.
Nice.
Might be 1,030. I'll check that when I get the actual payout structure. But I think it's 1,030. One of the two.
I came 12th in this last year.
12th.
Yeah.
Nice.
Close.
Nice.
Pretty close.
Payouts. Here we go. The payouts 1,030 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 spots.
Nice.
So 1,030 is the min cash at 47 for 8 spots. Just under 20% to the winner. €35,290. If you play the final hand and lose it, you'll end up with 22,410.
Good looking trophy as well.
Yeah,
always
it is.
Trophy, yeah.
Try and get pictures on the Irish Poker Series, the website.
Good. Yeah, good mate, good. Huh? Yeah, he's back home in that. He's spot on, mate.
I'm going to need a lesson.
Oh, why?
You're the man.
Oh no.
I've just been made a mod.
Okay.
I need to command.
You can do this.
We need a quick lesson on how to command the payouts and how to command the comms and things like that.
Easy. It's 1 minute. A 1 minute job.
The word easy and looking at the tower don't happen too often. They don't happen too often. Mick the Mod is in the chat box, and he's not. I've downloaded Nightbot.
Okay, cool.
Is that a good start?
That's good. Nightbot TV, not Nightbot TV.
We're on a break in about 12 minutes time.
Perfect.
Are you around?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You'll have to show me exactly what to do, because we can get the payout structure in, and then we can
do the command.
We can do the command for it, and then we can get it set up. And then once I know, and once I've seen it doing it, I can
just
fire away.
Yeah.
And then come 2020, when Tower's twitching,
in the Joker outfit.
Do you have a plan for 2020?
So I've stopped streaming now.
Yeah. What's the reason?
Just
family life?
No, not even that. Just too much. To be honest, too much focus on my results from the outside, and it puts more added pressure on.
Yeah.
And I just kind of wanted to do it behind closed doors without anybody watching for a while.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then just trying to play a lot more live, mate. Really try to do that.
Yeah. You ever been to Vegas?
Yep, been 2 or 3 times.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. So yesterday morning, I don't know if you saw my tweet. I was actually going to get a flight from here to Vegas yesterday.
Was you really?
Yesterday morning when I landed, yeah.
Wow.
For the boxing.
Oh, of course. Yeah. That's tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, but
a big one tonight over in Las Vegas.
So this is all in from the button.
Tough
Free
spot,
bet.
yeah, tough spot for Steve and the Sixers. You might just eventually let you go up. He does indeed. What's the outcome of the boxing tonight?
After the weigh-in, I'm going to say Fury. I saw the weigh-in last night, and he looks good.
Has Deontay Wilder lost too much weight?
He's put on 15 pounds.
He's put on 15 pounds. What, since the last fight?
Yeah.
Has he?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, he's up to
but Fury has, hasn't he?
He has. He put on.
Yeah. I know there's a big weight difference, but obviously to the last fight, I weren't too sure how they actually matched up.
Yeah. No, the Wilder did put on more than people were expecting, and Fury's put on a bit more than people were expecting. So we'll see.
But he is 6'10".
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be a beanpole like that, do you?
Absolutely. You're not going to be. You're not.
How tall?
You're not doing the pole vault, are you? You know.
What are you, 6'6"?
No, I'm only 6'3". I'm tiny.
I'm taller than you.
Exactly.
I'm 6'4".
Somebody inadvertently called me the Tower. No, it's literally because I live in Blackburn and I'm a bit tall. So. Yeah, the commands aren't working. Just who's done that? Make the mods over. Have you done that? Well, I think he must have just timed that little bit in. We'll get the command set up at the break. We're going to try and learn it. We are heading towards our first break in play in about 10 minutes' time. And a new table will be with us. We have had the fortune of not splitting this table out of order. This is, or would have been, the next table to be split. But luckily, we've not had to split it and stop the stream. So all good. 53 runners so far in the 300. That will increase with late reg. I'll find out what the late reg is on that as well for you guys out there who are thinking I might play this 300. Don't forget it's a 2-day event, so you're either going to have to be local or stay close by.
Do you know if there are many people bought in for day 2 for the main?
4.
Oh, 4, yeah?
We set the line at 5 yesterday.
Okay, yeah, cool. That's about right.
4 bought in. And I know 3 have been eliminated.
Yeah.
Just by knowing who they were, so.
Okay.
Yeah, the min cash is 1,030. 20% to the winner, or just under, which means 35,000 and change.
A lot of Guinness tokens.
That is correct.
A lot of Guinness tokens.
That is correct. And a nice pint of Guinness it is too.
Yes.
In the bar, I must admit.
Yeah.
So Adam Neal is with us for another 10 minutes. He's going to jump into the 300.
Yeah.
Did you sell for the 300?
Yeah, so I put up like a package of the main and then the 2 sides. So, yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. It's always good to have a little bit of interest and also a little bit of faith from the guys out there as well.
Yeah, it's nice.
Knowing obviously got a few results.
Yeah. Yeah,
it is good.
Done pretty good on the stakes and that. So
it's not easy to fly solo in these events and still be swimming.
Exactly.
It's tough.
And I've got to buy nappies nowadays. So nappies are expensive.
Absolutely. Yeah.
He's going to be a tower. He's a big boy.
Yeah.
He's 8.5 months. He's over 2 stone, and he's wearing
8.5 months and he's over 2 stone.
Yeah. He's a big boy. And he's wearing 2-year-old clothes.
Jesus.
Yeah. He's a beast.
What's his name? Garth.
It's actually AJ. The next heavyweight in the world.
Oh man. That's a big lad.
It's good to see Dara and Andy
Lapping shouts, get away in the Consad and gives a little rap.
Day 3, mate. Day 3.
Day 3, we'll try to sort it out for day 3. David is still sat on the outer tables. Keep it going, David. Let us know your chip stack when you get a chance. Dara is on the feature. He was up to 500. We started at 250. He went up to 500 straight away and then dropped back down again to 250. Built it up a little bit, but again, dropped down a touch. 400,000. Rumour has it that Nick Newport will be joining us. Awesome.
It's interesting. Seat 5 there just open folds the 5s off of 26 bigs, 27 bigs there.
Is that a big race coming in from? It is 65,000. I think this just might be a fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, flicks it in.
Shows the ace.
Yeah, shows the ace. So just a quick wander around the room just to see all the guys that are still playing the Dublin Poker Festival. Nice to get the camera on the outer tables. Good luck everybody who's still in the mix. If you know a player, shout out who they are. Obviously over in Dublin, you guys know a lot more than we do. Coming over to this fantastic city and playing the game. Is that Mr. Tompkins? It is. Going along nicely. Have you noticed the lack of headsets, headphones?
Very true, mate.
Devices.
Yeah.
Like earphones. I know Tariq's got some in C1, but there's not many around, is there?
No.
And you don't see anybody watching the football or watching the rugby or...
Very good point, mate.
You know?
No, even hoodies. I don't see a single hoodie up. Yeah, people are very... that's one thing I do like. People are very talkative over here.
And Etson's still in the main. It's good to see.
This guy
which also, as a poker player, you should realise that a lot more people are paying attention.
Yes.
And they're not listening to the music. They've not got their earphones in, talking to the mates or watching football. So they're being more attentive. Doc's got his earphones in, and Masood Prodham was second in chips overnight. In C1, 730,000. He's watching the stream. Hey Masood, how are you? Look at that. That's what you can do. There's Rasmus. It's good to see all the players on the outer tables as we are heading towards the break. Good little pan of all the remaining players in the mix.
It's a great setup. Lovely setup.
It is, and obviously full next week with the Unibet Open in town. And this is the European Deepstack, the 13th season of the European Deepstack. Dara O'Keefe won the first one.
Oh wow, really?
He did. He won the first one.
Two-time winner? I suppose that hasn't been done.
He has a chance. There is Mr. Lappin with the red T-shirt on and the headphones.
This is the winner here. This guy right here
in C5.
C5, yes, Danny from he had a lot of chips.
Danny,
he's a good friend. He's a very, very good player.
There's a lot of beasts over here. I know one of Mr. Tompkins we were talking about earlier. He's final tabled the World Series, an EPT, a UK IPT, a W Coupe, an S Coupe, an A Coupe, a G Coupe, a D Coupe. He's the lot.
Yeah, the whole alphabet.
He is absolutely. He's got the lot. I know Dara was running through what is actually final table.
That's crazy.
It's insane.
Yeah, very impressive.
So that was a quick run through of all the players still in the mix from the outer tables. 60 are playing 300. We're going to find out at the break what the late reg is for that and give you an update. But the first break is at 4 p.m. on the 300. Adam's going to be jumping in very level 2, level 3.
I'll jump in level 2.
Yeah,
level 2. And he's coming.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of tournaments now starting at 1-1.
Yeah.
And then obviously 1-1 and 1. Where we were last year? It might have been the IPO last year. It started at 1-1-1.
Did it?
Yeah.
Get
them in. If we've got antis, we might as well use
them.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
1-1-1. I'm sure it was 1-1-1. There are some events. There are some events. Very few now. Still 25-50.
Yeah.
And I think we always talking about it over in the UK. How do you stop people? How do you stop 300, 400 tables to start? It's really hard.
It is. Of course it is. Yeah.
Really hard. And we started this tournament with 1,000 big blinds.
Yeah.
1-1.
Yeah. People don't want to play 1,000.
We had 300, 400 tables at this event, and that's 1-1. So even if you start at 1-1, even if you start at 25-50, because late reg is open so long,
of course,
and you can bang today too.
Yeah.
You don't need to be here for the first level.
No.
It's really tough to get 500, 600, 700 tables to start the day these days.
Yeah.
But you want people to be able to just turn up and play.
Of course.
And I always thought the 1-1 would stop people playing short-handed tables. But we come over here. First table, 300.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do.
No.
They fill up quicker. All right, this is a little bit different because it's 1,000 bigs, and we don't have many tournaments in the world that have 1,000 bigs. But this is obviously a European Deepstack. This is a Deepstack tournament.
Yep.
But if you start in a tournament with at 25-50 with a 20k stack, if you did make it 1-1, maybe
there's a bit more incentive.
A 500 and 600 table would be the norm to start with.
Yeah. Is there incentives? Maybe. Like, could you do like a last number for people that are like registered from the start, or
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, there could be. Obviously, you don't want to give any more chips out.
Yeah.
Because bonus chips are only for local comps.
Of course.
Not a major festival.
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer would be, because I thought starting at 1-1 might stop it. But obviously this one is a little bit different. Might have to gauge it on the next 100 we start at.
Yeah.
Because obviously this is 1,000 big blinds. You know.
Yeah.
So we'll have to check it. Yeah, maybe have a last longer for people who are registered from the start that actually sat down at the start. Yeah, maybe. That could be a shout. How many in the 300 and when is late reg? I'll find out when the late reg is tissue, but there's 61 in at the moment. 61 at the moment, so 9 tables as it stands. So that is that. I'll find out the late reg for when we come back after the first break, which might be after this hand.
Table 25, seat 4. Right, Tal.
25, seat 4. Good man.
Lovely. Thanks very much, mate.
Always a pleasure.
Brilliant.
Good to see you. Good luck.
Cheers, mate.
And we want to see you. If you get down to the final 2 tables, we want to hear you rapping at the tables.
Of course.
If not, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Well, it's a date.
Lovely. Have a great day.
Excellent. Good luck, buddy.
Brilliant.
Nice one. Adam Neal going to be playing the 300. He's just hit down. He's in table 25. So off he goes. He's gonna. Well, I tell you what, he's a big lad. I said I'm 6'4". He's a big lad. I'm guessing this is the final hand of the day. The clock has run past the 2-hour mark. We did start on time. Everybody is now standing up, so this will be the final hand. Andy Black wants to play it. Thanks to Adam for jumping in. We will be back after this hand. Oh, we've got a hand as well. Stephen in seat 2 with pocket 5s.
Once again, players, you will next make a high roller. You'll be running a blind common game for €110. All 10 players will be the next ticket to the high roller.
So Andy Black facing an all-in shove of 389,000. I can't see him calling this with Queen Jack off for his tournament life. He's going to flick it in. We're going to put the cards in the muck and we'll be on our 20-minute break. See you back with a new table in 20 minutes. Ooh. Oh, he's in the tank. Longer than I thought. Ah, they're in the muck. See you in 20, ladies and gentlemen.
We remove everything, just take the personal stuff.
What's out? We're still playing before another round. We're still playing. What do you have? The S5 or something? Or that one? No, I'm just wondering because they were saying, oh, you can only do it for 10%. And I reckon you're the kind of player. I'm guessing he doesn't necessarily think like that. You know, so you might have had a hand and you just might decide to do it. Do you know what I mean? Doesn't make any difference really, but I just. I can't remember playing it as bad as that. So we're breaking, but we'll be at the same table for 3 more players. Oh. He's playing here too. Oh, yeah.
Après, je sais que t'es là. Je suis pas aussi. Ouais, parce qu'après, à 6 mois-ci, mais on a des sacs en plus. Et ça serait bien, même si tu fais le mal, et tu le décolles et que tu remets, ça peut vraiment bien. Ils sont solides, c'est ça. Ouais, c'est bien. Bah, parce que c'est que des jetons de 100 000, donc toi, moi, si j'enlève 40 000 euros, après il aura plus rien. Ouais, bah, c'est ça. Mais que lui, tu peux en enlever, mais là, tu peux en enlever 100 000, mais je sais pas si ça va commencer.
This time is going to start a little more than 3 minutes. And they use this time to contact us with please.
the seats are just. Sorry? Yeah.
So welcome back to level number 4 of the day, level number 24 of the tournament. I'm joined for the unforeseeable from Nick Newport. How are you, man?
Alright, Tyler, how's it going?
Saw you on the feature on Thursday.
Yeah.
Bus today?
Bus today, yeah, I got out, probably knocked out half an hour before the break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad one? Many chips?
Pretty standard. I was down to about 120,000 and picked up ace jack in the hijack and stuck it in and ran into ace queen in the big blind. So nothing to complain about really.
A lot of people will know you more than me, or will know, and obviously I don't see you on the UK circuit as like a lot of people see you on the Irish circuit.
Yeah.
Before looking at your resume on the mob, what have we done?
What have we done?
What have we done in the past?
We've had a couple of six-figure scores in the past. 200k score in Barcelona about 3.5 years ago now, and my breakout cash was in won the Irish Winter Festival back in 2000, and I think it was 2010 for about 100 grand.
Was that Killarney?
No, it was in used to be in the Burlington.
Oh, right,
the Burlington back when the Burlington used to be at the,
when it used to host the Irish
Open, and the Irish Open and the Winterfest were two staples of Irish poker at the time.
And then the Burlo decided we don't want it anymore.
Yeah,
that's
pretty much what happened. Yeah, the Burlington was probably my favourite place to play.
Yeah.
It was just so central. Like the City West is great and all, and here and the Bonington is nice as well. But Burlington was just so central.
10-minute walk into the town centre. You're walking down Grafton Street within 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, it's just
can't beat that.
No,
really.
you
get the because atmosphere. It seems to be and Dublin is such a big selling point for poker tournaments here. So like it makes sense to be closer to the city centre. It's the one thing maybe that goes against like having the Irish Open at the City West every year.
Yeah.
You know,
and all the history of the Irish Open is still there as well. And it is a little bit of a shame. I know things progress and move on and what have you. And obviously for a couple of years the Irish Open wasn't over the Easter period, and now it's back over the Easter period, so that is back.
Yeah, and it's really grown. Like last year the numbers are at the record.
Yes.
I think it's found its level. Like for a few years when the buy-in was around 2 to 3k, you see the numbers dwindling every year as it doesn't really suit the Irish poker scene anymore, and it did years ago. But now 1k is a happy medium, I think, for most people to come and play it every year, and that's why you saw like I think it was 1,800 people at last year. I think they're expecting probably to break 2,000 this year.
And obviously with incorporating the Norwegian Championships, the side of the Irish Open, it just works so well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a real good idea by JP to do that. It definitely helped increase the numbers while you get a good few Norwegians staying over for it every year.
So quickly over to the table because we've got his first all in. Tom Dunn with the ace queen. He has a million chips, so he's not at risk. But the Fergus in seat number 1, Fergus Murphy is at risk, but he is in front. So the ace king at the moment, chance to double. Yep, all good so far. So just needs to fade a queen to survive. And there we go. No chops. A straight double for the ace king. Yeah, back to the Burlo and all the history going back to it, and obviously now the Norwegians and whatever. Done so well to incorporate it, keep it together.
Yeah.
And I think we were talking about the plans for quite a lot of poker players. They were saying, I think the data was saying something like 80 cash tables.
Yeah,
and one of the days last year.
Yeah, I think they broke a record last year. Like it's amazing the number. I would have thought I think this could be maybe this is the 6th or 7th year of the Norwegians.
Yeah,
and I thought like a couple of years ago they'd be sick of the place, like coming here every year, but they absolutely love coming here every year. And every year the City West runs out of vodka and beer, and
No matter how many they bring in, they still drink it dry.
They do. Yeah, they put the Irish to shame. I think I don't think you could take 1,000 or 1,500 Irish people abroad and expect us to drink as much as they do and behave.
That is
so.
True.
It's a great credit to the Norwegians how well they behave. There is zero trouble at it every year. I don't know how.
Fantastic. If you've never been to the Irish Open, everybody talks about it within the poker fraternity, and it is a place where it's a must-stop kind of place.
Yeah,
you have to go. Do you have plans for the year? Do you plan ahead that far?
Not really. I mean, look, I know I'll be at it, and I know I'll be at the Norwegians. So I always pop in to play a good few of the side events, and I used to play a lot of cash in the past. Don't play much anymore, but I might play a bit this year because the games are quite good there. It's just I usually focus on MTTs, and then for the rest of the year, I usually plan to go to Vegas every year, obviously for the World Series. Actually, interestingly enough, there earlier I was having a conversation with someone in the bar here, and he was saying he's hearing like rumours of possibility that the World Series could be cancelled this year because of the coronavirus.
Get away!
Yeah, I think that's crazy. Like I mean, it's obviously it's very early to tell, but he said that just worrying.
Are they not on about cancelling the Olympics?
I haven't heard about that now. I know that there's been a lot of poker events in Asia have been cancelled, but that makes sense. I mean, it's quite close to China.
Yeah.
But I suppose Vegas does get a lot of visitors every year, from all over the world, and it does get a lot of Chinese people from China and stuff like that. Where the
airbreak is down.
I know it's great, but apparently bookings in hotel bookings in Vegas are down 25%. This year, and it seems to be because of the threat of coronavirus, and he thinks that it's going to get worse and could force the World Series.
I mean, thought about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have considered it either. Cause it's so far away, and we're like 4 or 5 months away from Vegas, and the coronavirus is it is spreading a little bit, but it's still relatively localized in Asia.
Yes.
He expects that. If it does worsen and it does spread, that the World Series will be forced to cancel.
Never ever even contemplated that was even a possibility.
He pointed to there was some huge mobile phone conference that's held in Barcelona this year that was supposed to be on about a week or two ago. And it get to like 100,000 people at it, and that was cancelled specifically because of the coronavirus.
Wow.
So that would be crazy to see a year without the World Series. That'd be huge.
It certainly would.
That'd be a huge shame.
It'd be a huge,
huge savings. Based on my year last year, it'll be savings for me. But it'd be a crazy thing to happen. So it's the first I've heard of it. As I said, the person who said to me, I don't think he'd say it to me without having some indication that it's a possibility. I wouldn't have, like I said, it wouldn't have been something I'd have considered either, but it definitely makes sense.
Of course, yeah.
Although knowing the people who operate the World Series, they won't give 2 Fs. But
no,
I think it'd be crazy to see it happen. Crazy, but
that certainly would. Quickly run through the table for the next session. Fergus Murphy was just doubled up. Tom Dunn in 2. Jason Tompkins, you'll know plenty about Jason, one of the beasts on the table in seat number 3. Sam Banham in seat number 5. Seat 4 is empty. Martin Rudmarm in 6. Julian Secas in 7, and Jer Walsh in seat number 8. They're the players that are going to be on our feature table for the 2 hours that we have as a session. Nick Newport with me at this moment in time. Nick unfortunately bust out at the first couple of levels of day 2. So very unfortunate for him, but it's great he gets to come and sit here for an hour.
Exactly, and I get to jump in the high roller at 4 o'clock anyway.
Yes, the high roller. There was a satellite running earlier on. I don't know how many seats it had generated. There were 3 seats generated yesterday and a little bit of cash. Somebody asked me earlier on how many levels can you late reg the 300 for. It's 6 levels, so it's the first 6 levels you can late reg the 300, and at the moment there are 79 runners in the 300.
Very aggressive play by Tom there, opening the 6-3 suited and bet quite big on 10-9 deuce. From my experience of playing with Tom a couple of times in the past, he's definitely on the looser side and will generate a lot of action.
So you're so lucky.
You're so lucky.
Where did that come from? Because obviously you've got a skill. It's not all.
It was the only reason I came up with it. Just I just remember when I first coming up in the Irish scene, and just every time someone took a beat off someone, they'd always say to people, "You're so lucky." Not just to me, but just to everyone.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was a screen name that would piss people off when they lose
like
spots
it.
to me.
Yeah,
I just thought, I'll just go with it. You know.
I like it.
It's not the most creative in the world, but it had its purpose anyway. It had its purpose.
I know we were talking about calendars, but 18 days of poker in February in Dublin. It's not bad, is it?
No, not bad at all.
And being very well attended. Obviously, Storm, Dennis tried to dampen the numbers, but everybody seemed to wade through it all.
Yeah, exactly. The numbers seem to be up this year in the main event. I think it got just under 300 last year. So
are you sticking along for the Unibet next week?
I am. Yeah. I'll be here for sure.
We'll be watching it. We'll be watching the live stream.
You'll be here next week as well?
No, we're over in Manchester for the GUKPT, which is the Grosvenor 1000, 200k guarantee. That's over in Manchester. We'll be there, but obviously I'm going to check on the Unibet. There'll be plenty of... I know David was saying over 400 runners expected, which is
I think
good numbers for a 1k.
Yeah, the first one did quite well here. They beat the guarantee quite comfortably, and except Dublin's a popular destination for poker, so I think,
sure
it seemed to go down well with people who hadn't been here before. So I think you'll probably see bigger numbers for it this year, especially with it running with these two festivals running side by side. I think people coming over for both.
Are you a man that likes to jump into the first level of every tournament?
Generally, yeah. Most of the time. Years ago, I'd come in a bit later. Come in back in the days when there'd be no antes for about 6 levels.
Yeah.
As I think, my personal opinion, I think antes should be in from the start, from every level, from every tournament, just generate so much more action.
Absolutely.
And
we were talking about that, about the 300, 400 tables we get to see on a regular basis. Obviously, this event is a little bit different because it's 1,000 big blinds.
Yeah.
Even if we start at 1-1, like some events still start at 25-50.
Yeah.
And you get 300 tables for an hour, and it changes the game. It changes the dynamics. And you as a player, you don't really want to be sat down at a 300 table. That's not what you're paid for. But it's hard to stop because late reg is open for a long time. You don't want to penalise players for not turning up.
Yeah.
So you still get your starting set whatever time you turn up.
Yeah.
Is there any way we can actually stop it? It's tough, it really is, as a player.
Tough. I mean, look, sometimes it doesn't suit people to show up on time, and poker players are notoriously lazy and like to sleep late, so there's always going to be that. But I think if you can provide incentives for people to sit down, possibly. If you want to get the number, everyone sitting down from the start, there is some form of incentives you can get, and maybe a little bit of rate back or something small incentives like that. Free drink at the bar. That'd probably do for a lot of people. But I think just antes from the start, I think, makes a difference for a lot of people. Like, I mean, I was a little bit disappointed when I showed up here for level 1 and there was no antes from the start. I just want to get straight into the action and start building some pots. But it comes in from level 2, so that's reasonable anyway. But do you have any ideas about it?
I've done 25-50, I've done 100-100. I think this is a little bit different because 100-100 with 1,000 big blinds is totally different from 100-100 with 300 big blinds. Yeah. If it was a normal comp with a 30k stack, you might get more people turning up.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
But this is obviously European Deepstack and we get 100k. It's just one of those things.
Yeah.
But if there is an answer to it, please let us know. We'd love to see a full ring to start with, but it's just not... doesn't happen too often. Blind 6,000, 12,000. Back to the table. Queen Ace Queen on the latest flop. Nice flop for Jer in seat number 8.
Yeah, done a limp check here. Jer's going to check his trips. He's going to make quads on the turn. He decides to lead out.
Paul Leckie on Thursday got quads twice.
He did, yeah.
He was table.
Did he on the feature table? He was on my table for day 1. Oh, actually, I was on the table, sure. That happened both. I forgot we were on the feature table when that happened. Yeah,
sixes, yeah. They got the
sixes. Yeah.
And then the aces. Obviously got the ace. Here he comes.
Andy Black.
Yeah, it was up to $500,000.
Just turned pro recently, I believe.
Won the A-Cup.
Yeah, I know. The amateur, now he's a pro, I believe. I think he's gone full time at it now. Finally, after all these years.
Chip leader at the break, Emmett Mullen, 1.5 million. Keith Maguire, 1.4 million, and $1 million was Tom Dunn. They were the top 3 stacks out of the 130. 75 made the break, and 47 getting the money. Nice min cash of over €1,000. Nearly double your money. It's pretty standard, isn't it?
Yeah, I definitely want to see generally around the 2x mark for your min cash these days. I think has been kind of popularised, particularly by stars in recent last 5 or 6 years, to do like 1.2 times the min cash. I don't really approve. I think people want to cash. They want to get at least double the money. You know, I think
it's like earning wages. Yeah, that's what we're here for.
Yeah,
that's exactly
you want to get a decent hourly. You know, you want to get a little bit of profit.
Evening, Donna. Dark Angel says hi, Nick and Tower. The hooks for Sam.
Yeah. It should be a pretty action-oriented table. Andy's a very loose player, so is Sam. Ferguson seat 1 as well. I played with once or twice recently. He's quite aggressive as well, and obviously Tom Dunn here in the big blind's quite loose as well.
13,000 to call for Tom.
Ger is actually someone when I was around the first time I started playing poker back in Wexford years ago. I used to play bigger cash games down in Wexford with him.
Okay. Queen 9 deuce, 2 hearts.
He's someone that will want to see a lot of flops here, as you can see from here, peeling the king 9 off on the button. It's not the best flop for Sam. It's not the worst either, just one overcard.
He does stick in a bet.
You could do either here. You could bet or check.
37k. Into 93.
Kind of a tight pass by Ger. Gives the king of hearts. Second pair. Definitely want to peel one off once he's called free. I think you'll see Tom at least call here. Check raise by Tom. See, this is why c-betting the jacks here puts Sam in a real tough spot when he gets check raised, and obviously he knows, or he should know, that Tom can have a lot of draws here, but he can also have just nut hands like set of 9s or 2 pair. And it's tough if he calls this like what he does on say a blank turn. If Tom fires big again, he could be forced into playing a much bigger pot than he wants to here. Judging by his body language, he looks like he's gonna fold. But he definitely doesn't look comfortable. I mean, we know he's probably not. He definitely didn't want to get raised on this board with this particular hand.
Are we only ever doing that with a queen in his hand? Raising to 100,000 from Tom?
As I said, Tom's quite loose. I mean, I'm not sure why he chose to raise this hand. I think it would be it's probably just an information kind of raise. He wants to see if Sam has a good hand and wants to continue. And now he's going to get Sam off the best hand. I definitely think he should peel once, for sure.
Moves over 800,000 chips.
Yeah.
Interesting method of short-handed tables. Start the comp at level 5 and play it over 3 times.
Like that. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Sense. Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, repeated levels would make sense, for sure. Yeah.
So you find out what level 5 would normally be, and then repeat.
Yeah.
Like that. We'll be the first to implement that one. Well, if it's implemented, we came up with that.
Yeah.
Well, my little text did. But,
I won't take the credit. Yeah. But,
repeat level.
Yeah, repeat levels. Yeah, that would definitely be the way to go. if you start a bit shorter as well, like starting with 1,000 big blinds, people know that like they can wait a few levels if they want to come in. They don't want to play so deep. So if you set it that say level 5 is 100 or 60 to 100 big blinds, people would definitely come in from the start for that for sure.
Yeah, we know taking this comp probably out of the equation because it is named a Deepstack for a reason.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider. Martin in seat number 6 has got them all in the middle, with Andy in seat number 4 under the gun, raising under the gun +2 over the top, and we end up with a bit of a bloodbath. Roll reversals, the king hits the flop, and we now need a bit of an ace coming up. We need help for the ace queen, or it's curtains.
Martin's going to be crippled now, and Andy gets a full double.
So Andy Black in seat number 4 gets a complete double up. Martin Rudmam down to 2 bigs, if the stacks are correct, which they usually are. And Andy just says sorry. He didn't say sorry to me when he knocked me out.
He doesn't usually apologise to anyone.
They might be good friends. Yeah, back up to over 500,000 now. It was on 550 at the start of the day.
Andy's used to getting in bad and winning, so I think he's probably past apologies at this point.
High roller starting at 4 p.m. if you are close by. 50,000 guaranteed. Nick will be playing.
100%. I've already got my ticket.
Excellent.
Looking forward to sitting down.
40-minute levels. No, is it? Oh, it's
40 minutes.
40 minute levels.
Yeah, 40 minute levels. I think it's 40 minutes all through.
It is.
I think. Yeah.
50,000 starting stack. Starts at 4 p.m. Come and join in the fun. So many events going on. The room's now on full.
Yeah, pretty
Great
busy
to
here
see.
today with the 300s.
Yeah,
side went on as well.
82 so far in the 300. Laid reg for 6 levels. They're into level number 3 now.
What's the starting stack in the 300?
20,000 on a 30-minute clock.
20,000.
So pretty decent.
Yep.
Pretty decent. And I think it mirrors the Deepstack structure. So it's
similar with the high roller. I think
yeah.
it mirrors it as well, except for the 50k starting stack.
Quick update on the outer tables. Masood Prodden, who was second in chips overnight on 730,000, has just put his coat on. And he's stood up. Now, is that the extra 2% that you need? You put the coat on.
It could be. Some people do anything they think to gain a little extra edge.
So yeah, he sits back down. He must have got lucky.
Bit of showboating, maybe.
Well,
maybe put a guy to the test instead. I'll put the coat on. And
yeah, the coat. The coat was on. His coat's on, but he sat back down again, so he's still in. He's still in.
Andy's all smiles, plenty of chit chat now since he's
and
doubled up.
chatting.
Yeah,
yes.
always. Yeah.
Somebody said to me that you could tell how many chips David Lappin has got because of how much and how loud he talks. Is that true to most players? Obviously, you're happier if you've got more chips.
I think I probably talk more when I have less chips.
Right,
maybe I'm just the exception, though. I think I talk
You're
more.
Trying to get them to call.
Yeah, I probably because when I'm shorter, I'm playing less spots, so I have more time to talk. I guess I don't know.
But he is chirpy.
But David's Lappin's voice will travel in any room anyway. I mean, even in Vegas last year, I walked into the Rio Pavilion room. And wasn't even aware that Lappin was in the room, but like very quickly was aware that he was.
That's exactly what Darla said to me yesterday.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Can't miss him. He's usually complaining about something or giving out to a dealer or telling a person they should quit their job.
David was in the all day Thursday.
Yeah.
And Darla says I walked in and I've not texted anybody. He said I walked in and I knew David was in the building. And that was it. So I just knew he was in the building.
Yeah. looks like Martin has 2 big blinds in here, and I think Joss has deuces on the button. Probably going to just make a little isolation raise, probably to like 50, 60k maybe. He could go a little bigger if he wants to generate a bit more fold equity so Sam doesn't come in.
Should you always put them in with any 2? Or is it because I'm on the blinds next that this is the value that I'm going to be getting?
Yeah, I mean he can get a triple up here by shoving, and like having the deuce in his hand is not great, but having a king, like he's going to be ahead. Like if it falls around to the big blind, he's probably going to be ahead most of the time.
I suppose if he's on the big next stand, he's forced anyway.
Yeah, he's forced in, and he'll get a much worse price on his money here. He gets a real good price. So you don't definitely need to shove any 2, but you could probably shove 60-70% of hands.
Yeah,
maybe even more. It looks like Andy is re-isolated.
Yeah, it's 4-bet 200k.
And I assume Joss is...
Any ace will do.
Yeah.
So it's 46,000, because I think it's a raise, isn't it? Because the blinds are 612.
Yeah. And he's going to try to finish Martin off.
Yeah. Take all his chips, every one of them, in 2 hands. Not very often your opponent shouts you deserve this, but that's what's just happened. Well, we need a hit.
I think Andy, he might not mind too much if Martin wins this one, considering he won the last one.
We have a queen for the chop, a deuce or a king. Oh, it isn't, it's the ace.
Yeah.
So Andy Black takes every single chip from Martin and moves up to 602,000.
It's going to go off about 20 spots shy of the money. 25 maybe.
47 get paid?
Yeah.
Out of the 362. Great numbers for the Deepstack. 362. 4 bought in today.
4 just 4?
4 just 4, yep. We set the line at 5 yesterday. So we were close.
Yeah.
It ended up as 4.
Yeah.
And all 4 bust out in the first 3 levels. Chip leader 1.5 million at the break. That was Emmett Mullen. That's a big stack.
Yeah. Emmett from
the
from
mine's
Northern
at 12k, that's a big stack.
Emmett would have been a very well-known online player from going years back, from like the mid-2000s. He's Mully 85 online.
Oh, right, okay.
Been around a long time.
Do you do any streaming?
Don't know. It's probably not my forte, to be honest.
All right, okay.
I think I don't think I'd be able to concentrate playing and talking at the same time. It suits other people a lot better than it suits me. I think I like to just focus on playing. I think doing both would probably take away from my play. I think concentrating on both. Yeah. I'm not the best multitasker in the world, so.
I was speaking to Adam Neal from the UK for 20 minutes just before the break, and he said exactly the same. He used to stream, he weren't concentrating properly, and stopped it.
Yeah.
So
it's another skill in itself, and combining to do is quite difficult. Like I have great respect for the guys who do it and are very successful at it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's tough to keep. You have to keep your audience engaged for hours and hours on end. And,
absolutely.
And obviously, you have to be doing
well. As well.
Yeah, you have to be doing well. You have to be getting better. You have to be making money. Like, I don't think there's too many streamers probably around who are consistent losers, I'd assume. You know?
It ain't easy.
Yeah.
It ain't easy. So it took a little bit of time off from streaming, but plenty do it.
Yeah.
Plenty do
it.
They've
become the new modern poker celebrities, moved away from kind of the sponsored pros, and now it's the streamers.
Yeah, 20 years ago you had to watch a TV programme at late at night to find your favourite poker player.
What was your first experience of poker? Were you around pre-TV?
2004 was my first trip to Vegas.
2004, okay.
And I went in, I think 2004 was the last time it was held at Binions. if I'm right.
That's probably who won 2004. I
think
it was
I'd have to look back at the history books. But I think
I can see his face. It's a year after Raymer.
Yes. 2000.
Varconi, was it? Something Varconi? Was that him?
2004 might have been Raymer, actually. Well, was that the real? No. 2003.
Raymer was probably 05.
I'd have to go back. Anyway, 2004 was my first experience, and I did the old buying the Super System and all that, and I actually got him to sign it. He was sat in his room in Bobby's room, or he was playing the Diamond Classic or something like that. And
nice 3-bet from Jason here with the Ace Jack.
Yeah, 2004 I think it was just the start of the boom, wasn't it?
Yeah, right around that time.
2004, then 2005 went mental.
Yeah. I think it was 07 when I first got introduced to the game, I think.
I'm a lot older than you.
Yeah.
A lot older than you. I was the late starter.
I was just about of legal age at the time to play the game. I was about 19.
Yeah. I was a 3-card brag, let's play the pub kind of game guy, and then it changed and pub poker took over kind of thing.
I would have played 5-card draw with a great uncle of mine when I was younger. That would have been probably my first poker introduction, and then I introduced to Hold'em in college.
Yeah. Greg Raymond won in 2004, so make them up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, very good.
The old fossil man.
I played with Greg twice actually the past 2 years in Vegas actually. Still carries his fossil around. Gets recognised. It gets recognised everywhere he goes. I think he's still in the States. Yeah.
It's a bit little like Moneymaker as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously, the Moneymaker did the tour last year.
Yeah.
He travelled around, and we were here for the Moneymaker in November. That was really good. He just sat. He played a £50 satellite.
I heard,
in the pub. He just walked in and played a £50 satellite. How good is that?
I believe he went into the Fitz as well and played.
Just brilliant.
Yeah. R.I.P. the Fitz.
Yeah. Do you have a favourite player?
Not really. Probably when I was younger, probably would have been probably like Ivy or Vaughan, from back in the day. But most of the guys I'd look up to these days would be like very good online players.
Yes. Yeah. And that's how it's changed, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously with the online, with the streaming.
Yeah.
And online getting a lot more TV time than it ever had before. All these guys. And now playing for millions. So it's line 612. 6,000, 12,000.
Vargas is going to take a stab here after chair checks. Just going to peel one off with the King 9 of clubs. Probably a bit too loose from there, even though he has 2 overs. He doesn't have any backdoors. It's Ferguson can have a lot, just have a pair here a lot. Like from checking back to the big blind, he's going to have a lot of deuce and 3 and 4x type hands that Jura won't have. Now he's turned top pair, so it's easy continue, and Jura will almost certainly get out of the way here now. Yeah.
I've got a little bit of bad news regarding Masood Prodham, the Doc, over in Manchester. He's a well-known figure over him. He plays a lot of poker in Dublin. He plays every festival.
Yeah.
He comes over. I just saw him there with his coat on, stood up, zipped it up, sat back down again.
Yeah.
That's the 300.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. So the main event didn't go pretty well for him.
I've just realised that that's the 300. So the 723,000 starting stack didn't last until the break. I don't know how. I might ask him.
we could get a couple of entertaining hand histories from there.
I might have to ask him. But the Doc is now sat in the 300 and has officially been eliminated out of the main event. So bad news for people watching who have been looking for the British players coming over. There's quite a few because
Yeah.
this festival's set in stone. The
Yeah, it's been here a
Irish
long
Oval's
time.
set in stone. The IPO.
Yeah.
All these that are on the calendar. The regular dates. February, April,
Yeah.
October. You know.
They're always around the same time every year, pretty much.
So we've got Nick Newport with us until the start of the high roller. As we found out, we like to start at the beginning. I think we should encourage starting from the beginning.
Yeah.
Like we got Mr. Booth texting. Why don't we start at level 5 and repeat?
Yeah. It's a good idea. Can't knock it. The Deepstack is like, it's very different to most festivals. You start with a lot more chips, so it makes sense that you're going to get people that maybe don't want to. Some people that don't want to come in from the start, and some that do.
Absolutely.
There's plenty of time to get in either way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
It's no harm to have like sort of slightly different structure, like tournaments on the calendar. If not everything's just vanilla and everything's the same.
Yeah.
A bit of variation is always good.
We've come over to this event. We've played a 3,000, 7,000 level.
Yeah, I know.
And a 1535 and
Yeah.
all these kind of levels. I was like, what's this level?
Yeah. I didn't actually realise that all those levels were going to be included this year. I thought it'd be a bit faster.
But it just shows that when you play 20 levels, you still have to have a starting date. When you start day 2, it's still got to be low enough so you can buy in.
Yeah.
And you've still got to have a little bit of play, so it can't be too deep when you come into day 2.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. If you're going to keep Reg open that long, definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we are getting closer to the money. We're down to 67. 47 do get paid. Tom in 70 bigs and 846,000 with lines at 612. Julian who comes to the table. Here's our short stack. So you're here for the Unibet once you've won the high roller. Is there a plan after the Unibet, or is it just like see what happens?
We'll see what happens. Yeah. I mean,
a couple of days to reflect and.
Probably like there's not too much online in kind of early to mid March. Like it's kind of a quieter time of year when it comes to online. There's no big series on that I'm aware of, so probably a time I'll probably take a little bit more time off and probably study a bit. Try and work on the game a bit more. There's been a lot of, like February was kind of a pretty busy month. When it came to online, there was a couple of series on, kept me busy most days. You can get a bit burnt out when you're playing as much.
Yeah. Do you have a group of friends that you chat with?
Yeah, I have a lot. Like I
Excellent.
have a group of about 6 lads as well. We have a kind of a study group. We meet usually once a week. We do like a Skype session and we'll review hand history from one of the guys, or we'll look at some sims from PO Solver, that kind of thing, and just discuss and analyse and try and improve, and we all kind of just pick each other up, and everyone brings something different to the table, even if like there's probably one player in the group who probably I would say would be the best of us, which would be Dan Wilson, well-known Irish player and very good online player, and then few of us kind of who would be a bit behind him, and then a couple behind us, but we all can learn from something from each other. I think one mistake I think a lot of poker players make in recent years is kind of with the elitism of thinking, well, if you're not as good as me, I can't learn anything from you. I think that's completely the wrong way to think about it. You can learn something from anyone. Because there's no doubt, even if someone maybe you might consider isn't as good a player as you, they might be doing things better than you. Yeah. That it's something that you're not doing. So there's always something to learn from someone.
As long as you're willing to learn.
Yeah, as long as you're willing to learn.
Take it in.
Yeah, you take it in. Constructive criticism. Like, there's no need to be a dick about things. No need to be harsh. Just like, and that's the way we try to approach the session. Like, if you think someone's made a mistake or done something wrong, don't be afraid to tell them. Absolutely. But there's a way to go about things. Be constructive about it, and that helps everyone.
I don't know where Mick the Mod is actually currently in around the world, but it's snowing.
Snowing?
So he's not he's not in Dublin.
Not in Dublin. There is. I did see there is snow supposed to be forecast. I think maybe tomorrow or early next week. I think. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, our crossing's on Monday morning, so please, whoever you are, Storm Doris or whatever it is, just disappear.
Yeah, I don't think it's probably not going to be too much snow. Like we had a very bad snowstorm here 2 years ago. The country shut down for like 3 days. It was around this time of year as well. It was kind of mid February as well.
Remus comes to our table. It was on our feature table on Thursday.
Remus is a very chatty local live reg.
Yeah. I remember him from the IPO. I think he cashed in the IPO that we were here doing. So good to see him back on the feature.
C-bet King Queen here and check call by Sam.
King on the turn.
Interesting turn card, obviously. Gives Remus trips, and now Sam has a flush draw, so he's definitely gonna call again.
Is that 60? 65.
Yeah.
And the call. Do we get there? Oh, yes, we do.
What a card for Sam.
Whoa, yes, we do. It looks ever so dry as well. Well, the 8's.
Sam's possibly going to lead here. Yeah, he does. I'd say he's probably going to get. Yeah, he's going to get snapped by Remus.
No thinking for Remus. We just. I've got the trips, and that's good enough. But unfortunately, it wasn't. 135 bet on the river.
Lead from Sam there's pretty reasonable. Obviously, you can be concerned that Remus is going to check back. If he has like 2 pair, he's probably going to check back most of the time on that river, and he probably only value bet a king or a better flush, and he gets to set his own price and get some value from maybe some hands like maybe aces or queens, maybe that Remus might have bet twice, and he might just find a crying call with on the river with.
I think the line as well, check call, bet. It's as your opponent, surely the alarm bells are going to start ringing.
It would,
when the danger card comes on the river, the straight's there, the flush is there.
Yeah.
It's check called, and that is let out. Right. Yeah. I'm thinking a little bit longer.
Yeah, I would. He definitely should think about it. I mean, it's not a typical line that people will take as the bluff. Well, Sam is a little bit different. Sam is quite inventive.
Yeah.
So it is entirely possible that he would have a bluff in this spot. It would be hard when you look at the board. It's kind of hard to find bluffs though from Sam. Like he'd need to have check called, say a 7 or a 5 on the turn that didn't have a flush draw, and turn that into a bluff on the river.
Yeah. Julian's short stacks over the line. Another one under the gun as a shorty.
Yeah. Standard all in here.
We get it through so far.
Yeah. Get through Sam as well.
And back round to Remus on the big.
Clear call for Remus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll call him. Have me chips, he says. So Julian. Ace 3, Remus, Ace King. He's just got himself a coffee, as Julian, as if he's stopping for the duration. He now needs to chop. Running spades, a queen.
Queen will still chop it.
Yeah.
That's it.
A queen to chop. Nope, it isn't, unfortunately.
Remus will feel a little bit better after losing the previous hand now. He gets a few chips back in that hand. I'd say he's probably sweating that a little bit harder after losing the big pot to Sam the hand before.
Julian just gets himself a coffee and set, but Ace 3 runs into Ace King. Lost one on the feature. It's horrible in St Anne's, which is near Blackpool, and it's wet and windy in Edinburgh. with the occasional flashes of sun. Yeah, right. Cold.
The UK's been very badly hit by
has,
storms the past couple of weekends. The floods have been very bad.
Especially down south, Birmingham southwards have been horrendous.
Yeah. I saw was it Rob Young's house got flooded there?
Did he really?
Last weekend?
Oh,
yeah, he put a
wow.
video up on. He had a video up on Twitter.
Wow. Yeah,
he had looked like about a foot and a half of water, I'd say, in his house.
Wow.
Yeah. He said he didn't even notice when he got up. He had to take a Skype call or something and didn't even realise it was flooded somehow. I'm not quite sure how.
If you go downstairs, Rob, we're underwater.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, it's terrible. It just causes so much damage.
Yeah.
And it's not just a quick fix, is it? It's months and months and months.
So you can, especially if your house has carpet, carpet's all going to have to be removed probably, because you tend to get sewer water in as well, and completely ruin a lot of damage.
UK Poker Guys, how many left? Yep, there are 64 players left. 64. 47 get the money.
Yeah. In cash of just over 1,000.
Obviously, we're doing the comms inside the main room. There won't be a lot of things we can do about it when they announce hand for hand. Obviously, we're on a 30-minute delay. That hope it doesn't spoil the fun.
No.
It shouldn't. The snow in Donegal, says the limp whacker. There we go.
The snow's already here then?
It's on its way. Batten down the hatches. Just stay in and watch the live stream. Pull up a couple of tables at the side and have a bit of fun. Try and qualify for the Unibet Open. I think there is a satellite today or tomorrow, but it's not for Dublin. It's a token for the next one.
Oh, okay.
So you can't qualify for Dublin. It's a little bit too late.
I actually bubbled the Super Sat last weekend on Unibet for the 2K package for the Unibet Open. It's very unfortunate not to get it. There was about 8 or 9 all-ins on the bubble, and then the same guy was involved in about 7 of them and survived them all.
Wow.
Yeah. That happens sometimes, nothing you can do about it.
If there is a satellite for the Unibet Open, it won't be for Dublin, it will be for the next stop.
I believe they're hosting one more seed-only satellite, I think, on Wednesday this week, on Unibet, so we have one more chance, I think, to qualify just the night before the main event starts.
I like the idea of the Unibet ambassadors doing a sit and go on the Wednesday.
Is that
and they're going to stream it. I like that idea. I think that's a great idea.
Any opportunity to see Alexa Doak and Lappin on with whole cards so I can abuse them. I was actually very disappointed to see that because I saw Dara on the feature table earlier. I was kind of hoping he'd still be on it by the time I came on, so I could give some critique on his play.
He nearly wasn't ace king into aces on the third hand in.
Did he?
He managed to fall to a flush.
Sounds like Dara.
Yeah.
Jason open here and it's been checked down. And Jason's definitely going to go for a value bet now after Fergus checking 3 times. Very unlikely Fergus will find a call with ace-3 high though. Good value bet by Jason though. Fergus had checked at week 8 or at 5. 3 times, he's probably going to call the river most of the time. I think a lot of players make a mistake of checking back in that spot. It's definitely a clear spot for get some value when someone checks you 3 times on that kind of board.
16 bigs, Jer, getting in towards the danger zone. Yeah. There's our short stack at the table.
Jer is probably someone that's not going to hang about too much. He usually likes to play a lot of pots.
Give him some chips and we'll see him playing properly. We will. Numbers have increased to 91 in the 300. Late Reg open till the end of level 6. And they're on level number 4. The high roller starting at 4 p.m. What's the late Reg on the high roller? Do we know?
I'm not actually sure. I know we played 12 levels today.
Not on the website. The high roller. Try and find out what the high roller. I'm guessing it's 6 levels. So 4 hours. That
could be longer. Often the high roller tends to go probably till the end of day 1 or even the beginning of day 2.
I'll try and confirm from Brian what the actual reg is for the high roller. Starts at 4 p.m. 50,000 starting stack. 1100 in. On a 40-minute clock.
Jurors open the Queen Jack suited here on the button. Tom's defended 9-7 suited in the big, and they both flop a decent piece. Looks like Jur's just gone all in. Kind of a tough spot here for Tom now. Like if Jur just bet, I think he would have at least called.
It is a bet at 60k.
Oh, it is a bet at 60k.
Yeah.
Okay. Jur with a 50% pop back. Just gonna check.
Check.
I wouldn't mind seeing Jur shove the turn there with the stack to pot ratio.
Let's check again. Jur gets a few chips back. 345,000.
Don't mind the river check as much.
No.
Kind of difficult to get called by worse at that point from Tom. He is the type of player that probably would hero with 9 though. But Jur probably concerned he's been trapped there.
So the blinds are now up to 7,000, 14,000. 14,000 big blind ante. Not heard one complaint about a big blind ante yet.
You won't hear one from me either. I love it. Just speeds up the game. Anything that helps speed up live poker, generally going to be in favour of.
Yeah.
It's been a great success. It's amazing that it took so many years for it even to be introduced and even thought of.
Yeah. I know some tried the button ante, but obviously in the later stages when there's a dead button, it changes the dynamics.
Yeah.
The big blind ante is just
it makes a little bit more sense. You have an ante in every hand then once you have the big blind.
And one thing that's been taken out of poker is antes please.
Yeah.
Antes please. Antes please.
Slow down the game so much. Especially if it used to be a huge frustration of mine in Vegas every year. If you're playing with very inexperienced players, they tend to be just incredibly slow with it. It really slows the game down. And especially when you've inexperienced dealers as well, and there's always mistakes made and change has to be made, and it's just so much cleaner, so much faster.
Event like the World Series, even the main event, when they've got that many dealers and there's that many dealers inexperienced in such a massive event, it helps them out so much as well, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Exactly, it's not just about helping the players, helping the game, it's also about helping the dealers as well. Anything that can help them, do their job better.
So we check flop 468, 4 on the turn.
Jason's going to go for a little bit of value and a little bit of protection here. I'd expect Tom to peel one off here. His king high can be good. He obviously has a good shot as well.
Yeah, we said you Jason chips yesterday, and there'll be a bit of trouble for the players. He's moved up to 600 and on near 700,000 if he wins this pot. He's final tabled every major.
Yeah. Jason's been around a long time. EPT final tableist, WSOP final tableist. Probably go check on the river here. I wouldn't expect Jason to value bet here. I mean, from Jason's perspective though, it doesn't look like Tom has much. I mean, I think if Tom did have like ace, I think it could conceivably call with ace or king high, but I think if he had like a better six, if he had a six like king six or ace six, I'd probably advocate value betting. But when your kicker's playing the board, it probably makes a little bit more sense to check it back. I always look for any situation I can extract value from my opponents. I just hate losing any bit of value in any situation.
Hate losing, full stop.
Yeah, hate losing, full stop. Yeah.
Have you had one that sticks in your mind that knocks you out of a tournament, and it's like one that you can tell if anybody says what's your worst bad beat story?
Worst bad beat story.
Do they all kind of roll into one, tap the table and see you the next?
Like there'll be some days like it'll depend on the event. Sometimes some bust outs hurt a little more than others. Probably the one that hurt the most over my career was probably my first year playing the World Series main event, and I cashed for in 270th. And I wasn't happy with my bust out hand, and I was pretty down about it for a couple of hours till I got drunk later on that day, and then we forgot about it. But that was probably one that hurt the most. I think bad beats don't tend to bother me because it's part of the game. It happens. What upsets me is when I make a mistake, because that's the kind of thing I can control. I can't control if somebody outdraws my aces.
No, absolutely not. No, you're right.
But I can definitely control whether I play well or not.
That's a great way to think about it.
Yeah. The game wouldn't be as enjoyable for me if I just had to worry about every time I got a bad beat. I don't know how some people do it. There's some people here I just see that they're so scared.
Some people want one just to be able to tell the story in the bar.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how many times over the years I've overheard guys at the bar telling, yeah, geez, I got an awful beat there, my aces cracked, the guy had 7-4, and I was like, I was on the table, that was not what happened. That was clearly not what happened. Why didn't you tell them what really happened,
So 47 get the money. Nick Newport with me until the start of the high roller, which will be in about 15 minutes time. We're down to 62. We've lost over half the field in less than 6 levels.
Yeah, it's gone pretty quick.
Yeah.
The pace of play has been pretty good. Any tables I had, there's been nobody playing slow, which is great.
Want to know the average stack? It's just over 550,000 as an average stack. Dark Angel, it might be the snow. We're not buffering here. The crisp picture on the. I'm not being funny, but when you look at Twitch, why is it always the best picture? Look at that. I'm not being funny, but that's like TV.
It's beautiful.
It's like TV standard. An amazing picture if you're watching on Twitch. I don't know why Twitch seems the crispest part. We normally go on to, if we do a GKPT, we'll go on to Facebook. I know Facebook's obviously a lot smaller.
Yeah.
And YouTube, and we'll do Twitch, and we'll do the website as well. But it's always so much better on Twitch. It just looks amazing. So a 2-6-3 flop is checked.
It looks like Fergus checked back the flop here, and it's going to work out well for him now. Sam's turn top pair. Interesting check back by Fergus. I'd probably see bet jacks on this board. I'd probably rather check aces or kings. Just because it is a board that does hit the big blind range quite hard. He probably just didn't want to face a check raise here on the flop, that's why he's gone for a check back. Would prefer to see you check back with ace or kings. I think jacks makes more sense as a value bet. It definitely is a hand that wants more protection. Now he's chosen to raise the turn here. I actually really like this play because Sam's actually bet quite small here on the turn, so it looks like he's in the weaker part of his range, like a weaker one pair type hand.
10 of diamonds on the river. Sam checks. Flushes get there.
Fergus could value bet here. He has a jack of diamonds in his hand, so it's a little bit less likely Sam has a flush. Like I said, if he perceives that when Sam bets smaller on the turn, he does that with more like a 6 or a 9. He can definitely go for a value bet here. Yeah, and he is. I actually really like this line by Fergus. He's probably going to get max value here. I think Sam's probably going to call. I'm not sure if Sam should call here, but I think he probably will, knowing him. Even looking from Sam's position, it's hard to imagine that Fergus has a flush here with the way he's played the hand, and he probably doesn't think that Fergus would ever check an overpair here. He probably thinks he's more likely facing like a set.
He's having a good long think about it.
Yeah. Sam is often someone who will take his time in these spots, which I think is the right thing to do. You don't want to make snap decisions here. There's a lot of thought that needs to go in here. He needs to think about what type of hands Fergus would check the flop with here, raise the turn, and bet the river with. What kind of bluffs Fergus can have here. I think he could have something like maybe like ace-5 with a diamond. Something like maybe conceivably have maybe 4s or 5s. Probably unlikely. Like, this isn't a line people typically take as a bluff either. Similar to like what Sam did earlier when he made the flush against Remus.
Yeah.
I do think Sam will call, but he might surprise me here. He just looks so confused. Yeah, and I don't blame him. Like, it's a very odd line to take. He's probably not used to seeing people take this kind of line. Like most of the players that Sam, like as far as I know, Fergus is a pro, and he is pretty good. Like Sam usually wouldn't. Like most of the players Sam probably plays with regularly won't ever take this line as a bluff. I think he'd have a lot easier time folding this hand against other players at this table.
Does Fergus want to clock? I'm just thinking that.
I mean, if I was in his position, I would want, especially when Sam has taken this much time. You know, Jacks is the best hand here, so you want Sam to take as much time as possible. I just feel like the longer this goes on, the more likely Sam is to call.
So
the clock was called, and his partner's dead. Oh well.
Interestingly, when the clock was called, it was only a 30-second clock.
Yeah. The clock.
How long has that been dropped down from 60? I think the last
maybe
clock,
2 years. I think.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's been actually around a while. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced. It makes sense, to be honest.
Of course it is.
If people have already taken 2 or 3 minutes,
another minute as well.
Yeah, another minute.
It's
a bit too much. Sam is really flummoxed.
Yeah,
I'd say he'd really like to know
he might
what Fergus
get to
had.
find out what Fergus was betting out with.
You can't even tell Sam here that it was a good fold because his hand was forced to fold.
It was.
And I'd say probably like if Sam was going to call, he would have called before the time was up. I'd say he's definitely very curious. He's looks like he's asking Fergus a couple of questions.
So the clock was called. It was 30 seconds. I think that's the first 30-second clock I've heard. But it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because if the clock does get called, you've already had 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
typically, yeah.
Yeah. Remus hasn't folded the ace jack, has he?
No, he's peeled.
He hasn't. He has peeled. So queen 5-5.
We'll probably see a small bet from Fergus. I mean, Remus should definitely at least call. He is a little bit on the tighter side though, so he may not peel one off here. I think if he had the ace of clubs, he definitely would. And he's still with the jack club. There's definitely at least a call here. He could definitely turn his hand into a bluff and raise the flop. I don't think it's going to be Remus' style. So.
3 of diamonds hits the turn. Remus checks back over to Fergus.
Fergus
Decent card to barrel.
Yeah, I think Fergus can continue betting here.
Yeah. Half pot, 50,000 on the call.
Yeah, Remus is been pretty sticky here. Ooh, that's a bad card for Remus.
Oh, and it's gone check.
Yeah, it's gone check.
He's got showdown value, flicks over the jack as quickly as possible, but Fergus scoops in and nearly gets to $1 million.
If Fergus had like King Queen or Ace Queen, if his kicker had played, I think he would have value bet.
Yeah.
But I think when it comes to Jack on the river, his kicker gets counterfeited. It makes sense to check there. It's hard to imagine Remus will call 3 times with worse hand as well.
Excellent, Nick. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Absolute
Great
pleasure,
to meet
Tower.
you, man.
Yeah, I might see you again over the
Newport,
weekend.
Fingers crossed we don't see you again today because the high roller is about to start.
Well, hopefully so.
Fingers crossed for a good day, pal.
Hopefully at least make the dinner break. Hopefully,
Tom,
anyway.
you're a star.
Yeah. Nice.
Nick Newport off to play the high roller. Always likes to sit down for the first hand. He told us that earlier on, and off he goes. What a gentleman! What a gentleman! Good to have him on board, Nick Newport. If we get a chance on day 3 to have him for an hour, that would be a pleasure. Because he talks a lot of sense. Love the fact that he gets together with 6 or 7 of his mates and talks over hands to improve his game. You guys know Nick a lot more than me, but great company and a great guy. Good luck in the high roller. Piano Cat says it's snowing in Edinburgh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's what we don't need. Awesome, that brilliant from Nick. Proper good. Nice one to C4. He is a top guy. That was great. Hope you enjoyed Nick Newport being in the comms for an hour. He is now off to play the high roller. Line 7,000, 14,000. The high roller is about to start. Keep you updated on the high roller. So welcome to the Dublin Poker Festival and the European Deepstack. We were down to 64. Fergus, nearly $1 million. Remus down to 20 bigs. Is Dara still in? Yes. Is Doc still in? No. Masood Prodham had 732,000 at the start of the day and he didn't make the first break. Don't know why, don't know how. Could have been bad beat after bad beat, but he's now sat in the 300. So we'll see. Try and catch up with him at the break, see what happened. Could have been a very, very unfortunate day. You never know these things. Flop of ace, king 7.
First hand from a break as well. Let's get a very random question.
Ace, king 7. Queen of diamonds on the turn as it's checked. Better 40 from Fergus with the ace. Tom calls. And then Rivers 2 pair, but Fergus has River Broadway.
Did you know? and stuff. Yeah.
We're at 140, and it's a call from Tom. Fergus, first guy on our feature table, over $1 million, 1.2 mil. Fergus still scooping in. Let you know when we get close to the money. We're on 64. There are 47 getting the money. We will let you know when we get close.
Not the greatest prize.
The Super Prodden went out in 73rd, just after Martin Rudolm departed on our feature table, and that was straight after Michael Matteo, who departed on the feature. Tariq's out. Tariq Umbar, who was on our feature table yesterday, who was down, he was all in. He then built his stack up to $500,000. Came back to the feature table last night with 300k, but eventually today it bust out. Clint Jeffrey, who also was on our feature table, he's gone. Kevin Killeen, one of the most dangerous men in the field, he's been eliminated. Deirdre 55 says Annette O'Carroll is still in on 500,000. Good, good, good. So Julian departs. And from the Netherlands, Camilio Smith comes to the table. Andy Black wakes up with the ace queen, raises to 32. Seven, eight, deuce. Checked, 6 of diamonds on the turn. Andy's now got redraws. So has Remus if it does come a diamond. It's a 9. So Remus flopped top pair. There he goes, check, check. And Remus gets a few chips back. Try and keep you updated on all events. The High Roller Satellite is still going on actually, which is interesting.
I'm trying to go about 10.
So Fergus 1.2 million, big chip leader. Tom in seat number 2 with the Ace King. So it raises to 33. Fergus back around to C1 on the big blind with King 4, but they are suited. There's us to 125,000. Well, the 3-bet does it. So apparently Bucko has just been eliminated. Don't forget, if you are checking out the up-to-date updates and there's somebody on our feature table and they do manage to go out in the 30-minute delay, please don't spoil it for anybody. I'm not saying that you ever would, but just remember a lot of people don't read the updates. But Mark Buckley has been eliminated. Bucko. And Annette flying the flag, and who wouldn't have thought she would have been doing? Great player. Annette O'Carroll. Had the pleasure of sitting beside of her for a full day last year, playing the seniors. If you want to get involved, but you can't play the 300, which started at 4 and has late reg. It started at 2 and has late reg for 6 levels. It's just the high roller and the nightly turbo. The nightly turbo at 8 PM. 120 euros in. Dara O'Kearney managed to come third in that last night. A little bit of spending money for the week. Back to the table, Tom 3 bets to 113,000. Jason Tompkins got a hand. He's got the 10s. In the tank with the hook with the 10s. 3 bet by Tom. You know he can be active. He knows he can be active. He moves all in. The triangle is over the line. And a snap fall from Tom. Well played, Jason. Gets up to 872,000. Eight, 7, 2. So good luck to all the 300 players. Good luck to all the high roller players. All the remaining players in the main event. The lines are 8:16. End of this level. There will be a 20-minute break and a new table change. I reckon the next session will be the session we get in the money. 47 players get the money. Jason, the small blind. Fergus has raised to 32. What's he going to make it? About 100? $133, so it's 100 extra. Okay, if you are sticking around the Bonington, the Unibet Open starts on Tuesday. They will be having a ambassador sit and go on the Wednesday, plus all side events and satellites going on. The main event starting on the Thursday. Should be busy. Fergus and Jason, they're the two that are putting on the show at the minute. 1.2 and 936.
Seat open 25.
So a race to 36, 3 bet to 100,000. Andy Black with the old King Jack.
Deepstack is usually Japan. We are 20 minutes break. It is 1,000 chicolates. Once again, 20 minutes break.
Jason in the cut-off. We'll give him a bit of a tank. I don't think he'll be doing anything with Andy Black. Nope, indeed he doesn't. So the blind's 8-16. End of this level. There's a 20-minute break and the table change. Thanks to Nick Newport for coming in. He's now playing the high roller. Good to listen to Nick for an hour. Fergus under the gun +1. 39,000. To call. Up and down straight draw. So he will be calling once. And he flops second pair. Top kicker. Fergus raised it up and Andy turns 2 pair. But it gives Fergus Broadway. He checks it again. He checks it again. A better 75 and a call. Two of clubs on the river. Fergus has he disguised it all the way through, and then he checked the river and it went check check. So Fergus moves up to 1.4 mil, Andy Black down to 415. I don't actually know if they're doing live updates, to be fair. I don't think they are. I put a link in with the chip card. I think that's the only one that there is. Don't think there's any updates. The link that I put in earlier was the link that I have for the European Deepstack. That's the IrishPokerSeries.com events. The last time we saw there were 60. Mark Buckley went out in 61st, which meant there were 60 players left. So there's 60 players left, 47 getting the money. Camillo has just come to the table. Ace 10, and he just jams the lot with the blinds at 8-16. 15 bigs. Just under, 14 bigs maybe. Jer, 305,000. Jack Queen. I'm not sure it's a call for 75% of your stack. Well, he does make the call. Surprising he makes a call with Jack Queen. But 60-40. Jer with a Jack Queen of hearts. Camillo's holding with Ace 10. He has a 62% equity. He's hit the Queen as well. So now we're going to need Camillo to hit an ace or a 10 to survive. We now need an ace or a 10 still. Boom! There it is. The ace from space. A full double up. And Jer is down to 100,000 with a big blind at 16. So Jay down to 6 bigs, 100,000. Tom just jams the 400k. We'll take the skill out of the game, we'll jam the 400k, that'll do. $96 runners in the 300, and the level 6 is the late reg, so plenty of time to get in if you fancy it. So Joe, you're going to have to get a move on with his 5 bigs. Remus on 20 bigs. And chip leader on our table, Fergus on 1.4 million. Remus pocket sixes calls the 32. Andy Black, who initially raised under the gun. Queen high flop, Queen 7-4. Andy with a Kojak. C-bets. Remus calls. Turn. Andy's not won the hand just yet. The turn's the 8 of clubs. A bet of 100 and a call. And the river's a jack for Andy Black. The river is the black forever. Yeah, the showdown value is there. Is it the jack on the river? Against Remus's pocket sixes. Ouch. So Remus is down to J. The 10, 12 and 14 bigs. So Jay is 95 and his 6 bigs are in the middle. But he gets it through. Andy Black would love the cards back, wouldn't he? He would love the cards back. Bust outs are live chip counts, not accurate usually, but they're absolutely 100% accurate because they're connected to the tournament clock. So just be aware, Limp Whacker, that whatever you post or whatever you see is actually in real time. The bust outs are the chip counts are updated at every break. But the bust outs are actually live because they're connected to the clock. So just be aware of that. Thank you very much indeed.
Open 22.
Deepstack is raised drilling, data signals.
See it open 28.
So Remus is all in. Ace Queen against Pocket Nines. 3-3-3. He's got an extra out. He's got an extra out of the 3. He needs an ace, the queen, the 3, the 10 to chop, and it's an 8. Yes. Ace Queen against 9s. Remus gone. He was all in for 120k. So we lose Remus, who's been on our feature table 2 or 3 times this weekend. We saw him at the last event. We were over in Dublin, a regular, over in these parts. Ace Queen for Sam. It's 32 to call. Randy Black. Camilio in the big blind defends his Jack 7. And that's not bad when you defend the Jack 7. He should be checking, which he does. Better 35 from Andy. Pretty standard C-bet. Six of spades, it's the turn. Camilio checks yet again. Andy might slow down now. Yeah, he does. This board is definitely in the big blind range.
Anything else in your Deepstack for half time, please? We start in 10 seconds.
And we check for a third time. And we're going to show the 7 waiting for the other 2 to get giddy. But they missed completely. Emilio gets up to £500,000. Very nice indeed, he says. So, around about 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. Is that 10 minutes? Maybe less. Lost all time of the clocks. Could be a couple of minutes actually. Could be a couple of minutes, which I think it is actually. Kings for Sam in seat number 5. Ah, the old Gagan. Is that right? Gauging. The old gauging. I'm into it. Jay, the old Jack 4. What's a Jack 4? Oh, I don't know. Gorgon. See, I know we're in the hands of the limb whacker. Can't believe it. Unbelievable. What's that all about? Gorgon. I said I was in the hands. Hey, dear. Over 100 runners in the 300 pounder. 101 late reg until the end of level number 6. Euros. Are we not in pounds? It's nearly 1 for 1, isn't it? We'll go for euros. Camilio pocket 10s was just doubled up. In fact, it nearly trebled up. Pocket 10s on a Queen 6A flop. Up and down draw for Fergus. Fergus with an absolute move. He checked the flop, he bet the turn when the 6 hit, and now he's jammed the river. Camilio has a huge decision. No, I wouldn't recall him with the 10s either, which he didn't. Camilio has got up to 419,000, not putting them in. We are heading towards the break. So this will be the last stand of the session. The last hand of the session. Jay's all in. He's going to get called by Jason on the big with pocket eights. This could be the end of Jay. This could be the end. Ace, 2, king. He needs a 5 or a 10. Or a 4. And it isn't. It's an ace. The 8s are good. And that is the end of the sesh. See you in 20.
Après, il y a three also.
Oh merde, je vais te faire partir. Ah, c'est ceux qui arrivent, tu les ramènes déjà.
Ouais. It's three.
Deepstack is going to start in 20 minutes. Take your seat, please. Deepstack is going to start in 1 minute. Take your seat, please.
So just about to start the next level. Welcome back. Level number 7 of the day. Level 27. $10,000, $20,000 with a 20,000 big. So level 27, 3 tables in the high roller at the moment. Late reg open till 11 PM. I think it's 10 past 11 actually. The late reg for the high roller, 107 in the 300, and the level 6 is the late reg for the 300 two-day, and 10 past 11 for the high roller. Level 27, 10,000, 20,000. So let's do it again. Good evening, everybody. Or is it still good afternoon? Yeah, Mr. David Lappin still in 425,000. Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the European Deepstack. Level 27 of the tournament. The blinds are 10,000, 20,000 with the big blind ante in operation. Roy Keating is indeed in seat number 7. says Deirdre 55. Ooh, Roy in seat 7. Ooh, Roy the boy. Ooh. We are just about to start. So Roy, yeah, that can't be right. He's not on the big blind and all in. The cards have only just come out. I don't know how we've ended up with an all in for Roy. Just Brendan in seat number 3, who just comes to the table. So we've raised to 40 with $1 million. Seat number 1. The Kings get it through from Brendan. That'll do nicely. He says, thank you very much. Start off level number 27. Kevin Fitzpatrick in 1. Jimmy Svarhagen in seat number 2. Brendan Norton in 3. Maxine Paget in 4. The man they call the David Lappy is in seat number 5. At the start of this level, there were 50 players left and 47 getting the money. Yeah, I'm guessing so, Deirdre. I'm guessing so. There's nothing wrong with rooting for somebody. Well, Roy the boy. So Jimmy in seat number 2 puts the lot in. That'll get rid of his customers. But the blinds are 10-20, so it's 17 bigs. Pair gets out of the way. Roy will get out of the way as well. And David M in seat number 8 will also get out of the way. Dave McAndrew in seat number 8. $51 players left. 47 get the money. So we're 4 off the money. Lines 10-20, then it goes to 10-25 and 15-30, and that's the end of the session for this one that we're watching right now, but that's in 2 hours time. Keep you updated with the 300 if you do feel like just driving down to the Bonington if you're close by. Late Reg does finish at the end of level number 6, and there's 110 in the 300 so far, so the price was 29,700. So we're on 51. Brendan, is that a walk? It is a walk. We would have been playing pocket threes. Aces. Indeed it, indeed it. Thank you very much. David Lappin in seat number 5 picks up the boots. There. We'll get out of the way. Roy 2 will get out of the way. Call from David McAndrew with the hooks. In fact, 3 bets. Oh, this could be curtains. This could be curtains for McAndrew. David Lappin is sat with the boots. Oh my days. And it's just a call. If this comes 9 high, this could be it. King 10, 4. Could save the hooks. Goes check, check. Pairs of 4 on the turn. David Lappin waiting for the 3-better to get giddy. A bet. Is that 125? 105. He's not folding, he's counting out his stack. It might have to go all in, it might have to be the lot of it. If he calls, it's about 0.7. It does just call. It's the Queen of Clubs on the river. The flush connects. It goes check, check. And David Lappin sees the hooks of David McAndrew and he says, that'll do. So David gets his stack up to 700,000. So we continue. 10-20, big blind is 20. Pair in seat number 6. Raised to 50. So Roy under the gun gets out of the way. David McAndrew raises to 50 with the ace jack. And we're defending the big blind. We have the old 5 deuce. It's only 30 to call, got 1.2 mil. Where's he raising it up? He is raising it up. Oh, and a snap fold. A snap fold with ace jack. Interesting line. Kevin not put them in the box, so we are unaware. Here we go, they're in the box. 2s. The old hooks. The old hooks. The old ducks. Whack, whack. No, whack, whack. That's exactly what they are. David Lappin calls on the button. No, he doesn't. I thought there was cards behind there, but it doesn't call. Over to Roy in 7 with the Cowboys, the Django's, as Lappin says. So a 3-bet from Roy with the Cowboys, and we're going to see a flop. That's Kevin Fitzpatrick in seat number 1 with just $1 million at the start of this level. Wants to see a flop. 9-5-5. And the lot's in 415 into 300. And that'll be enough. Does he put him on ace king? Ace queens? No. The 2s can't call.
This will be the last hand we play of this level. The last hand at 10,000, 20,000, 20,000,
Roy flicks, pair flicks them in. Roy also. The raise is good. So Jimmy 17 bigs, 18 bigs to Brendan, Maxine on 4, 5, 5 and 20s, 22 bigs. Blinds 10,000, 20,000, 111 are playing the 300. There's 4 tables in the high roller, the late reg until 10 past 11. Good evening one and all, you're watching the Dublin Poker Festival European Deepstack main event, 362 runners. 181,000 euros in the prize pool. £35,290 to the winner. Sometime tomorrow, one of them could be David Lappin, who's got the Cowboys, he's got the Django's. Folding, folding. Oh, ace queen suited. The two Davids are going to be colliding. They're in. They are all in. David McAndrew. Ouch. He's going to see the bad news. He has the over. And if anybody watches the live stream over in the UK, when we have kings, my theory is there's always an ace on the flop. That is not an ace, that's a king. We need running straight cards. We need a 10 or a jack. It's not, it's a 4, that's it, it's all over. David McAndrew busts David Lappin. He's over 1.2 mil. Lost one on the feature. We're down to 50. We are down to 50. 5 and a 0. So down to 50 we are. 47 getting the money.
Okay, give us one more entry. 10.525, give us one entry.
So Mr. Lappin just keeps piling in the chips and piling in the chips. It's 6 bets, Brendan. It's nothing. It's out of the way. Good evening, one and all. Welcome to the Deepstack here in Dublin, the Bonington Hotel. We are close to the money. With 50 players left, 47 get the money. Blinds 10,000, 20,000 with a big blind ante. The Cowboys are rife at the moment. Flop of ace, jack, 3. See, this time the Cowboys come. The ace comes with the cowboy.
Happy birthday.
Jim, you're a star. Are you in the 300?
I've just got knocked out.
Oh, looked out by quads. Marvellous. Sweet. Knocked out by quads. Jim's not having a successful week at the minute. I think he got knocked out by quads earlier in the week as well. He told me in one of the side events. Ouch. So Brendan with the Cowboys. David Lappin raises it up. Just a call from Brendan. He goes, checked all the way down, then Brendan bets 65,000, guessing that David doesn't have an ace. David has got 1.2 mil. Per has got 1.3 mil. Jimmy, down the bottom, 15 big blinds.
Next pair, please. One more.
Going on about travel in the chat box. It's weird, isn't it? Years and years ago, if you wanted to go the day after, it was absolutely next to nothing. and I mean next to nothing. Now they've realised that if you want to go somewhere at short notice, you're going to pay a fortune for it. It's really weird how everything turns around full circle. You could get on flights for a tenner in years gone by, and I mean literally a tenner. Weird. But nowadays, so if you want a really late flight, you pay fortunes for it. It is a bizarre one. But they realise that if you want to go somewhere late, then you're paying for it. And that's exactly what they think. I think one of the best stories I ever heard was a couple of my old school friends. A couple of my old school friends back in the 80s went to the travel agent and said, we want to go somewhere, we've got a suitcase back, where can we go? And I remember them getting told to sit down. I said, right, where are we going? And they ended up going to the Bahamas for £10. There was a flight leaving in 3 hours. Can you get there? Yes, we can. And off they went. Nowadays, you want to fly home tomorrow, it's like £300 just to get home from Dublin. Dublin to Manchester's 300 quid tomorrow. It's weird how that happens. So we're ever so close to the money. We are 3 spots off the money. As soon as the bubble hits, you will hear, please pause. Yep, Elron, you're absolutely spot on. And it used to be the other way around. They used to want to fill the planes, or they used to want to fill the trains. Not nowadays. If you need to make a last minute trip, then that is just like you're going to pay a fortune for it. So we're on 50 players. We are on 50 players. Yes, Dara is still in. I don't know what this chip stack though is. I don't know Dara's chip stack at all. Try and find out. we just heard stop dealing. What's happened there?
Yes, too. Thank you.
So I think we've just heard stop dealing, because in 49th place, sorry, in 50th place was Sylvester Johegan. If I've got that right, I do apologise if not. Sylvester Johegan, which means there's 49 players left. So they're stopping 2 off the money. So we're on the bubble. I think we're on 49. 47 get the money. That seems to be what it is. So we're actually 2 off the money, but there are so many tables around the room and probably a proper head count as well. sorry, Piano Cat. I need help. I do honest. I need help. We do need help with pronunciation. You can come and sit next to me now and give me a shout. Help me out. See, it should just be phonetic, because that's what it looks like. George Egan. That's what it looks like. Pianica, what happens if nobody else is reading the updates on the according to the chip count page? What happens if why spoil it? We're on a 30-minute delay. This bit's really hard to keep it from everybody that there's money to be won and there's a bubble. We're trying not to. we're trying to keep things live. Just because somebody reads the chip count page, we're in a time lapse. Oh, no panic, no panic. We're in a hand as well because David Lappin has got 2 pair on the river. He bet 65. He gets raised to 265. There's a flush out there. There's a possible straight. The Jack King's a possibility. It was checked on the flop when Brendan led the turn, so he could feasibly have Jack 9, Jack King, and he could make the best hand fold here. He does make the best hand fold. Good bet on the river. And good raising it up to 265. No, now we're on 49. There are 49 players left. I do think they stopped the clock with 2 players off the money. That's what I think they did. Well, I don't know if they actually stop the clock or just take 2 minutes off. There's different rules for the bubble, isn't there, around the world? Some organisers pause the clock and play and take 2 minutes off the clock per hand that they play on the bubble. Other companies continue the clock and the clock just carries on coming down. Different ways to do it. I don't know which I prefer, to be fair. You guys probably play a lot more poker than I do. Around the world, I play locally on a regular basis, but not too sure which is best. I think I like the pausing the clock and 2 minutes off the clock for every hand. I think. What do you guys prefer? Which way should it be done? Should the clock pause on the bubble and take 2 minutes off per hand? We once played a GUKPT in Brighton in 2008, or was it it might have been 2009, and they used to pause the clock for the bubble, and nobody knows why. But they used to pause the clock. Now, don't forget, this is over 10 years ago. They paused the clock for the bubble, and then what would happen? They just carried on because all the tables stop at the same time. We played the bubble for 3 hours and 10 minutes, which, to be fair, is a long time. And I don't think I've ever had a bubble that long since. But because they paused the clock, the 3 hours 10 minutes had to be played, or the rest of the day had to be played after the bubble. And the day didn't finish until 4:15 in the morning. It was bizarre. Because at the time then, they did. I'm talking to myself.
What's going on there? You drinking champagne under the table or what? Celebrate?
The older you get, the longer you have to celebrate. Yeah, it's bizarre because they didn't take 2 minutes off the clock per hand. They just paused the clock, and it lasted 3 hours 10 minutes. And then that 3 hours 10 minutes had to be played out. So we finished at 4:15 in the morning. Elron says 2 minutes per hand. I like that idea. I do like the 2 minutes per hand. Yeah, Elron, absolutely. It was never done again, to be fair. It was never done again. We are on the pure bubble. Trong Huang has just been eliminated in 49th, which means we have 6 tables of 8 and 48 players. So one more hand. Yeah, that was never repeated, pausing the clock and doing nothing about it. That was never ever repeated. They realised obviously what they'd done, and normally at the time you weren't expecting a bubble to last 3 hours, which unfortunately it did. So I like the 2 minutes, I must admit. Some players watch the clock when the bubble's on, and why is the clock rolling down? And but also, does the bubble now change because it's a big blind ante? So every single hand you're not putting in chips, you're only doing it 1 every 8 for the big blind and the ante. Does it make a difference on the bubble, the big blind ante? So Elron says it tends to mean smaller stacks can fold more when not in the blinds. So the big blind ante obviously helps the short stacker and tend to be forced to play more in the blinds. Yeah, maybe so. So I'm guessing the big blind ante helps the short stack when we're on the bubble, which is what we're on now. We are on the bubble, the pure bubble. 48 players left. So the bubble, everybody's mooching around. This is what happens to a lot of poker players, they just wander around. So it's Jax Moran who comes to the table from Switzerland.
That is disgusting. That is offending.
9 deuce 9 on our table.
That's such a bad thing. You deserve a fucking stick of that as well. I should go get some.
Flop of 929. Bet 30 from David Lappin. Gets called from pair with a deuce. The ace of diamonds on the turn. David Lappin puts the pressure on and bets 75. Flush draw hits. The ace connects. Pre-flop, David would probably have raised with an ace. So we're on the bubble, ladies and gentlemen. Here at the European Deepstack, we are on the bubble. 48 players. 47 get the money. Oh, the river is a 9 double up. Surely that was being done just as we finished. So we had an all-in and a call. We heard in the background. Please deal one more hand, which means we're still on the bubble. Queens for Roy. Yeah, like that. What I'm saying is if I'm short and currently under the gun +2 in the old system, I'll have played at least a few hands and since my last blind and therefore put some antes in. But in the big blind ante system, you don't put any more into my big blind. So my stack is exactly the same when I play the button. Yeah. That's exactly correct. So it does help the shorties a little bit. But yeah, obviously it's double bubble when you come to the big blind. But that could be 8 or 9 hands. David laughing. His head is in his lap. Hope he's feeling alright, by the way. He had a bad migraine yesterday. Wasn't feeling too good. They could actually be waiting for our table. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's in the best of health, does he? I hope he's alright and can concentrate on the game. The 300, excuse me, the 300 finished with 111. The high roller is going on. Can't see the high roller clock, so I can't give you the updated numbers, but we will do when we get the information. Late reg for the high roller is until 11 o'clock. If you want to play it, get yourself in. 1,000 buying. Queens eventually get the win. Yes, it is chicken and egg, but as you don't put any antes in every hand, the short stack will think he's benefiting. That's what I would perceive. Next stand, please. Shouts the floor. We have an all-in on the feature table, on the bubble. No action at the moment. It's only small blind and the big blind to get through. Jack knows exactly what he's doing with ace 3. I reckon Robin Nielsen is rooting for pair who is sat in seat number 7. Sorry, seat number 6. Per Johansson from Sweden. So waiting for the next hand because all the tables have to start at the same time. Derman Harris, if you don't want to spoil it, don't click the link. I'm guessing that's the eliminations. On the outer tables, no, unfortunately not. But Derman Harris has put a link, and he has put, it says contains spoilers, so please don't spoil anything. Little McGowan. A lot of people do not read anything when they're watching a live stream or want to know the outcome of the bubble, if it's actually been completed just yet. So, something has happened on the outer table, and our intrepid reporter stands there. Nines against aces. We have the Jack 8, Jack flop. The 2 of diamonds on the turn. And the diamond on the river means Ralph Sorensen is the bubble. Ralph Sorensen doesn't get a dime. His aces are busted by pocket nines who hit the flush. We are now on 47. Everybody is in the money of £1,030 euros. Everything's in euros, honest. It is, honest. Oh, unlucky Ralph. What a way to bubble. Aces. How many times in years gone by have you been on the bubble in a multi-table competition of aces busted? How many times? It happens. It's like the only hand you are going to play if you want to get a cash is aces. It's aces against nines with a 9 of diamonds, and it comes 4 diamonds. It is nice to win cash. It's nice to cash. It'll pay a hotel bill. It'll pay a bar bill. It might pay you to play the side events. A cash is a cash, and a cash is nice. If you're backed, it is good. But so many times, aces bust on the bull. So we're all in the money. Congratulations, one and all. Everybody is now in the money. We're on 47.
tonight's final events. We will restart in about 4 minutes. Please stand and take your seats.
So we're on 47. How many short stacks will get to work right now in a hope of building up a decent stack to go deep here in the tourney? The blinds are 10.25. Jimmy's all in seat number 2. Don't think pair will be calling with a king 10. But you never know. You never know.
Players to the 300 side, we can have come on in 1 hour break.
Still in the tank is Pet. He gets out of the way. So everybody's in the money. We thought it would be this session, and it is. 47 players are left. So flop Jack 4, Kevin's cut-off raise, working to perfection. So raised to 55,000 from Jack in seat number 8. Jack's in seat 8 to make seat 55. Lapping on the big blind. Not sure if he's going to be calling. Yeah, he makes it up. Queen 6-3 is checked. 2 of diamonds on the turn. And one bet will win. That's David Lappin. So we're in the money. Well done, one and all. We have now cashed in the Wonga. €1,030 as a min cash. So Lappin in the small blind this time, facing an all-in from Maxine in seat number 4. Kevin in seat number 1 raises to 55,000. David Lappin gets out of the way this time. that will do nicely. So 10.25. We finish at 12. We play, I think it's 15 levels regardless. We play till the end of level number 35. So yeah, we play 15 levels regardless. I'm guessing if they're on 10 or 9 in the final table. If they're on 9 and the final table's 8, then maybe they will carry on. But it is down to, or is due to finish at the end of level number 35, which is 40,000, 80,000. And we're currently on 10.25. We are in the money. Eliminations will probably become thick and fast. Short stacks trying to double and all that malarkey. Brendan on the gun raises it up. Very good, how are you? The calm before the storm, before the Unibet Open starts. That's what it's all about.
That's on Wednesday, no?
Yep. So Pen and the hijack gets out of the way. Cut off Roy decides to fold as well. Kevin on the button. Be quite active, Kevin. Over 1 million chips. Average is just over 1 million by the looks of that. The average is just over 1 million, I do believe. Well, I can hear Andy Black in the background, so I'm guessing he's cashed. Not that it makes a difference at a Mincash to Andy Black, but you can hear him chirping away, which means he probably does have chips as well. This time we got 10s for Kevin in the cut-off. So we've ended up being an all-in, and the ace-king hits on the flop. Ace, jack, jack. The jack on the turn. Another jack would be interesting. Oh, it's on! Wow, wow. The 10s doesn't matter for Kevin. Jimmy gets a double up with ace-king. The dealer puts a 10 on the river as well. So jacks over aces beats jacks over 10s, even though the 10 hit the river. Peter, good luck to Brendan. So 22 minutes, 52. So I don't know what happened regarding the bubble and the clock, but I reckon we are 22 minutes later than we were yesterday. Because this time yesterday we were on the dinner break. And by the looks of this, there's another hour of play to play. Well, see what happens, shall we? We will see what happens. Maybe the bubble.
Attention players, you've got to take it away, take it number 18, getting the 1-2, putting it on well. Get there, 2 below, take it number 18, C12.
So I've just been over to ask, and Glenn knows why. The break on the schedule says we should be on the break live at 6:40 p.m. and there's 22 minutes left on the clock at 6:40. So I just asked Glenn why. Glenn, the tournament director, says that the clock runs for 2 minutes per hand on the bubble and then stops, and any excess has to be played after. So if they take 2 minutes per hand off the clock and the hand takes 6 minutes, then you will play 4 minutes more, which is why I couldn't work out the times of the day, because 6:40 live is normally the dinner break, and now the break live is 7 p.m, which takes us to 7:30 just after. So there we go. I was trying to work it out, I couldn't work it out, and I had to ask the question. So the 2 minute rule for per hand for the bubble doesn't really work, because now the short stack's got a little bit of an advantage because he's playing another 20, and the big, I don't know. Anyway, all I know now is that we're running a slightly late, so the live stream dinner break will be just after 7:30 p.m, but at least now I know. No, I'm actually not hungry. I just wanted to know why they were still playing when the scheduled break was due to be happening, and he's explained to me exactly why, and it's because the 2 minute rule isn't long enough. And Glenn is an advocate of letting the clock just run its time. So there you go. Ace 4 for Brendan's option, Queen 2-5. Pair shoots to the lead with the King Queen. pair does go with for 80,000 with 1,000,000 chips. Pair turn Rivers 2 pair. A bet of 180,000. Completely airballing on the turn. Well, to be fair, he's got the gut shot. But I think once he gets cold on the flop, we could have put the handbrakes on. But he decided to smash it in. And a call. So Brendan bets 220,000 on Rivers, down to 165,000. Pair, a dangerous man, is on 1.5. So a couple of the eliminations. Luke Walsh was first out in the money. Rory McLaughlin was in 46th. Gary Stokes was in 45th. Brendan O'Halloran was 44th. And Tom Dunn was 43rd. So we are now heading towards the final level of the session. Albeit late. Does it matter? We're here anyway. Nah, let's crack on. I think Andy Black's just won a hand. So we're in the money here at the European Deepstack. Congratulations, one and all. Alex Kulev very impressed with Alex yesterday. Was it yesterday or was it the day before? Yesterday. Very good player. And I actually said he'd do very well. Very good player, Alex Kulev from Bulgaria. Good to watch him at the table. Very active. Probably a young internet player. But turning his hand to live poker, very, very good. Well worth a watch. So the blinds, 15,000, 30,000. Last level of the session, which means we finish round about 7:35 for the 60-minute dinner break. So a queen nine flop for Brendan. He checks it. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Checks again. Waiting for the razor to come in. Alex Kulev. Bet of 50,000 for Alex and gets called. Drawing thin. So the queen will take the hand. Alex loses. Just about minimum, I reckon. Tried to nick it on the turn. Doesn't get there. So the end of this level is the 60-minute dinner break. €111 in the 300. First prize will be €7,730, 5,300 for second, and third place will take home 3,430. Brendan, ace queen. After initial under the gun raise from David Lappin. Moves all in for 465. Everybody's in the money. And 1,030 for the next 3 spots. So W buying 1,030. Alex looks down at ace jack. There will be a race coming in. Min race to 60k. King jack of diamonds might look up. Kevin might want to see a flop with king jack. Brendan with king 10. Could squeeze the button. $20 bigs. Could easily squeeze this button. Nope, decides against it. So a flop of 5, queen, deuce, 2 diamonds. Kevin flops the second nut flush. Alex c-bets. Makes it 80,000. Should be a cull. Minimum. Makes it 225. Now a snap fold. No, maybe not. Have a think about it. Yeah, then fold. Kevin was contemplating it. Gone. Kevin gets out of the way. Jimmy. 20 bigs. Can't do anything with Jack 10. Hold it round to the button. Maxine is all in for his 250,000 and his 8 bigs. Is it a call with King 7? All in and a call. Pair calls with the King 7. Does the 8-7 get there? 29%. It needs to hit. Making it a 6. Some more outs. A 6 or an 8 to survive. Jack of Hearts. We need a 6 or an 8. And it's an ace. Maxime Paget. Unlucky Maxime. Finished. Maxime Paget. Wowzers. Maxime has just finished in 35th. Holy shamoly. Holy shamoly, man. In 42nd was Oliver Fagerberg. In 41st was Frederick Davids. In 40th was Eric Mulder. Richie Lawler was 39th. Jimmy Johansson was in 38. In 37, Robert Trygevson. In 36th was Camilo Smith. And in 35th was Maxime Paget. Wow. We're now on to 34. That went sharpish round the outer tables. So a good effort and a good cash. Well done indeed. So we're down to 34, which means 1,160 for the next 3 spots. 1,160 for the next 3 spots. So we're down to 34. Coming up towards the end of level number 9. So 6 levels of poker to be played. We've got about 25 minutes to go. The break is at 7:35. So the last 22 minutes of this level. We're running over time. We're running over time because of the extended bubble. 2 minutes a hand was taken off the clock per hand. Unfortunately, 2 minutes wasn't long enough per hand. You know, some hands took 5 and 6 minutes. So raise it up to 65,000. Brendan in seat number 3 under the gun +1. The high roller. Need to know how many runners there are in the high roller because it's a fantastic event. That's still running. Late reg is until 11:10 p.m. So plenty of time to get in. $33 entries, I've been told, into the high roller at the moment. $33 runners into the main. Mark Buckley has been eliminated, Joey Vitale has been eliminated, and Sean Morales twice. So the news tells me. Sevens for David Lappin raises to 60k under the gun. Roy gets out of the way. Alex with connectors. Raises it up. Makes it 180,000. So the sevens for David has to get out of the way. David Lappin on 1.1 million. Fantastic run again. Another deep run in a Unibet event, the Dublin Poker Festival European Deepstack this time. Down to the final 5 tables. Dara O'Kane is still in. Cuts off Kevin raises to 65. Big blind is Stephen. Any race from your local Grosvenor still in? No, not at all. Not at all. There weren't that many coming over, to be fair. Not that I don't think there's any Brits left in. I'm very surprised. There weren't that many to I know quite a... I know it sounds weird, but there's more in Vegas than there were in Dublin, I do believe. For the Deepstack that's on in the Venetian. Weird, I know, but there aren't that many, if any, Brits left in the mix. I'm not even sure if any of the Brits cashed. Oh, yeah. I don't think the money was 47, and I'm pretty sure there's no Brits cashed. As in rubbish, the lot of them. Ten minutes, just over 12 minutes to go until the end of this session. And then a 60-minute dinner break. 52 left in the €300 event. 111 started, 52 left. 15 get the money. That'll be sometime tomorrow because it's a 2-day event. So 52 players still in. Late Reg has finished in the 300. Late Reg in the high roller finishes at 11.10. That'll be when Late Reg finishes for the high roller. 33 players in at the moment. C2, Jimmy as the big slick. Jimmy Svardagen moves all in for 18 bigs. In the hijack, it's a pretty standard shove to be fair, but he actually has the goods. We are in the money. There are 34 players left. 9 minutes and counting till the end of this session. Overrun slightly because of the bubble. "22 minutes he went over actually. So the 2 minutes a hand obviously is not long enough. Maybe it should be 3 minutes a hand. Or maybe not, pause the clock. Brendan in seat number 3. Brendan Norton raises it up to 65,000. Flop of 6, deuce 3. As David lapping on the button calls with ace 10. And Brendan bets slapping none of it out the way. Has it gone a little stale? Is there a certain part of a tournament when it slows down quite a lot? This may be it. Raise to 80,000 in the small blind. Big blind calls with King 9 of diamonds. Oh, 969. How does this not all go in? How does this not all go in? Just heard Andy Black was 34th and Zach Sloper was 33rd. So a bet of 85 and a call. 2 of diamonds gives the King 9 of diamonds. Oh, such a lock. Roy thinking, how do I get paid? Can't say exactly what he's thinking. pretty standard raise on the smaller, just a standard call. It comes the absolute world for us and for Alex at the moment. We bet 215,000. It basically puts Roy all in on the river, because he's about half SPR. Oh, there was a bet in the call. What's the river? Is it that 3 for Roy? It's not, it's a queen. Roy checks. Does he smell a rat? Or is he trying to extract a lot of value and think he's going to get the lot if Alex moves all in into the call? Oh, he shows the 9-3 and he shows the 9-king. Roy snaps over the 9-3. He has been eliminated by one of the best players I've seen this week. Alex Kulev moves up to 1.9 million. Roy Keating finishing in 31st place. He gets a slight pay jump to €1,320 because in 32nd was Michael Dwyer, one of our feature tablists earlier, and Alex Kulev, one of the best players I've seen this week, actually sat in that seat on day ones, has just taken out Roy Keating. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Very unlucky for Roy. Last 2 hands maximum of this session, and then a 60-minute dinner break. This looks like the last hand. I think Pet has just about decided that this will do. Oh, all players are standing up. We might, if we get a snap fold, we should get one more hand in. Oh, maybe not. There's a 1 hour dinner break. So Kevin on the big blind is going to see a flop anyway. So the last hand, Stephen in seat 4, Kevin in seat number 1. Queen 3, Queen 3, Queen 3. 30 players left. Kevin checks. Stephen is going to bet, and that should be the end of the hand, and then the dinner break. But we know Kevin doesn't mind. That's it. So we're in the money. We're on 30. We'll see you in 60 minutes.
980.
Make sense? So the chip count is always the same.
If you would just double check the chip code.
Oh yeah, I've got it. Can we go? Yep. Okay, so 680.
So you was here all the time? All the break?
6 seconds. Well, seat 7's open, that chat's in seat 6, James.
I had dinner break and then I was watching papers. I'm watching papers now.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, like so she told me, I'll have dinner break and come back.
We changed 2 decks, so I'm just going to register them again. So all I have to do is just... The system tells us what cards to put in. And just register the deck. Sometimes it don't work. Why have you done it? The next time you don't want to do it back.
Come on, that's pretty lucky.
You go like that.
Yeah,
that's fun. You flip it up, it mutes it.
I didn't know that we did it.
Mutes it. Yeah. You know that. Completely balanced. And then all of a sudden you go. You enjoy when you go. Oh, cool. The last thing is taking in the story. Okay, so that's what I'll take off on this. It's good to go, but what I'm doing is, so these ones here, when we put them on, they don't register. So I just got a device on his phone that checks to see if the chip is working in there. So the phone gets them, they won't register, and that's why I see what's the top camera, what's the other, so it's not registered. So all these cards, you can't make a deck out of those cards. There's like 4 or 5 different decks. You may have a tennis space for 2 decks, you can't use them. You don't like the backups. So the same deck where you say the tools are 4, you know, 4 of spades or 4 of hearts. Because the big is an ace, and you give it more, that's a drink.
Is it 2040 now or 1535?
1535. We were in 1535.
I didn't know there was a 1535. That's nice.
It's like the 714.
Yeah,
Just because.
Very good.
It's just because it's Deepstack.
Yeah.
To go?
Yeah, it will now.
Hello. You hear me as well? Beautiful.
So welcome back from the break. We have kept the same table because we will have a full redraw when we get to 27 players. So full redraw when we get to 27. We're on 30. Roy was last eliminated just before the break. So we'll have Kevin Fitzpatrick in seat 1, Jimmy Svardagen in seat 2, Brendan Norton in 3, Stephen Keogh in 4, David Lappin will be in 5, Per Johansson in 6, and Alex Kulev. I think the one that's impressed me the most is Alex from Bulgaria. He is in seat number 8. So full redraw when we get to 27. So just about to crack on. We are on 30 players. Welcome back everybody on to Twitch and on YouTube. Good evening one and all. So, a level of 1535. Yep, you heard it right, 1535. So aces for Alex, he hasn't folded. I know that bit. So no action for the aces. Next time we get the ace king. This time we might get action. Jimmy in seat number 2. The lot's in. This is going to be a call. All in on a call. Jimmy. Queen, 10, Queen. So more outs for the ace king. Any high card, any jack, any ace, any king. You want something like the 4 of hearts to come on the river. Well, the 5 of spades. That'll do for the 7s. So Alex drops down to 1.4. Pair is chip leader, 1.9. Just let you know that David Lappin and Dara O'Kearney are still in. They've not gone home. They've not deserted me. They are still in though. So raised to 75,000, Jimmy in C number 2. Brendan snap calls the king 10. Flop of 8, 4, deuce, 2 diamonds. Nice flop for Mr. Lappin, who comes along with the big blind. Jimmy's got the redraws. Checks all the way around. Boom, there's the King of Diamonds. But Jimmy still has outs. Does he want to bet with the Ace of Diamonds? It was the original razor.
I'm trying to mean to have
So 130,000 bet from Jimmy. Brendan turns top pair. So calls. Now then, David. It's 535,000 in the middle. They could try and take it down right here, right now. There we go. Now the pressure is back on Jimmy. You don't want to call for a one card to hit the flush. I have nothing at the moment. I don't think he can. He can't. Top pair. No redraw. Will also get out of the way. And that will make David Lappin's stack around 1.4 mil. $835,000 as it says precisely on the chip count. Can't see a call coming in, to be fair. One pair, no redraw. Tournament life. And David Lappin takes it down, gets up. To 1.4 mil. Nice hand for David Lappin. Moves up to 1.4 mil.
Definitely a handful of these.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I will join you for about 40
minutes before I go play the high roller. That's okay.
That is the dulcet tones of Mr. Dara O'Kearney, who was going to tell us what's just happened. Because I thought we were still on 30 players. What happened, young man? Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you very much.
It ain't easy.
Yeah, I was really short from well before the bubble, just hanging on grimly, basically. Got through the bubble very short. Actually dropped down to less than one big blind. 25k at big blind 30. Spun it back up to about 350. But that was only 10 big blinds at this level, and got in sevens against jacks. And that was all she wrote. I bust in 27th, I believe.
Another cash though.
Yeah.
This week.
Sorry?
2 this week. Three.
Yeah. I also I got second in the warm up.
Yeah.
Third last night in the turbo.
Oh, sweet.
So
well
happy
done.
enough. So very interested to see how David goes here. He was in.
It's just a nice hand with the Queen Jack of Diamonds. Turned the flush. Basically, I said, is he going to try and take it down there? And then he moved all in. Ace of Diamonds was playable, but they didn't call.
Oh, very good.
So that moved him up to 1.4.
Nice. Yeah, I still have some interest in, obviously, David. I swap with Jason Tompkins as well, is also going well.
Oh, lovely.
So those two guys are still very much in the mix. 2 former champions still in. It was 3 until I bust, but Jason Tompkins won this the second running, and Cathal Shine won it a few years ago.
Awesome.
So I'm going to join you for a while before I jump into the high roller. They're on their dinner break now. So
they're on their dinner break. Late reg for that is around 11:10.
Okay.
There was 33 the last I saw. Has it improved? Has it?
I'm not sure.
A bit bigger.
Let me just check.
I think it was 33 the last I saw. So well done to Dara.
Yeah, the high roller's up to 41 now.
Oh, right, that's
about
good.
to be 42 when I go in.
Yeah.
So,
every credit, sir.
Thank you. So how's it been going in the commentary box?
It's been all right, actually. It's been a good day. Got Mr. Newport was in.
Yeah, I believe our good friend Nick Newport was in.
Nick was in.
He's always good on the commentary.
Yes, excellent. Such a nice guy.
Really nice guy, yeah. He's from the same county as me.
Spoke to Adam Neal,
who
was in the 300 as well.
Yeah.
He's in the 300, and I think Nick was playing the high roller.
Yeah, Nick would be in the high roller for sure.
We are running slightly over today because you took so long to burst the money bubble. I was expecting you to do it straight away, man.
It went on really long, yeah. I mean, I was sweating it because I was very short. So there was a few all-ins, but the short stacks kept doubling.
That's what happens.
And it went in very dirty fashion in the end, as I'm sure you heard.
Yes, I saw the aces. Yeah, we actually videoed the outer table as we got the bubble. Aces into 9s.
Yeah, particularly brutal way to go.
I was speaking to Annette at the break. She was in the bar just having a dinner, still in and flying the flag. Annette O'Donnell.
So quite a few
fairly
well-known pairs in this.
Been impressed with Alex in C8.
Alex is a top online player.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah.
His demeanour at the table, you can tell he plays online.
Yeah.
And he has impressed.
So it looks like Stephen's opened from the cut-off, and King Queen has defended. Flop has come. It's the ultimate break flop. 3-3 do. So whoever was ahead pre-flop is still probably ahead. Stephen has bet 60k, which is a very small bet. No need to go bigger on this board.
Ace of hearts on the turn.
Turns the ace, which is obviously good for him. He's now hoping his opponent has a pair.
A check and a check.
Is Stephen the guy that was sitting beside me on the feature table at
Yes.
the start? Yeah, I recognised him. Yeah, he played superbly. I'd never seen him before, but you do see these young players just come from nowhere. Turns out he's from the same town as me, which neither of us knew. But yeah, I was really impressed by him. Obviously, I dogged his aces early on with my ace king, and he took it really well. He just got on with it. I see a couple of my favourite ladies in the Twitch chat: Donna, Julie, and Deirdre.
They've kept us entertained while you guys were hanging on in the main. So Stephen Keogh is one of the chip leaders.
Yeah, that's a really good recovery from the horrible beat he took early on. Obviously, he was telling me he learned poker in university.
No, that's right.
He's not actually playing that long because he's just graduated.
While drinking an alcopop.
So I recognise Kevin in seat 1 as well. He's been around. He's been playing for as long as I've been playing in Ireland. Seat 3 is obviously Brendan, also a top online player known as Debunk Online. So this is a pretty tough table. I don't think there's any soft tables left now at this stage. It does seem like the field has filtered down to a lot of the better players.
Brendan says, does anybody want shots around the table?
Yeah, he's a real joker at the table.
We're playing for 30-odd thousand euros.
In addition to being a very good online player, he also promotes live games around the Midlands.
Excellent.
And those are big arms he has.
They are huge. I thought he was going to say he was promoting body iron.
Yeah. At the start of the day
iron.
On my table, on the feature table, when he was big blind, Mark Buckley was small blind. Those were two blinds you don't want to mess with.
No. I did notice Mark Buckley bust the high roller.
Yeah.
Was first out.
That doesn't surprise me. Mark is a very swashbuckling player, very good player, but doesn't hang around.
So, controlled fold with ace 10 from Stephen.
Indeed. Shout out to Lyle Bateman in the chat as well. He's actually coming to Dublin next week for the Unibet Open. So
sweet.
It's going to be great to finally meet Lyle. Or actually finally see him in Dublin rather. We have met before. So Kevin folded 7-6 in the small blind, 7-6 suited in the small blind. A lot of players would choose to play that, but Kevin is definitely on the tighter side.
Are we raising it up, Jimmy?
Yeah,
we are. The lot's gone in.
Yeah, this is fairly
600k with the big blind at 35.
Yeah, this is standard. This is less than 20 big blinds effective, so any ace is going to be a shove there. Probably one of the reasons actually why Kevin folded his small blind. That was always likely to come. So yeah, we see Stephen at the top there, 1.9 million. That's a tremendous recovery from where he was earlier today.
Yep.
As I said, I was super impressed by him at the table. Really, really calm and collected. Playing like somebody who'd been playing for decades, not just a few years.
He got the chips. He got the chips back, didn't he? When you had tens.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. That was. I didn't love that spot, but 25 bigs. I didn't think I could really do much else except three. But he was opening quite a lot, so I think he's going to fold a lot. And if I three bet a normal amount, I'm going to have to call anyway. So I might as well. I think it was a reasonably standard get in. I know David is still struggling with the migraine, so
yeah, he didn't. It was Ed was on the table earlier on.
Yeah,
not like he was struggling again.
I think he's feeling better now because my lovely wife came in and brought him Solpadeine, so which apparently is his painkiller of choice.
Fingers crossed he can still concentrate.
So do you know how many levels we're playing tonight, Tower? Is it 15?
15,
yeah, that makes sense.
Finished around about the same time, plus the 22 minutes extra for the bubble.
Yeah. So we should be fairly near to a final table then.
Yeah. So live play will finish around 12.
Yeah,
makes
sense.
Then obviously the live stream 30 minutes after that.
When they get down to 24, there's going to be a 3-table redraw.
Yes.
So that can't be too far off that now. So the aggression frequencies there, David's been very aggressive. He's top of the aggression frequencies with 35%, as you'd expect. This David's game is a lot tighter than people think earlier in the tournament, but late on he'll certainly be playing a very, very aggressive style, like most good players.
Interested to see David Masters still chip leader.
Yeah, he was on my table for all of the day. He was involved in a couple of huge pots. He got a huge amount of chips. He got all in with King Queen on the turn against aces and Bink to King on the river against Zach Sloper. That was a huge pot.
Giacomo Pitaluga was 30th. And at the same time, Patrick Sterner finishing in 29th. So we're on 28. Why do they do a redraw? What's the reason behind that? And that's actually a question in the chat box as well.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the idea is to sort of minimise the bad luck if you get a particularly bad table. So you just randomise you randomise it again. Like if you were, let's imagine you were on table 1, which is the last table to break, and it was a really, really tough table. That'd be very, very unlucky. So at least you know when it gets down to 3 tables, there's going to be a total redraw.
Oh, right, okay.
It just kind of averages out the luck a bit more. So Alex has opened Queen Jack from early position, which is obviously quite aggressive. Brendan has moved all in with 10s on the button. David folds Ace-5 quickly. Queen Jack is going to be a fold here because he's going to be dominated a lot, even though it's only 20 big blinds.
Yeah.
I can't imagine Alex is going to call off here. I mean, we can see that he's flipping, but a lot of the time he'll be dominated with this particular hand. I mean, he does know that Brendan is a top online player, so that Brendan is capable of being light there as well. But I mean, even if Brendan rolls over Ace-4 suited, he's behind that, so he does fold the Queen Jack. So you can see Stephen there, top of the chart still. David in great shape in 1.3 million as well.
Oh, pairs on the move. We must be balancing the tables.
Yeah. So David is back and forth. I know he's tweeting a good bit, so that's why you see him moving off.
Oh no, we're not balancing the tables. We're just making the chips bigger.
Okay, yeah.
Is it 100k chips?
There are 100k chips. They've been in play for a while. Yeah, yeah. They do this kind of on the move.
Which are green? Is that right?
I'm the colourblind man, so you're asking the wrong guy. Okay. They literally look identical to the 25k.
I was just about to say, I can't tell the difference between 100k and 25k on this street.
Wow. Yeah, so I'm not alone. Actually, the hand I played against Stephen, where I had the 10s against Ace King, or sorry, the 10s against Kings, I didn't realise that he had a 100k chip. So I thought it was a lot less. Now I would still have got it in, but yeah, he had his 100k chip on the bottom of his 25s, so I thought they were just all 25s. Yeah, I feel that those colours are too close together.
Yes, they are.
Because, I mean, even though I'm colourblind, I can tell the difference between certain colours, but they just looked identical to me.
So you actually got the pay jump.
I did, yeah. Well, that was quite important.
Finishing 27th, you got 1.5.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I did actually drop down to less than one big blind was I was in a spot that was actually when there was 32 left, and that was also a pay jump. So I knew that doubling at that point wasn't going to do me a lot of good. So I had a couple of close spots I could have taken, but because of the pay jump, I folded them.
Yeah.
And similarly, when it got down to 28, I was waiting for a decent spot, and then we got down to 27, and then I knew I had to go for it with my sevens.
Was 28th.
Yeah, I know Cosmin well. Cosmin's a very good Romanian online player who has moved to Ireland. He also went deep in the IPO, I think, last year.
I actually do remember the name as well.
Yeah.
So you were 27th, so there were 26 players. Redraw at 24, yeah?
Redraw at 24.
Redraw at 24.
In the chat, surely there's a way to make chip colourblind friendly. Yeah, I agree there is. I mean, you just need to have very different colours, like dark colours and light colours.
I remember the first time we were reporting before videos came out on the GUKPT, and they were yellow, black, red.
Yeah.
And how hard is that?
Yeah, that's perfect.
You could actually chip count from 50 yards away.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. But no, we've got to have different colour sides, and we've got to have colours that match and colours that look like each other. But honestly, we're looking at the raw. Obviously, we're looking at the raw feed, which is a lot less than watching the HD coverage on the Twitch.
Yeah.
But I struggle to differentiate the greens from the yellows.
Yeah.
I must admit.
Absolutely.
There you go, Elron. The live reporters would love clearer colours. You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong. There's nothing wrong with yellow, red, black.
Yeah, I know Lyle was a live reporter for Poker News in Canada, so that's a subject close to his heart. So we have an under-the-gun raise here with pocket fives from Kevin. He's relatively shallow, so this isn't by any means it's a standard open, but they are short-handed now, I guess. So under the gun is really not as early as it would usually be. He has a very tight image as well, so he should get a lot of respect. But I think Alex will give him action here. Alex might move all in here. Actually, no, sorry. Kevin has more than 20 bigs, so he might just decide to call here. I think if Kevin had 15 bigs, he would just move all in, Alex. But with Kevin having over 30 bigs, actually, or almost 30 bigs, 28 bigs.
Yeah, Kevin said I've got $1 million at the start of this hand.
Yeah, so he does just call.
The stacks are very, very similar.
Yeah.
So raise is 75 and a call, so we're off to the flop.
So the flop is King 10-3. The problem with a hand like fives and the problem with opening a hand like fives is there's not really very many flops you like, so Kevin's not going to be sure what to do. He has decided to c-bet this. Now, Alex has a gut shot as well as his ace and jack, so he might decide to call one here. And he does, which Kevin won't like now.
Well, that could be shut down as well.
That's a brick. Now, Kevin might just check behind here now and try to take it to showdown. Kevin thinking about it. It is a draw-heavy board, so he could be worried about clubs, about queen, jack. But on the other hand, if he's behind, he's miles behind. So, yeah, the check is fairly standard here. And he's now praying that he gets checked on the river as well. Alex might decide to turn his hand into a bluff. But then with the ace, he has a fair amount of showdown as well. Maybe not as much against Kevin, because Kevin is tighter, so Kevin's unlikely to turn up with a hand like queen jack here. But yeah, this is a tricky enough spot for Alex, because he can definitely bet and get Kevin to fold hands fives through nines. But on the other hand, he might think he has enough showdown to check. So he's considering all of that now at the moment. If he does check, Kevin will very quickly check behind and win. But Alex is considering the bluff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going for the bluff now, and this is a tough spot for Kevin, because he's only beating a bluff, even though he has a pair. But a lot of draws missed. Queen Jack missed, clubs missed, and also these types of hands, Ace Jack, that had a gut shot that would hang on as well. So
a bet of 140,
which actually looks like a value bet. It's a nice sizing because it looks like he's trying to get called. Kevin is in agonies here now. It's very difficult to play these sort of small pairs in these situations against blinds who will defend a lot, because most of the time you're going to be looking at boards with 2 or 3 overcards. And good aggressive players like Alex will be capable of turning hands like Ace Jack into a bluff, and also value betting a hand like Ace 10 as well. So it's a tricky spot now for Kevin. I think if Alex had gone bigger here, Kevin would fold, but the size is very small. The size is 140, the pot's 490, so Kevin only needs to be good less than 25% of the time when he calls, so he has made the call. Yeah, it's a big call. I understand why Alex went for that sizing, because he thought that it looked like a value bet, but Kevin is old school. I think Kevin would fold to a 300k bet there, but he's not going to fold to a small bet.
That was a nice call. Nice call, Kevin. So we are on 26, 24 there's a redraw. That'll be 3 tables at 8. Should get down to 2 tables tonight.
Yeah, you
will. Finish with about 15 players probably.
Yeah, we'll certainly get down to 2, I think. We might get close to final table, but probably not. It's still pretty deep, actually, so they have all the blind levels here. It's a really good structure.
So Jimmy under the gun will be flinging them straight back at the dealer.
Stephen's picked up kings here. There's a nice spot for the chip leader in the hijack. Players behind could definitely think he's been very aggressive. His frequencies were very high on my table. I didn't know what he was opening. I mean, he did show up with a lot of hands, so it's hard to know exactly how loose he is, but David folds quickly, Button folds as well. So Alex, I guess, is the player most likely to give him action, but Alex has folded from the small blind. And Kevin, I mean, the younger players would always defend a hand like Queen 5 suited, but again, the older school players just don't tend to defend in those spots.
Nope. I'm a folder.
You're a folder, yeah. You just don't want to. You don't want the hassle of hitting the 5 or the Queen.
Exactly. I have to think if I hit the bottom pair, then I'm like, now what?
Yeah.
Good numbers in the 300, 111. They're down to 35.
That's a quick attrition rate.
Yeah, 7.7 to the winner.
Yeah, that's a great tournament too. I was well, I wasn't hoping to get into it, but I was going to get into it if I bust in time from the thing. Yeah. Now I'm down to the high roller.
Well, we ended up 27th out of 362. Another 3 of those little flag things this week.
Yep.
So we are deep into day 2 of the European Deepstack. Well into the money. 26 players left. superb tournament, and it doesn't stop tomorrow once we hit the final table. The Unibet Open takes over.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Unibet Open Week. We have a lot on. For the ambassadors, it kicks off with the invitational sit and go. And then, depending on how long that takes, some of us will be going into the high roller on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Then the Unibet Open itself kicks off on the Thursday, day 1A. Day 1B will be Friday. And then there are lots of side events as well, including a ladies' side event, the Queen Rules.
Excellent. Oh, that confused me.
The Queen Rules. That confuses everyone, I think, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't understand. See, ladies' events, we were talking about this yesterday. Just keep them as ladies' events. It's like having topless dealers.
Yeah, it's a bit gimmicky.
A bit of a gimmick.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
keep it as the rules that everybody knows.
A lot of the ladies are novice players, and it's just an added level of confusion.
Absolutely,
it particularly causes confusion. I mean, it's hard enough to understand that, like, if the board comes king queen something, that ace queen is beating the ace king.
Yeah,
that's confusing in itself. But then the straights are just really confusing. Like king jack 10 9 8 is a straight.
Please don't turn it into a gimmick event. If you want ladies to turn up and play poker and then transform into a normal game, they're never going to play that game ever again.
I agree. Oh, look at this here. The button's raised with pocket eights, and David 3-bet, I guess. Oh no, the button is 3-bet. So David has open queens. The button is 3-bet. And the button's Kevin, who is one of the tighter players, but this is less than 30 big blinds effective, so David will probably just 4-bet here. I don't know if any other size is possible other than all in. This is a huge spot for David now. And Kevin as well, indeed. ICM is very big here. I mean, David won't be loving this spot because Kevin is definitely seen as one of the tighter, older players, but at the end of the day, it's queens. Yeah, David likes to flat in the end. This is a combination of how tight he perceives Kevin and also the ICM. This is a nice flop, though. Unfortunately, he might not get action now. This is the only problem with flatting pre-flop, is that Kevin might just shut down now. But Kevin has shown, we saw him bet the fives in a spot where a lot of people wouldn't bet. Again, this is kind of old school. When you have a pair, you just bet.
Yeah, pot 160.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see David call here, because then Kevin might very well put him on a draw, like 2 spades or king jack. It would be nice to see if David is quite trappy in these spots, so I could see him going for a call here. He might be worried about the draw himself, but draws would be less of a worry again with players. Yeah, this is good trappy call now. He's setting the trap. If a blank rolls, unfortunately that's not a complete blank, because now king jack gets there. So Kevin might decide to shut down with his 8. Obviously Kevin's actually picked up equity now, in the sense that the jack would make him what looks like a really bad straight, but happens to be better than David's set. Again, yeah, the check behind is pretty standard here. Now David is praying for a blank on the river. That is a blank, so David will be reasonably confident his queens are best now, his set, so he just has to try and decide how to extract value. Now, given that Kevin didn't fire the turn, I think he's not going to bet the river most of the time. Not just with his hand, but with any hand that he checks. So David is probably going to have to do his own betting here. Expect to see David leading out here.
If he's trying to get a call, we're going to be trying to make it around about 240.
Yeah, David can go one of 2 ways. He can bet really small just to try and get a cry call from the kind of weak hand that Kevin has. We did see Kevin make a bit of a hero call with the 5s, so if David bets pretty small here, he might call with the 8s, thinking miss spades. David can also decide to go the other way and go really big to make it look like he's bluffing with miss spades. So let's see what size David's gone for here. Pot was 765. David's bet 315, yeah, so he's gone for the smaller sizing. He's basically hoping to get called now by a 1-pair hand.
Kevin is in the tank.
This is in terms of the size of the pot, this is more or less the same bet that Alex made against Kevin, where Kevin did call. So I think that's why David has chosen this sizing. He's seen Kevin make a fairly loose call once before to this sizing on the river. Kevin's in a tough spot now. A lot will depend on how he sees David, whether he thinks David is going to bluff a lot here. If he was watching the stream yesterday when we saw that check raise bluff by David with the king 6 and triple barrel, that would probably make him call here. He might not be aware of that hand though.
Did we end up with the whole session online that David tried to clip the hand? Or did we just end up with a hand?
I think we might have got the whole session, yeah. Yeah, David, it's not his strength, let's say.
It's a big decision for Kevin, sat in seat number 1.
Yeah, he's tanking. I mean, this is really a read-based decision now, and whether you think your opponent is bluffing or not. The 9 is a bad card for David to get called because obviously King Jack, which is the other obvious draw he can have, got there. So really, Kevin is only beating missed spades, and he does fold. He had the 8 of spades himself. Which is a bad card to have, obviously, because it makes hands like ace 8 of spades impossible. So yeah, good fold by Kevin there in the end. David unfortunately doesn't manage to extract any more value from his set.
As soon as we get a player into seat number 7 or 8, well, I'm guessing it's 7 because Alex is in 8. Then we'll know we're down to 24, which will be the redraw stage. We're getting one player into the seat number 8. Or seat number 7 as it is. The number 7 is just to the right of the chair.
It was great to see David lapping deep again in one of these tournaments. His record in Unibet events is second to none. He's unfortunately missed out on a big final table, so it would be great to see him kick onto a final table here. But in terms of making the last 2 or 3 tables of these big runner events, David's incredibly consistent. Also great to see Jason Tompkins still in the mix. As I said yesterday, Jason is the only Irish player, I believe, who's final table WSOP, EPT, WPT, UKIPT, WCoop Online and Scoop. So Alex is limped from the hijack. Again, this is with Jack 10. This is a hand this is a play you see the younger players do when they have less than 25 big blinds, which Alex starts the hand with. They just want to be able to play their hand. They won't just limp hands like Jack 10, they'll also limp the really strong hands like aces or kings, so that will discourage people from just raising when they limp. And if you can get to see a hand in position, a flop in position with a hand like Jack 10, that's a big win. We don't know what Kevin has because I don't think he's put his cards on. It's 4-way with the blinds in there, so it's unlikely Alex will take a stab here. He does have a gut shot, but he has no spade. It's kind of likely somebody has an ace when there are 3 other people in the pot. But no, it looks like he's going for it. He's going to try and represent the ace. Again, we don't know what Kevin has. Kevin calls here. He pretty much always has an ace or a queen, or spades, I guess, but most of the time an ace or a queen. Okay, so he has called, so that probably shuts Alex down unless he hits his gut shot on the turn. A 9 or an 8 would also improve him, obviously. That doesn't help, but the spade might be a scare card. Now, he doesn't have a spade himself, so that's kind of crucial. I think most players would just probably wave the white flag now, because, as I said when we were talking about the flop, Kevin's range is pretty much an ace, a queen, or 2 spades. So now obviously everything in there beats us, but Alex is going to go for it again, put pressure on.
He bets 100,000.
He's bet tiny. Basically, he's trying. Yeah, this is a small bet, 100 into basically 300. He's hoping sometimes to get folds, and if otherwise see the river and possibly hit his king. A queen would probably have to fold now. So yeah, I think he's targeting hands like king queen to fold. So unfortunately we don't know what Kevin has. If Kevin has an ace, he wouldn't be folding here. So Kevin must have folded something like king queen, queen jack. So good aggressive play from Alex there. He didn't risk very much. He just put out 2 small bets and that got the job done.
The one thing about Kevin is when he looks back down at his cards, he folds.
Right.
And I think he's done it about 4 times today.
Interesting, yeah. Yeah, Kevin is a mixed game player. I mean, he has results. He has cashes on his Henda Mob from mixed game WSOP events. He's been around forever, and he plays all the games. Cash game player, I believe, but he has some very good tournament results.
So Alex wakes up with the ladies. He does get hands now and again. Yeah, so all players will play a lot of hands.
Yeah, it's a good time. Like we saw him win the last hand with Jack high, and now he's picked up queens, and the players will basically think, well, this guy's playing too many hands. That's the thing about the younger players. Like when they're short. He started the last time with 22 big blinds. A lot of players would just fold a hand like Jack 10, but he limped and he created a good situation for himself and managed to win a pot without actually hitting. That's one of the areas where sort of the theory has improved massively in the last few years, with the help of the solvers, it has to be said. Young guys like Alex will spend a lot of hours with the solvers working out these types of plays and what they're supposed to do on different boards. Boob FC says in the chat, David's like a teenager always messing with his phone. Yeah, he's tweeting a lot. He's also been trying to listen to the stream when he can, and he has been...
Does he make notes for blogs or anything like that, or for the shows?
No, he doesn't actually, and he really should, because his hand history recountings are so terrible. But yeah, when I play a major tournament like this tournament, I write down every hand that I play, so I can review it afterwards. But David is more old school in that sense. But yeah, he'll be off tweeting, and he takes his ambassadorial duties for Unibet very, very seriously. So he probably tweets more than any of us, and just generally hypes the events. So you can see Alex has got the highest VPIP. For people who are not familiar with the terminology, VPIP is voluntarily put in pot. It basically means when you put chips into the pot other than as a blind. So it's the number of hands you play, essentially. He's playing 34% of hands, which is very, very high. Now they are short-handed, but yeah, he's playing by far the loosest. David did say to me that he was very impressed by Alex, and he didn't actually know who he was. I told him that Alex was a top online player, and he wasn't surprised by that.
No, he has played very, very well. I'm impressed. So we're on 25. Emmett Mullins was out in 26.
Oh, Molly.
No, Mullins was one of the chip leaders.
Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that.
Chip leaders at the first break and the second break.
Molly is an online crusher going back a long time. Molly 85 or something. Whenever year he was born, that's his online name. One of the OMAC crew that was based around All in Stevie. Molly won Galway UK IPT a few years ago. Has a very good live track record in addition to crushing online for a very long time. Yeah, so Molly would have been very much going for it. He wouldn't be hanging around.
Out in 26 for 1.5. The next two payouts, 27, 26, 25 and 24. I can hear Wrexham moving.
Yeah, pretty sure we'll see Molly jumping straight into the high roller as well.
That's a fold from Stephen, 2.1 mil. David Lappin's got 1.6. We're going to get a giddy in the small blind.
Yeah, this is normally just a fold, but the big blind has been playing very, very tight. So David has decided to just limp. Now, Per has a terrible hand as well, so it's a battle of the two terrible hands. If the board comes ace high, I'd expect David to always bet because
5, 8.
he would expect his opponent to bet if he had an ace, to raise if he had an ace rather after the limp. So David could have limped an ace, but Per would never check an ace behind probably. So I think David could very well stab here. Yeah. Now unfortunately for him, Per has hit a pair, so I don't see him folding. He's also got a backdoor straight draw. If it comes 3-4 specifically, so he's probably going to hang on for once.
Which he does.
Now David might decide to go again because, as I said, Per really can't have an ace here. But he also might just decide to wave the white flag. It partially depends on the turn card as well. Okay, the turn card is another club. David doesn't have a club. Turn card hasn't improved David at all, and it's made it less likely in Per's mind that David has the ace because he can see two of them now. So yeah, the turn has gone check as expected. Now, depending on the river, David might decide. Oh, another ace! Wow. Okay, so this is effectively a blank because whoever was ahead on the flop is almost certainly still ahead. So yeah, David very, very wisely just waves the white flag.
There's a full house. Now what is happening now? Sammy O'Brien has just finished in 25th.
Oh wow!
Which means there's a redraw.
Table redraw.
We have a full table 24-player redraw. We'll leave the pictures on. We're not doing anything. We might just grab a coffee while the redraw is on, and we have a redraw with a list very shortly. What time are you jumping into the high roller?
I'm going to go and check how late I can jump in exactly.
Good man.
And I'll come back and join you for a while if I can.
Of course.
Before I jump in.
So we'll just keep the pictures on. We're on a redraw, and we're back as soon as they all sit down again.
You're still here, I think. I'm here. Yeah, 3 something, so that's the feature. Coming. Yeah.
So
you're 3-2. Yeah. 3-2. Go for a cigarette, dealer. Go for a cigarette. 3-2.
Oh, true, yeah.
Attention players, they were on the 16th euro 87 to low in total, and 50 euro on the line. 1 to low in over. Immediately available, using starting now.
No break now.
4 players seated, 2 lessons available.
Beside me. Ah, but a million. At least it's sandwich and not in your spot.
This is table 3? Yeah, I guess so. This is 3, yeah? 3, yeah. So? 3-1.
So I think this is a bad draw.
So you are on 8, yeah?
So we haven't. Crap.
Yeah.
All the youngest people in the tournament on the one day.
So you know you.
Yeah. I have no seat, so I have to go to a different table. Is that correct?
Where are you? 6. You're 5, yeah?
No seat though, so I may go there.
No physical seats.
Exactly.
Well, it must
That's
be.
it, isn't it?
We have 8 seats at the table, so maybe this one's not being used. Yeah, because that's the 8 hole, so this is probably.
Oh, you 8? 3,
Well, no, 8 is
Oh,
there.
you're there.
8's there, so we'll get that person to just move around a bit. I'll go here next to that. You can do that.
3 is here. 3. Okay. No Shiner doesn't do funny business. You love the funny business.
Let me create some funny business. Yeah.
500. 1 million.
Work away.
1 million, 1 million 2. Okay? 500, 1 million, 1 million, 1 million 2.
Everybody's short stack. You got the in here. You can do a redraw again. Right? Started on Chris in 2 days, man, so let's get it in.
We do another redraw in fucking 16, do we?
Yeah, definitely.
No?
Oh, you definitely do.
It's 2.
Yeah, it's amazing. We got screwed here.
You
took my chips out of the rack. Shouldn't have gone near them.
1, 3, 4. 1, 4. 1, 4. Yeah.
965.
Not mine, but never at least
How do you keep your brain going?
there's the last rule. It's the stack table.
This is 2, 8, 80. Yeah. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8.
I'm gonna hold cards with fucking loads of salad dressing in my hands there. Enjoy that. I'm gonna make sure they're all over. I'm gonna make sure they're all over my chips as well. So if you do win chips off me, that's fine.
How you do?
2, 8, 55.
Right.
You're no stranger to the feature table. So, it doesn't faze you. If someone walks straight across the room there with no clothes,
Nobody let me have any notes. Hijack the hood off.
cartoon, just bypass me.
Get me a girl.
5, 20.
20.
What's that? 9, 20?
that 3 million each?
65.
You guys probably need to fucking dump off your stacks early on and let us 11k and have to start your journey from there.
Well, it looks like we're about set for the redraw. 24 players left. With 24 players left. 1,500 for 24th, and then there's a slight pay jump to 1680. We have a redraw. This is a table, by the way. In seat 1, Danny Farage from the Netherlands. David Masters in seat number 2 has been one of the chip leaders all the way through. Per Johansson in seat 3. Peter Gillick in seat 4. Cahill Shine in 5. Jason Tompkins in 6. David Lappin still on the feature in 7, and Stephen Keogh in 8. This is a table. We're on 24. We're all in the money. We've had the redraw. There was no official break. Can I go to the toilet? No. Go in your own time. We're back. 24. Good evening, Twitchers. Good evening, YouTubers. If you're watching on either. Hope you're enjoying the live stream from the Bonington Hotel, the Dublin Poker Festival. The European Deepstack is down to 24. So David Lappin in seat 7. Here's 4 for Peter, raised to 100,000 on the button. Jason in seat 6. Just with a 10 deuce. We'll have none of that, thank you very much. Mufi, this is a table. You are not wrong. Well, we've distinguished that we've determined that this is a table.
This is some table, yeah. We have Dave Masters, who's been chip leader for a lot of the tournament, in seat 2. In seat 5, we have Cathal Shine, who has been one of Ireland's top online players for the last 15 years. Also a former champion, won this a few years ago. Finished second in a WSOP event a few years ago. Almost won a bracelet. Incredibly impressive player known as Shiner online. Next to him is Jason Tompkins, who I've already hyped on the stream, so I don't need to repeat that. And then we have David Lappin as well. So we have 3 absolute online crushers in a row there, and then Stephen Keogh, one of the best young players in Ireland. So this is a pretty brutal table for these guys at this stage. At the break, I just checked, and I can register I can let register the high roller until the next break in the high roller, so I can be here. I'll be here for a while with you.
All right, nice one. Thank you very much. Is it that deep?
Yeah, it is. I'll still be getting 50 big blinds, so that's plenty. That's almost too many for me. I prefer to be coming in with 8.
That's why we write the book on satellites.
Yeah. So Stephen has defended with 7-6 offsuit. Per's not going to like this flop with his pocket 5s. You can go either way with the pocket 5s here. You can bet just to try and fold out hands like 6-7, which obviously you can see have 29% equity, and he does bet and takes it down. Also ran into Adrian from Romania at the break, NMP fan as he's known. He's in the 300 side event, about average stack, and he said if he busts that he's going to jump into the high roller.
Nice. 33 left in the 300. We've just had a nice long break. 15 get paid in that. We'll keep you up to date with the goings on regarding the excellent side events, which is a 2-day affair.
So Masters under the gun. It looks like he's lost a few chips since I busted the tournament.
Yeah, he's over 2 million at one point, wasn't he?
He's only got 1.4 million now, but he's still going to open. Dave plays a bit differently from the way a lot of the players play these days. He opens much wider and he uses bigger sizings than most people do. But it's a very effective style. He's just been consistently going deep in Irish live tournaments since I started playing. He's playing longer than I am. I did speak to David at the break as well. He wasn't thrilled with his table draw, I have to say. He's looking forward to the redraw.
How's he feeling, by the way?
He's feeling better. The Saltbadine has definitely helped. He's basically looking forward to the 2-table redraw. At least he has position on Cathal and Jason.
So 24 players left out of 362. 130 started today. 1-3-0. And we're down in the money and on 24, 3 tables of 8. Any eliminations in the outer tables will let you know. If you hear of anything regarding your friends and family on the feature table and it's within the half an hour time delay, please don't spoil it for anybody. Because we don't want any of those spoiled. A lot of people just click it on full screen and watch away.
Yep.
But we are down to 24.
Over the new table, table number 12.
I was going to say, something else toaster, might have to spout. It smells quite toasty, but it also could be, I know, carpet burning. The heat in the room is finally just busted.
So 10s for the Masters in seat number 2.
Yeah. Danny's raised from the small blind with Jack 5 offsuit. The reason why he's raised his hand is it's a particularly bad hand, so you will see the better young players will raise their really strong hands and then they'll raise the really bad hands like Jack 5 as well, and they'll limp sort of the hands that they want to see a flop with. You can see Jason and David laughing off to the side. Of course, both members of what used to be known as the firm, it was a collective with me, Jason, David and Dara Davey, when we were staking other players. So David and Jason know each other very, very well.
The firm. I could just see you four walking down the street, be like Reservoir Dogs walking down side by side. I could just imagine that.
We were like a crap Irish version of the Hendon Mob. We actually all played in the first night the Hippodrome ever opened under PokerStars management.
Oh, yeah.
We were playing in a 27-man invitational, and Fergal Nealon, who was a big Irish player at the time too, told Barney Boatman that he had two members of the firm at his table, and Barney said, what are the firm? And Fergal said, well, they're like an Irish Hendon Mob. And David said, yeah, but we all still have our own hair. Which Barney enjoyed. We've since become very good friends with Barney. We've had him on the chip race a few times. One of our favourite older gentlemen of poker. So the two boys are definitely having fun here. So Danny bet the flop. Dave Masters just called with his pair and gut shot. The turn again, Danny just has a gut shot, but he kept betting it, and now he's betting the river on a bluff. He's basically hoping that David has something like missed diamonds, which he can fold. The fact that Danny doesn't have. Actually, Danny does have the 5 of diamonds. He makes the call, and he's good.
Yeah,
he's good. You can see Dave's pretty pumped up about that. That was a tricky enough spot. He was only beating a bluff because Danny wouldn't have been betting an 8 or a 9 there like that. But he decided with the 2 diamonds there, the fact that he didn't have the 10 of diamonds is actually good for David because he's not blocking hands like ace 10 of diamonds. He's also blocking the nuts, which is also useful. It's much less likely that Danny has Jack 10 when you have 2 10s in your own hand. So David makes a great call there and moves back up. Unfortunately, we have 2 Davids now, and they're not distinguishing which is which.
It does get altered. I have announced. It has been sorted already, but obviously we're on that 30-minute delay.
Yeah.
But it has been done.
So Jason and David taking their seats again as we move on to the next hand. This is really a star-studded table in terms of Irish poker. You have Dave Masters, who's one of the all-time greats in terms of live record in Ireland. You have Colin Shine, who, as I said, former champion, got heads up for a bracelet a few years ago. Absolute online crusher. You have Jason Tompkins and you have David Lappin all on the same table, and Stephen Keogh, one of the brightest prospects. So it's fold around to David in the hijack. He's got Queen Jack suited, obviously a standard open. Stephen is going to be his big worry because Stephen is just behind. Stephen has chipped down a little bit, so David now covers him, so that will make Stephen play a bit more carefully. Danny's not going to get involved with King 3. Dave Masters is probably not getting involved with 9-2 off, but Dave is capable of the unusual play now and then. So let's see what. Per has 4-2 off, so I think he's just going to fold as well. Can't imagine he's going to do anything here with 4 deuce. This is one of the worst hands. You will want to call a lot to such a small raise, but 4-2 off is just too bad. So David happy to take that one down pre-flop. This stage of the tournament you're going to see a lot of raise and take this.
Yeah.
So Cathal still top of the charts, but Jason is just behind him. These two guys know each other really, really well as well.
The stacks are building.
Yeah. In fact, the first time, I remember about 10 years ago, Jason got heads up with Cathal in an online tournament, and he didn't know who Cathal was at the time. And he came on to me on Skype or whatever it was we chatted on back then and said, should I do a deal with this guy, heads up? I don't know whether he's any good or not, he's Irish. And as soon as he said the name Shiner, I said, yeah, you definitely want to do a deal with this guy. Absolute crusher online.
So is that a silent T? So it's just Cathal?
Cathal, yeah. Yeah, the T is silent there.
Okay.
Because it's an Irish name.
I'm getting there. It's the surnames I'm struggling with.
Yeah.
When I get some surnames and I'm thinking, and I just get laughed at in the chat box, and it's like, what was that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Irish is one of those weird languages where the T can be silent. Cathal is basically the Irish for Charles.
Oh, right, okay. Jason just calls with the Cowboys.
Oh, look at this. This is... yeah. This is partly he's trapping the players behind, but also partly it's Cathal who's opened, the only player at the table who covers him. So, and they are super, super deep. So Peter will probably just call in the big blind, I think, with the 8-7 suited.
Yeah, we should see a flop.
And we are going to see a flop. Yeah, Jason taking the low variance line here. Didn't want to get into a big confrontation with Cathal. Cathal covering up.
4 deuce 5.
Okay, this is good for the kings. Cathal has a backdoor spade draw, and this is the kind of board which will have a lot of the time this has just missed everyone. So Cathal might bet here, but he might also check and just see what Jason does. Cathal did check, and Jason has now bet. Jason pretty much always has the best hand here now, so, but his hand is vulnerable. Anybody with an ace can hit either the ace or the 3 to outdraw Jason, so he goes for the bet. Is Peter going to try something here? He might, with his gut shot and 2 overs, he might. Yeah, he could have raised there, possibly representing, because this is more likely to have hit him than his opponents. A 6 on the turn now would be pretty sick. The 4 might slow things down because it's possible for Peter to have a 4 here. Oh wow! And Peter's going to—is he going to come out betting?
Looks like he is.
Yeah, he's recognised that this is a very good card for his range. Now I can't see Jason folding the kings here, but Jason isn't loving this now because Peter can definitely have a 4. He can also have something like ace 3. He's already got a straight. He can have pocket 5s, pocket deuces. They're all possibilities. So Jason's now trying to decide whether he should call or raise. He has called, so he's going to see what Peter does on the river. And the river is a jack of clubs, so that's a relative brick. That definitely shouldn't have helped Peter. Peter is probably going to fire again because there's no other way he can win the pot. And it's still very much his board. What size has he gone for here? The pot is 850k, and Peter bets a very believable 185k. This actually looks like a value bet. This looks like a value bet. Now, Jason's not folding to this, but Jason has to decide whether he can raise and get called by a worse hand, or whether he should just call and take the 185. It does actually look like Peter has a hand like a 5, and he's just trying to avoid facing a bigger bet. So Jason might elect to raise because of that, but then he's also got to be slightly worried that all the better hands are there. So yeah, he does just side fold, so I call. Yeah, I mean that bet was never going to work, so I'm not entirely sure what it was designed to achieve. Maybe I guess he could fold out ace highs because the ace X misses. But Yeah, it's actually pretty admirable play there by Peter, because that would work a lot of the time. I mean, Jason's hand is way underrepresented there. Jason almost never has kings. The only reason why Jason has kings there is because Cahill opened, and Cahill is the player he doesn't want to get into a big confrontation with.
Yep. How many did we play down to tonight? We actually play 15 levels, or if we hit the final table. I'm guessing it'll be for the 15 levels.
I'm pretty sure it'll be 15 levels, yeah. It's still very deep, and these are good players.
It'll be an 8-handed final, so I'm guessing if they get to 9, they won't stop until they get to the final. But they might do, I'm not too sure.
Okay.
But we are running slightly over because of the bubble, which went on a little bit long. Didn't go on longer, it's just that they pause the clock and take 2 minutes per hand off for the bubble.
Okay.
But it looks like most hands were 4, 5 and 6 minutes.
Yeah,
so it ended up 22 minutes over. So the live stream today finishes at 12:20-ish, which is live, which means the live stream finishes at 12:50. So we're working overtime. The bill's in. It got thrown in the bin, but never mind. So yes, it's the live stream will finish just after 1:45. Snow on the way, but worse on Monday. Where's that? Well, we can sail on Monday.
Oh, wow.
We're on the boat back over.
Yeah, we
Monday afternoon.
We had snow here not so long ago.
We decided to get the late ferry.
Oh, and look at this now. Jason's up to chip leader, and fairly significant. This is a phenomenal situation for Jason now. Jason's a really good end game player, and when he has a stack, you'll see there he took a cautious line with the kings, and it actually ended up winning him more, because if he 3-bet, Cahill would just fold the ace-10, and the 9-8 wouldn't have been in there as well. Jason is a man who likes to play a lot of pots, takes fairly conservative lines pre-flop, but Jason is at least as accomplished a cash game player as he is a tournament player, so he's much better post-flop than most tournament players. So he likes playing post-flop.
Yeah. Very good player. Very, very good player. It's been a great learning curve for myself, obviously not knowing that many players over here, but seeing the pedigree of all these guys around the table is phenomenal.
Yeah, Jason has arguably been very unfortunate in his career in that he's made it several high-profile final tables, WSOP, EPT San Remo, and he's run like absolute dog shit on all of them. And usually ended up coming in 5th place, where if he got even any sort of decent run, he would have hit the top spots. But he is a former champion. He won the 2nd ever European Deepstack, and the following year he final tabled it again. So he has a phenomenal record in this tournament too.
Having a quick chat, back in time. A quick team talk.
Didn't realise we were on screen there.
Going along nicely. So a flop of 6-7 king. Good flop for Peter. Open down straight draw. Top pair for pair. Pair's got a pair.
Pair's got a pair and Peter's got a draw. So Peter's very, very shallow now. So he might just decide to go with his draw here. But he has called. He's only got 270k behind now, so we saw him bluff off half of his stack to Jason when Jason had the kings. He's super shallow now. The pot is 460 and he's only got 270 behind, so he's basically just praying to hit his draw. Peter would probably just bet enough to put him all in now. Per has to be wondering what he has though, that he's Per just bets and fold. Yeah, I don't really like the call pre-flop there from Peter, I have to say, with a hand like 8-5 suited. He wasn't deep enough. I think once he flopped open-ended, he probably should have just gone with his hand on the flop. That was always going to happen, that Per could bet enough on the turn to make him fold, so he didn't get 2 cards to hit his draw, basically. So he's now down to 6 big blinds.
If you're just tuning in after having a day out on Saturday, we are in the money. We're on 24. We play 15 levels and the live stream finishes just before 1 a.m.
So Stephen under the gun with Jack 9 suited. He has 50 big blinds. This is the type of hand the younger players like to open sometimes, but he's decided to let it go. David is under the gun +2, ace 4. Normally wouldn't be an open unless he's feeling particularly enterprising. Oh, sorry, this is David Masters. The graphics are wrong. It's not David Lappin. Yeah,
that gets changed as well.
Okay,
literally in 1 minute.
Awesome. So David's open ace 4. Now, again, that's a kind of an unorthodox open. He's run into an ace 10 behind. He's gonna probably have to call off here because it's such a small shove. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why the open isn't all that great, because any time Peter has a better ace, he's just going to stick it in, and unfortunately we're going to be priced into call. Yeah, he's getting two. I mean, you can see he's a 2-to-1 dog, but he's getting more than 2-to-1 on the call, so he's going to have to call. He's getting almost 3-to-1 actually.
All in on a call feature.
So
it's David Masters.
David Masters with the ace 4. Peter will just has to fade a 4 basically.
Yeah. Big chance to double up. His favourite to do so.
Very strong favourite. And that is safe. I mean, I guess 5-7 is a backdoor for the 4 now. But there's also one heart there, so the 10 kills it.
Yes. 10 will do it nicely.
So
a double.
Double for Peter. He'll be feeling better. He's back with a playable stack again. Dave takes a bit of a hit there. Luckily his opponent didn't have too much, so the two Davids you can see have a went to showdown stat of 100%, so they don't fold much once they put chips into the pot.
Hold on, says somebody knocked the camera stand. It's pretty hard to do so. It's like a 20-foot frame. It's like a boxing ring. And somebody did manage to stumble into it. So the first double up for a while with a short hit going all in.
So Dave Masters folds, folded around to Peter. He's still short even though he doubled previous hand, but he's not getting involved here. Cahill has a really bad seat because he's got Jason and David behind him and Stephen, arguably the 3 best players on the table. So that's a pretty horrendous seat for Cahill. Cahill will know as well that there's going to be a redraw at 16, so he'll be happy when that redraw comes. Jason will open the button with King 8 offsuit, very, very standard open. David's in the small one. He's not going to get involved with his rag ace against his good friend Jason. Oh, look at this. Stephen's got queens though. Stephen has queens. 3-bet incoming, I think. Jason will just get out of the way with King 8. He's not in any way stubborn in these spots. He opened the King 8 just hoping to get it through as a steal, or the big blind calls and check folds the flop. So Stephen thinking his options over, but he will be 3-betting here. Just trying to decide on the sizing. So the 3-bet has come in. He's 3-bet to 265. He's used a very small sizing. He's tempting Jason now to call. He's basically essentially just slightly over 3x Jason's open. If he'd used the normal sizing there would be 3.5 to 4 times the open. But as I said, Jason is not a stubborn player. When he opens one of the worst hands he's going to have and he gets 3-bet, he's just going to fold.
It's David Lappin with 2.4 and David
Masters with 2.1.
David Masters with 2.1.
Stephen up to 2 million after that pot.
Yeah, the action tracker had a 50-50 chance to guess which David was called lapping and got it wrong. He's the guy that backs heads when it's a heads or tails when it comes.
Yeah.
No, it does get sorted.
Yeah.
Any eliminations on the outer tables we were going to tell you. And one of them, Jacques Moron, finished in 24th. He finished 24th for a nice little 1.5. Now the money's gone up. We're on 23. So €1,680 as Jack busts. In fact, he was all in on our feet still, I don't believe. And doubled up. And then moved after the break. So we're on 23. Good job, Tower doesn't know how to wield his sword. What does it even mean being a moderator? I have no idea. I haven't even learned how to do the commands. My command champion's still in the 300. Yeah, that Adam Neal said he's going to sort me out with his commands. Nothing. All he's doing now is trying to make money in the 300. Getting no respect over here. Oh, the man they call the Bob Tate. Is it the Tilted Kilt? Was that the old name of the Tate man?
I think he was a kilted something.
The Tilted Kilt, I think, or something like that. Anyway, he's retiring next week.
Yeah.
Retiring from 45 years at sea. They finally chucked him overboard.
Yeah. I thought the retirement age was 65. I didn't realise you were allowed to go on to 95.
No, there were no pensions in them days. Work till you drop. The kilted shark. I know it's something like that. Well, Bob lives over here and is loving being at the Bonington for the 18 days that the poker festival has been on and will be on, because next week it's the Unibet Open. The kilted shark. Brilliant. A shark would look kind of weird in a kilt. Anybody try putting one on? That's not my job.
Well,
let me tell you, that's a job for you, that Dana.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
You can have that job. When was the last? When was the last time you was piped in? By the way, Goliath. It's about time we did it again. He said he was going to do it on the next final table. He was going to get on, but he had to do it before that because he might not have been here. Always good to see him retiring from work after all these years at sea.
So look at this. Jason Tompkins, top of the charts there. David Lappin in second. Cathal Shine in third.
And Jason's chip leader in the tournament.
Jason is now chip leader in the tournament. Wow. This is sixth spot for Jason. Jason played day 1A, but took a really horrible beat late in the day to bust. Came back for 1B, had a really difficult day. Was down below starting stack going into the last session, but stayed very patient and actually bagged up a very healthy 400k. And he's continued to crush today. Cathal is a super disciplined player as well. Cathal just doesn't make mistakes, ever. Roll around to Danny on the button. Fairly standard open with the King 6 suited. David Masters has Ace Queen in the small blind. This is a pretty standard 3-bet against the button open. It's the same suit as well. And he does 3-bet.
Well, David knows how to play the King 6. We've seen that this week.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
Oh, that's David Masters.
That was it, yeah.
It does get sorted.
Yeah.
Straight away.
Per seems to be thinking about it in the big blind, so Per may have a hand. Oh, Per's got Ace-10 suited. Yeah, I mean, this is a hand. It's a good hand in the big blind, but it's not good when the action's gone open 3-bet. Per will probably just get out of the way here once he's made peace with the fact he's going to have to fold as strong as hand as Ace-10 suited. Yeah, good fold from Per, and Danny will, I expect, just fold the King 6, and he does. Dave Masters picks up another pot. So very deep here. You can see Jason in 69, David and Cathal both up around 50 big blinds. Only one player shorter than 20 on the table.
So we're on 23 in the main. Live stream finishes round about 12:50 to 1 a.m. in the morning.
Cathal folds 10-9 offsuit under the gun. Jason folds the Queen Deuce. David folds the 10 Deuce. A lot of rubbish hands here. Danny's in the cutoff with 9-5 suited. Not really an open with his stack. Dave Masters on the button has gone for an open. Oh, Dave actually got a hand here. Ace-Jack suited. And Peter in the big blind has 8-4 suited, but it's a big raise. Has he called? I guess he has. He's called a very large chunk of his stack with the 8-4 suited.
And the jack-eye flop is not what he wants to see.
No, he's got absolutely nothing here. David will bet, and Peter, unless he has a moment of madness, will just fold. Yeah, he's calling a bit too much with hand. We saw him call previously with 8-5 suited. He seems
trying to see many flops to connect to jam.
Yeah, well, I guess if he hits any pair, he would or a draw.
But the problem becomes if you call too many hands and miss, and then eventually you hit one, you've got a short stack. Yeah,
and even worse, I mean, he did kind of hit when he had 8-5 before because the board was King 7-6, so he was open ended, but ended up having to fold the turn. This is a problem with calling when you're this shallow with these stacks. Like, you're not going to hit your straight often enough for it to be profitable in the long run, and you do end up just leaking chips.
Yeah, defending his big blind that time, so we can let him off for that one. They were suited, the 3 gappers.
Yeah, indeed, or the 4 gapper in this case. 3 gapper, yeah.
Blinds 25,000, 50,000 with a 50 big blind ante.
So Jason's open 7-6 suited under the gun. This is an example of Jason. This is a hand which flops very well. So this is Jason mixing it up, and he's gone all the way around and got it through. The reason why Jason will open a hand like 7-6 suited there is that it flops very well if people just call. Because he's the chip leader, people are not going to 3-bet him light, and a lot of the time people are just going to fold because he's the chip leader. It's a perfect case of controlled aggression. Jason's not opening any 2 cards because he's the chip leader, but he is opening wide. David will fold the 8-7. Stephen will fold the 10 deuce. Dave Masters in the hijack.
The lap's gone.
There we go. The lap's gone. David opens a lot wider than most people here, so it'll be interesting to see what he has here. Again, we're not seeing what he has, but maybe his cards aren't over this circle. Per has pocket 6s. This is a tough spot for Per now. Again, David's using this bigger sizing that than most players use, and that's tricky to play against. Okay, we can see that David has Ace-King suited, so Per has made the call.
And there's two of the outs in the hand of King 6 and the big blind.
Yeah, Jason. I mean, you can definitely. You can make a case for calling there, but Jason likes to be the pre-flop aggressor and doesn't like to be out of position.
Heads up, Jack 8 Queen.
Okay, so not what the sixes was looking for. Dave is probably going to win this pot if he bets. Dave has 2 overs and a gut shot and a backdoor nut flush draw. He might decide his hand is strong enough to check call. Yeah, I think he has checked, and Per has bet sixes, hoping to take it down here and now. David won't be folding the ace king. It's a question of whether he's going to check raise or check call. He has gone for the check call. He was actually telling me ace king was his bogey hand when we played earlier.
Yeah, well, there's no more kings to hit, to be fair.
Oh, look at this. Here's an action card. The 6 of diamonds. So David turns the nut flush draw to go with his 2 overs and his gut shot. Per has hit a set. A very unexpected set. David really won't put him on sixes here. David sometimes might bet here, but he has checked. Per now has decided much to bet. Pot was 615. He's gone for a bet size of 155. So he's gone on the big side because it is a very draw heavy board. There's now 2 flush draws there. King 10 is open ended. Interesting to see what Dave Masters does here now. He's moved all in. He's moved all in. Per's going to have to call here.
You're on 3x.
Per hates this now, but he has a set. I can't imagine he bet his set to fold.
It's tournament life, but he has to call.
Such a draw heavy board as well.
He did the 6.
He did flick his cards up there. David may have seen them out. Yeah, he has. And now
David slams down the ace king.
Now he's still 25% to win this pot. This is the benefit of the huge check raise. When it gets through, it's great, and even when you're called, you have outs. So a 10 or a diamond, and that will send Per to the rail. Can Dave Masters hit the river? He's done it a few times today.
Has been chip leader most of his tournaments.
He will be. He might be again if he hits this, but he's missed. He's missed, and that's a huge double up for Per.
That's more or less.
It
drops David under a million.
Yeah, David is short now.
17 bigs.
Per moves up almost level with Jason. That was a massive spot. You could see Per really wasn't happy because obviously Dave could have queens or jacks there, but with all the number of draws that were there, it's a huge pot. That's a huge turning point for Dave Masters. Dave has been chip leader for a lot of the day, now finds himself short stacked. And Per has come up the inside rail and now is second in chips on this table and presumably in the tournament.
Just under 30 minutes away from the next break in play. So initial raise from Peter, raise from Jason, and gets it through. So the last person out was Jack Moran. We're on 23.
Yeah. We had to make a few small changes because a lot of charts in the book, so we kind of moved to describe the charts as just me reading the charts, but yeah, it's the same. I mean, the audiobook, if you like audiobooks, the audiobook is yeah, I'd say the audiobook.
The grapes are coming out.
Dessert time. So Peter's moved all in with Queen Jack. He's very short, so that's pretty standard, and he's going to get this through because nobody has a hand behind.
The big blind is 50k. Just under 25 minutes to go until the end of this session. So welcome on board if you're just tuning in after a night out and you got back a little bit early and you thought, you know what, we'll just see what's happening at the European Deepstack. Well, we're down to 23 from 130 that started today. Dollars to my left who cashed yet again. 3 flags this week so far.
Thank you very much, Tara.
So well done.
Deirdre in the chat asks if I have a percentage of Cahill, Jason and David. I have a percentage of Jason and David, not Cahill, unfortunately. But I am rooting for Cahill too. He's a very good friend of mine.
Yeah, he is playing well.
Yeah,
he is playing well.
If you were listening earlier, you would have heard Nick Newport commenting, and Cahill and Nick lived together for a few years.
All right, okay. Yeah, because I asked Nick about if he gets together with a group of friends talking about hands, and he mentioned Carl.
Yeah.
Saying that yes, 6 or 7 of his friends, close friends, get together once a week, have a chat, make it a proper part of the job. Rich Lizard, me and Deirdre have been here all bloody day. We're glad about that. We are glad about that. That's it. You did. You offered to go down and keep Tower Company. That is true. I said this chair is available. You never turned up. If Dana makes day 2 of the high roller, there will still be an empty chair. More than welcome to come down and have a chat.
So you can see the chip counts there. Jason, top 3.8 million. Been playing incredibly disciplined, controlled. Per got that huge double up to Dave Masters, now up to second, 3.4 million.
Aye, a new dealer. What's happening here? We've had the same 2 dealers for the entire 3 days. They've been amazing. You have a lot to live up to, young man.
I know this dealer. He's really, really good. He's very. I mean this as a compliment, but he's very robotic. He just does the same thing in every spot.
As a player, is that not what you want?
It's exactly what you want.
Guy takes over the table.
He's totally deniable.
Yeah.
He's totally reliable. Yeah.
Brilliant. That's exactly when. I've seen him dealing to my left.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a superb dealer.
Yeah.
The standard of dealing has been really, really high.
Lovely colour hair.
Yeah.
Not too dissimilar to mine.
So David has picked up 10s here. Obviously he's going to open in the hijack. Stephen gets out of the way. Danny has pocket 5s on the button. He's only got 20 bigs. This is a tough spot. You can justify shoving here. Yeah, I like the fold there. Just a little bit too shallow. And Pair has called with ace 2 suited in the big blind, which is perfectly normal.
King Jack 9.
Pair will check here. David might elect to check because he's got showdown and a weakish draw with his gut shot. So he does. He's now picked up a fairly bad flush draw. Well, I guess the third no flush draw is not terrible. He's probably going to check this as well. Yeah, this is probably getting checked to the river. An ace or a king, of course, would win it now. But David has the best hand. Will Pair turn his hand into a bluff? If he does, I think David will just call. But yeah, with the ace, he just checks. David goes for fairly thin value here. He's trying to get called by a 9 or a pair, a pocket pair. I think if Pair had the ace of spades here, he could turn this hand into a bluff by check raising. With ace 2 of hearts, it might be a little bit too wide, a bit too enterprising. Can't imagine he's going to call with ace high. Yeah, he just makes a good disciplined fold there. Pair's been very impressive as well. We saw him play very patiently, and then he got the big double up with the 6s against Dave Masters, where he hit the set on the turn, which gave Dave the nut flush draw as well.
My number one fan.
Oh yeah, much needed in this place. Oh my god.
My number one fan. It is. When people are in this building, it gets ridiculously warm, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So Stephen in the hijack, 50,000 to call. That's the big blind. Should be raising it up. Ace deuce.
Yeah, ace deuce suited. You're going to open this for sure. David chatting away to Jason there beside him. Jason is probably getting a bit tired of hearing David's voice now, but he's keeping a smile on his face anyway. Dave Masters on the button only has 15 big blinds now. Most players wouldn't shove Jack 10 offsuit here, but David might. He tends to be quite wide in these spots. Instead, I think he's gone for a call. He's basically hoping to hit something. He's in position on the button. Peter's very short in the big blind as well. He might elect to call as well. Yeah, he has. Certainly justify that, given the price he was getting. This could get him into trouble now. The fact that there's 2 aces there rather than 1 is actually bad news for Peter, because he'll find it harder to believe one of his opponents has one of the 2 missing aces. His kicker is so bad though with the king that he's also losing to any king, so his hand really is pretty weak on this board. Stephen is obviously very happy. He's flopped trips. He can get called by a lot of hands here. He can get called by a king, he can get called by a disbelieving pair, he can get called by diamonds. So he goes to bet. David's gone for a float here with Jack 10. He basically just has a gut shot, but he's decided to call 1 and see what happens. If Stephen checks the turn now, he might go for it. The flush gets there on the turn. Now, that shouldn't probably worry Stephen too much, because if David had flopped a flush draw, he probably would have just gone with it on the flop. Yeah, I think he's checked here, and that's mostly to allow David to bluff or value bet worse hands. David is going to go for it here. David's bet 115, small bet into the 660 pot. It actually looks like a value bet, but Stephen's not going to fold his ace. Dave might be trying to set up a river shove. I think Stephen will check again, yeah, to see what Dave does. Now Dave has to decide whether to go for it or not. He does just check behind, he gives up, recognising that his opponent pretty much always has an ace there. So Dave Masters has taken another hit, lost almost half of his stack there. Now he's super short. He's down to less than 9 big blinds.
Interesting from Deirdre. Says that Stephen defends his big blind every single time.
Yeah, I mean it's not a bad strategy against these small raises. Even when you're short, you can kind of just go with it when you hit a pair, except on a really bad board like that board, where his pair is almost worthless. But yeah, it does mean he is drifting back, and then even when he gets the double up, he's just kind of getting back to where he was. So now we have David and Peter are both very short, or David and Stephen rather. So Jason's still top of the chip counts there, 3.8 million. Fold around to Dave Masters in the. Dave will go pretty wide here. Yeah, I think. Sorry, it was King 6 off. I think if he had King 6 suited, he might have gone with that hand, but he has let it go. Peter's moved all in with 9-7, which is pretty standard given how short he was. So Peter and David now both down below 10 big blinds. They're basically looking for a double up.
News from the outer table that Paweł Mediński has been eliminated in 23rd place.
I'm not sure I played with Paweł, so
he got the pay jump. €1,680 for 23rd.
Okay, it's been pretty slow going then, because I bust in 27th, which was on the last pay jump, and that was quite a while ago. So we've only had 4 bust outs since.
Yeah. And just to let you know that John Farrell immediately bust on the outer table as well.
Okay.
Which makes it 21, which is, I'm guessing, the reason we're losing one of the chip leaders.
Jason's moving from this table.
Jason is not leaving us forever. He's just going to balance the tables. We're down to 21.
Yeah, Jason won't mind leaving this table, it has to be said.
It's a tough table.
With Mr. Lappin and Mr. Shine on either side of him.
Yeah, and Stephen, two to his left as well. That's it is a tough table, but we are balancing because there's 21 players left.
Exit stage right, Jason Tompkins, but I'm pretty sure that's not the last we'll have to see of him in this tournament.
No.
It's also good news, obviously, for the rest of the table that Jason is gone, not just because he's such a crushing player, but he was also the big chip leader. Great news for Cahill. Really great news for Cahill, because Cahill had a terrible seat. Just watching the way Cahill has played, it's a masterclass in discipline. He recognised that he had a terrible seat, and he just basically knuckled down and tightened up. Didn't try to do anything crazy. Basically waited for the tournament situation to improve. It has improved for him now with the departure of Jason, but he still has Mr. Lappin and Mr. Keogh to contend with just behind him. So he still probably has the worst seat on the table. So we see It's folded around to the button. Cahill folds the 10 deuce on the button. David will probably limp this hand, if I had to guess. He does limp. Stephen will probably check this one behind. This is the type of hand you want to see a flop with. You can raise stronger hands for value and weaker hands that don't flop as well. And he has checked. A 7 on the flop now could get David into trouble. But he's hit his 6, so he's actually hit the front. He was dominated pre-flop, but he's hit the front. He's hit bottom pair. He's going to bet here mostly just for equity denial. He wants to fold out the type of hand that Stephen has, or actually even a hand like 9-8 would be a much better hand to fold, because that hand would have 6 outs against you. Stephen has reasons to call here because he has backdoors with his diamonds. His 9 high will sometimes be good if David is just stabbing. And he does have position, and he's hit the 9 on the turn. Now, I expect David to probably check call here. But it has gone check, check. Because Stephen's hit the 9, he's recognised that if David had a queen or a jack, he's still a mile behind, and he's well ahead of anything else, so no real reason to bet. And it has gone check, check, and Stephen will take that one down.
Little McGowan says how many left? 21, 3 tables of 7. We've just moved Jason from our table, the chip leader, gone one to the outer tables. There are 21 players left, and the payout for 21st will be €1,680 for the next 2 spots. Oh, sorry. It reverses. In 21st it'll be 1680, and then in 20th it'll be 1860. So this is the last spot before the pay jump. We're on 21. The high roller is still going. Have you checked the numbers, Dara?
Let me
Do we know when you will be joining, what numbers there will still be in? Because Dara is going to jump in at this break in round about 8 minutes time.
We currently have 44 runners in the high roller, 33 of whom remain. There's actually a 50k guarantee on this, so they need 50 runners. So at the moment there's an overlay.
Yeah.
I was talking to Mick McCluskey, who was keeping my lovely wife company in the bar, filling her full of wine, and Mick was hoping there would be an overlay, and we might see Mick enter the field too if there is an overlay. So yeah, at the moment with 44 runners, small overlay. So if you're around and you fancy a punt in a tournament where there's an overlay, keep your eye on the high roller. It is still open for another hour though.
Mr. Masters is all in, but no action. So what we'll do is quickly run round the other tables. There's Annette still in the mix. I am impressed with Mr. Cooloff there. And Mr. Cooloff, there he is. That guy has impressed me so much this week. The young lad on the left-hand side. He has impressed me, and he's also impressed Dara as well, one of the online young whiz kids. But we are still in. We're down to 3 tables of 7. 21 runners. The chip stacks are a building. We will be quick peek around just to see. And there, as you can see, Jason has just moved tables. So this is the outer tables. Dara can...
Yeah, we've a couple of Andy Duna there in C2, a very well-known player. Fergal's been playing awesome. He's all in, actually. Fergal is an awesome player. He's a close friend of Jack Sinclair.
He played very well on the feature.
Yeah, superb player. So we have Sam Bainham on the other side of the dealer. Also a very accomplished long-time player in Ireland. He won some Irish tournament last year, I can't remember which one, and he also got heads up for a platinum pass and got incredibly unlucky against Fintan Gavin.
And as we come back to the table, Lappin's got queens, unfortunately.
Oh, he's running.
It's all about the timing, because Danny is 890,000. He's going to get called.
Brutal. This is a brutal setup for David here.
The 5s fold.
This is brutal.
Danny is all in.
Yeah, David's looking very unhappy there, understandably. This is sick. When you have queens, you're just loving the action, and then when you see you're actually behind somehow. So he's a 21%er here because he does have one live flush draw.
Oh wow!
Oh wow! Well, they were. Yeah, I mean the only consolation there is if they were super deep, they were getting it all in. The heart doesn't help either of them. So David's down to 1 out, and he misses the river. So David takes a significant hit there. Big double up for Danny. That moves Dave right down now.
1.8, 36 bigs.
Danny moves ahead of him, actually. Per the fairly significant chip leader on the table now. Stephen, who's been playing very, very controlled and disciplined, in second. And unfortunately, David takes a big hit. That's the cruel thing. Unibet Open last year, or possibly it was IPO, I can't remember, one of the Unibet events, David took a similar cooler on the second last table when he was in a great spot. He has run very, very badly in these spots, 2 or 3 tables out, which is why, unfortunately, when you look at his record, while he goes consistently deep, he doesn't have too many final tables in Unibet events. He's just basically, this has happened to him a lot.
Unlucky at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Gets into them spots, but just gets unlucky at the wrong time. But he's still in.
He will knuckle down for sure. David won't let this get to him.
Yeah, over 30 bigs.
He knows this is part of the game.
1,680 for 21st.
Cahill has been very, very quiet. Now Jason has moved, so that will make Cahill open up, and you do see Cahill opening the Queen Jack offsuit under the gun. That's a combination of a couple of factors. He's been so tight recently that he'll get more respect here, and also with Jason gone, that's one major headache out of the picture. And this will get through a lot. Dave Masters, I don't think will do anything with ace deuce on the button. Pair is called, and we have the shove in the big blind. Ace 10. Call's found himself in a horrible spot now because he's priced in to call against Peter, but he has to worry about pair. Pair could sometimes be trapping here, but mostly pair just has the type of hand that he has. So Call, recognising that he has the price to call, has made the call. This is pretty unlucky for Call. He's been so tight and disciplined, and the first time he goes for a loose open, he runs into the short stacks ace 10. I can't imagine pair is going to call here.
No.
This is just too much.
Carl has 4-bet at 6-10. So that's the 10-8 just gets out of the way.
Gets out of the way. So it's, I mean, you can see there it's basically still a flip because the Queen Jack suited. Queen Jack off. 48% shot here for Carl. And with the dead money in the pot, this is a good spot for both players actually.
So we're all in play. Peter has the ace 10.
10.
It doesn't need to hit his 10 because that brings us straight.
That
No,
is-
we got the wrong hand.
Have we got
Did
the
you,
wrong
what's he
hand?
done?
Yeah, this call makes a straight and eliminates Peter. I
Why has the Jack Queen been folded?
Maybe the dealer made a mistake.
What happened there? The dealer folded the wrong hand.
Yeah, the dealer initially I think might have misread the board.
Yes,
He
the
has, but
dealer's
it's been-
definitely folded the wrong hand.
It's been correct. It's been
man.
corrected now. Wow.
The dealer folded the wrong hand there, but it has been rectified. Peter Gillick.
Very unlucky for Peter. Peter, he's been rocking the short stack for so long, got it in ahead, and hit a card he didn't want to hit.
And just a minute before Peter gets eliminated, Jimmy Svardhagen from Sweden finished in 21st for the 16, 80 and 20th. Peter Gillick actually gets a little bit of a increase, 1860.
Nice.
So we're down to 19 and we'll see you back in 20 minutes.
Yeah, here and here. No, on it. Like, you do like this, and you put there. Like this. So you put them, wait like 5 seconds. Except if it's like aces against sixes, ace, ace, 3. There's okay. Great. You're on live.
You want to know the code? Take locally. Table number 9. 50 are in the line. Table number 9 is 1-2 going home. Immediate seating available. Deepstack is going to be starting 10 minutes. Deepstack, 2 minutes, take your seat, please.
Welcome back to the final session. We will finish at some time tonight. 1:10 by the looks of this. It gets later and later and later. I don't know what's happened to the time today, but I'm sticking the overtime into the bag. Whether it gets looked at, I'm not sure. But we've finished at 12:30 last 2 days. It's now going to be 1:10 in the morning.
Right.
Hope you stick with us. Darla O'Kearney is still with us before he jumps into the high roller.
Yeah, delighted to be here with you, Tower. Maximum respect for the really long days you're putting in here. I don't know how you do it.
Well, you've been at the tables, you've cashed in the main, you cashed in the turbo last night, and you cashed earlier in the week, so 3 nice little flags for yourself.
Yep, very happy with how the week has gone. Looking forward to Unibet Open next week.
19 players left. There is a redraw at 60. So in seat 1 is Danny Verhage, seat 2 David Masters, seat 3 is Per Johansson, Carl Shine in seat number 5, David Lappin and Stephen Keogh make up our table.
Yeah.
And as soon as we get down to 16 players, there will be a redraw of 2 tables of 8.
Before the break, we saw David run queens into aces. I did speak to David at the break about that. He was obviously not too happy about it, but it's just part of poker. He's going to knuckle down now and try and spin his stack back up.
What's he got, 14 bigs?
Yeah, something like that. I think he said he had 15 bigs. So yeah, in that zone. He'll know what to do, obviously. David, for years, was a 45-man tournament specialist on full tilt, which means he made a lot of final tables, a lot of 2 tables out with these kind of stack depths.
You're going to have to help me out with the chip leader. His name's Henrik. I can do that bit. I can do the Henrik. I don't mind that.
Yeah. Like a lot of...
yeah, it's a great score for Scrabble.
Yeah, block. I'm not going to say the rest of the name because it looks rather rude.
It looks like Blockdick.
It does look like Blockdick. It might be Blockdyke.
Blockdyke. We'll go for Blockdyke.
We'll go for Blockdyke.
If anybody knows Hendrik, Hendrik is chip leader at the moment. He's from the Netherlands. He is chip leader on 3.9 million. Second is Per Johansson. So
I do also know that just before the break on the outer table, Brendan Norton, Daybonk Online got a double up through my friend Jason Tompkins, blind on blind. Standard shot from Jason with a king. Brendan woke up with an ace and held. But Jason is still up there in the chip counts.
Yep. And welcome back to all you guys watching on Twitch, wherever you are around the world. It'll be pronounced Blondike. That's what we're going for.
So Danny's picked up ace queen. He's opened. Per has folded the fours actually. Calls ace 3 suited in the small blind. This is the kind of hand you could go for a light 3 bet with. He might decide to try and put pressure on Danny. Yeah, Call is thinking about this one. I believe, has Call just called? I think Call might have just called as well with his suited ace. Call misses in spectacular fashion, but the ace queen doesn't like this board either, so it goes check check. The king on the turn is a better card for the opener. He might bet now just to basically what pros refer to as cleaning out equity, just folding out hands that have some chance of outdrawing you, and Call makes the disciplined fold with ace 3.
And a big shout out to Annette. And then you have to burst out into a Neil Sedaka song. Annette, oh Carol, I am but a fool, and darling, you love me. Yeah,
that's a phenomenal spin for Annette. She had 200k not shortly after the bubble, not long after the bubble rather, and she's spun it all the way up to over 3 million now. She's in a great spot. She was petitioning myself and David to have a ladies' longest prize, which
she wins.
Which she just wins every time. They used to have those in Ireland, and she used to win them 90% of the time. She would like to see those reintroduced. So folded around to Dave Masters in the hijack. Dave's probably just going to move all in here with his ace, given how short he is. Yeah, 10 big blinds. Oh, look at this. He's run into it.
Per's got a Per.
He has run into it.
Per has another Per. And this time, it's the Django's.
Yeah, the S3 suit. The S3 is not really a shove from this seat, even for this stack, because you've too many pairs to go through. But Dave, this is the way he does tend to play the short stack. When he finds an ace, he'll just shove. I think the online players would probably just pass in this spot and wait for a slightly better spot. But Dave's willing to take his chances here. The good news for Dave is that even when he runs into a monster like Kings, you can see there on the screen he's still 37% to win.
Does he get there? Does that 37% hits in? There's only one king left.
Only one
the
king.
King of Hearts has been folded.
There's running clubs as well. A club on the turn would be interesting.
No.
Yeah. Now he's picked up a lot more outs. Wow. He's gone from 1 out to 8 outs.
Do it, dealer. Oh my word! To the flush again.
Unlucky Dave Masters.
Oh, David Masters shakes the hand of Bert Jacobson, and David finishes in 18th place, because in 19th just going out a minute before on the outer table, Soren Jacobsen.
Another phenomenal performance from Dave Masters.
Fantastic, great effort. €1,860. For the rest of them, there's a pay jump, and it's now 21.40, and we're on 17. So we lose one more player, and there'll be a redraw. Great effort from Dave Masters. Was chip leader for a lot of the time. Got into the money and eventually finishing in 18th. Means we're on 17.
Yeah, phenomenal run from Dave. He's one of these guys who just keeps going deep in Irish tournaments. He has results outside of Ireland, obviously, too, but for as long as I've been playing, Dave Masters has been going deep in tournaments in Ireland. Incredibly consistent.
Hello, Tower. Hope to see you next Sunday, weather permitting. Mad Madge, what's happening? That'll be the ladies' event at the GUKPT Manchester. That was quick thinking. Okay. I thought I got a date. I thought the date was on.
So Coll's open ace-7. Again, he's walked into it. Coll's been playing very tight because of his table situation, tournament situation. And he's, unfortunately for him, every time he has gone for the light open, he's walked into it. This time he's run into ace-king. He got 3-betting, instantly releases. Coll doesn't bother Hollywooding or pretending he has a better hand than ace-7. So you can see Coll actually has the second lowest VPIP on the table. That's really just because he's been kind of card dead and he has a bad seat. But we are getting short-handed now as we get near that redraw. We have just seen Dave Masters bust, which temporarily reduces the table down to 5. I'm sure they'll move somebody else on. This short-handed portion, this is going to be quite dangerous because you'll play a lot more hands and it's much more likely to run into coolers or spots where both players kind of have to get it all in. Fold around to Dave in the cut-off. He's got the king-8 suited. He's got less than 10 bigs. Yeah, this is good. This is strong enough to move with here. He will get the fold from Stephen in the button, and small blind queen-7 will fold as well. So he just has to get through pair. Does pair find the hand? He doesn't. So David gets to chew with the king-6 suited. That's pretty much been his hand of the tournament, the king-6 suited. That moves David up to 12 big blinds. He's by far the shortest stack on the table, but he has a very easy stack to play. He'll just be shoving or folding now. David won't enjoy the fact that it's short-handed now when he's short-stacked because the blinds are racing around faster. The big blind ante is really big. I mean, they don't give you a reduction because there's less players at the table. So every 5 hands you're paying 2.5 big blinds.
Is he going to purposely slow it down?
He will, for sure. I hate to give it away, but he will.
Yes.
You can see, I think this is what we're already seeing. He's got king-6. He's never doing anything with king-6 other than folding, but he doesn't snap fold.
If there's a marginal, we expect another 30 seconds.
For sure.
I don't mind that.
Yeah, he won't be egregious about it, but it's definitely in his interest now to slow it down.
There's 17 left. When we get to 16, there's a complete redraw yet again. You love the weird blinds, and then we now have redraws every half an hour.
Yeah, it's a fairly unique tournament.
And 15, 35 blinds, the 7, 14 blinds.
Yeah.
Starting at 3-7. Great.
So we see Danny take one down there with the ace-queen on the button. Now David is in the big blind, which is bad news when you only have 12 big blinds. You have to post 2 of them.
There's 17 players left. Redraw at 16. Obviously, we'll know when there's a redraw because you get the tournament director tapping the dealer on the shoulder. They say, oi, oi, slow down a little. Blinds 60k, big blind ante as well. So 30-60 with a 60.
On we go. Danny is going to get creative here with the 8-6 suited in the cutoff. He's raised, recognising that David pretty much has to fold unless he has a hand. Now David has found a hand. David is elected to flat. I mean, he could have shoved as well, but he's basically decided to take the lower variance approach and try to hit something.
Flop of 6, 7, 10.
Misses. Yes, David doesn't like this flop. He's got nothing here. No spade, no draw, king high. He's probably going to check fold now. But it's gone check, check. And he's hit his king on the turn. So David hits the front. He checks again, recognising that his opponent probably won't call with worse hands. David might go for value now. He's not really supposed to have the king in this spot. A lot of players would have shoved, but he has checked, hoping his player
goes check, check.
Goes check, check. David would be reasonably relieved to win that one.
I can hear chip trays, and lots of them.
So you can see the pre-flop raising there.
What has happened? I think we've had a pause of dealing. We have the dealers turning round. We are on to a brand new redraw because Fergus Murphy on the outer table has just been eliminated in 17th place for €2,140, which means we're on 16 and a redraw.
I actually railed that bust out in real time because Fergus is a friend of mine.
Alright, okay.
He got ace-10 in against aces, which was not a good spot.
No.
He did hit the 10 on the flop to give him some hope, but no further help and he was gone.
So we're on 16. There is a full redraw. Everybody loves a redraw. So are we having a redraw, or is David Lappin staying where he is? Are they just splitting a table?
No, I think
it should be a redraw.
There is a full redraw as far as I know, but David may have drawn the same seat.
Ah, yes, pairs on his way.
Yeah, there's always a chance you're going to draw exactly the same seat, and that seems to be what has happened with Dave. Brendan Norton's arriving as well to David's left. He doubled up through my friend Jason, as I said earlier on the stream. Stephen Keogh is now the other side of David. So 16 players left. We're getting down to the business end. while the redraw is happening, I can confirm that the high roller is now up to 47 runners.
Ooh.
Still 25 minutes of
And
registration.
that's not including your money?
That's not including my money yet, so it's going to be at least 48. So it looks like they might get to the guarantee of 50, which I'm sure will be a big relief to Mike and Brian, the organisers.
Yeah.
So we can see Kevin arriving back as well to the feature table. We saw him earlier.
Oh, here's Alex.
And Alex is back too. So
Alex Kulev in seat number 1. Jesper Ng. Is that Ng? In seat number 2. Here she is. Here she staggers in.
Gee, it does
There's
look
our
like
Annette.
There's Annette, yeah.
Annette. Oh, Carol.
Phenomenal. Another phenomenal performance by Annette.
Hendrik Blockdyke in seat number... Is he allowed in, Henrik?
Yeah.
Is he allowed in? Is he old enough? Oh, yeah.
He does look very, very young.
Kevin Fitzpatrick bang in the middle of the table. Stephen Keogh in 6. David Lappin amazingly in 7. And Brendan Norton in seat number 8. We are on 16. Looking forward to watching Alex yet again. Jesper, the short stack on the table at 615,000. And now Carol, 2.9 mil.
You can see David pacing around there waiting for the table to kick off.
What's the reason for so many players from the Netherlands? Are they here for the duration of this week and next week? Or is it just this week that interests them?
It's both, I think. Unibet is particularly strong in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
It's one of the sites Dutch players can play on. So for that reason, we always have a lot of Dutch players at the Unibet Opens, including some high-profile ones like Delia de Jong and her boyfriend Matthias Mulhuizen, who's won a couple of Unibet Opens. The Dutch just always travel around for the Unibet events. Elron asks, does it play a certain number of levels tonight or to a certain number remaining? The plan is to play to 15 levels unless they get down to 9. If they get down to 9, they will stop, even though 8 is the official final table. So we've 16 left. If we do get down to 9, that'll be it for the night. Otherwise, we will finish after level 50, after 15 levels today. Mike the Mod says Blockdyke is pronounced with a Y, so it's
because he's not spelt with a Y.
Yeah,
he's spelled D-I-J-K.
Yeah, I think IJ is how the
Y
is always Y
yes.
in Dutch.
Yeah. 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 Sorry to spoil your fun, Mick the Mod. Really sorry to spoil your fun. But we're now on 16 players. Another redraw. I've just realised why the stream finishes at 1:15. We've had 47 redraws and we had a bubble for an hour and a half.
yeah, it's not been good on that. Yeah, I didn't realise the bubble went on for so long. It did feel like a lifetime in real time when you were sitting there with about 6 bigs for most of it.
Yeah. So in seat number 1, Alex Kulev. In seat number 2, Jesper Ng. Annette O'Carroll in 3. Hendrik Blockdyke in 4. Kevin Fitzpatrick, Stephen Keogh, David Lappin and Brendan Norton are our 8 players for the duration.
So this has been a phenomenal comeback from Annette, given how short she was after the bubble. We were joking after the bubble that we both basically had 1 chip each. Now she had a bigger chip than I had. I only had
1 chip.
I had a 25k chip.
You said you went down short. You didn't tell me you went down on 1 chip.
Yeah, I was down to 1 chip, and she also only had 1 chip. Now her chip was a 100k chip. Mine was a 25k chip.
Wow.
But she has spun right back up.
How many times did you spin up?
I went from my 25k up to 350 at one point. Yeah, so I actually got a bit of run. I didn't just get through the bubble. I made the first two or three ladders as well. Stephen opens the 9/8 suited in the hijack. Fine hand to open. You're basically hoping to steal here, but you don't mind getting called either. Your hand plays very well, but Brendan's picked up 10s on the button. Brendan will 3-bet this, I'm pretty sure. Blinds are 30-60, so?
Yes, they are.
So
30, yep.
yeah. So he's got 25 big blinds. This is kind of similar to my spot earlier where I 3-bet and got in against kings. And Brendan has gone for the 3-bet. I think Stephen will probably just release. Stephen and Brendan were on the first feature table of the day too, which I was on, and they played quite a few pots together, so there's a fairly significant history. He has decided to call here. Now he could get in trouble if he hits his 9 or his 8. So the flop has come down, and he has hit his 9. The 9 high flop here is probably going to cost him some money. Brendan will bet this now because he has his overpair. He's moved all in. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. With the 3-bet, of course, the pot's very big pre-flop. So, yeah.
All in and the call.
Call, and Stephen's going to need to improve, or he's going to double Brendan up. Brendan doubled up just before he got to the table, just before the redraw against my friend Jason. An ace versus a king, blind on blind. He has a great spot here to double up yet again.
Queen of spades on the turn.
Queen of spades on the turn changes nothing.
Oh, no.
So cruel for
Brendan. Brendan
is not happy.
Brendan Norton, 16th. Gets a fist bump.
Gets a fist bump from Lappin.
From Mr. Lappin.
Consolation handshake from...
Oh, man. 2,140, which now means we're on a pay jump again to 24.10. We're on 15. Brendan Norton finishes 16th. Very unlucky young man.
Very, very unlucky. He played really well all day. That's a cruel way to go. Stephen, I mean, he deserves his luck. First time we saw him play on the stream, some lucky donkey cracked his aces with ace king.
That's true.
He's been very, very disciplined, and he's now in a great spot.
Irish P212 says, "Hi Dara, I watched you get down to one big blind earlier. How did that happen? Was it card dead, no spots, or just laddering?"
Combination of all three, actually. Yeah, it literally was a combination of all three. There were no spots. There was, every time I seemed to get a marginal hand, it was on a ladder, which pushed it into the fold column.
Yeah.
Yep. But I did spin back from that one big blind up to about 15 again. So, but then that was far too many big blinds, and I bust.
Is Sam Bohemim still in?
Sam Bainham.
Oh, I do apologise.
He was, when last I checked, he was on the outer table with Jason Tompkins. So as far as I know, Sam is still in. Yep. Jay Bravado, as he's known online. Now I'm going to run off and register the high roller.
Sam Bainham had 900,000 at the last 16. Thanks, Dara. Top man. Dara's jumping into the high roller. Thanks to Dara for that. Just joining us straight from cashing in the main, straight into the comms box, and now straight into the high roller. Never stops that man, and tells me we do long days. So he's gone. He is a superstar, but he's now gone to Reg the 1K. 48 runners with Dara's money. So David lapping. He's now just David now, not David Lapp. We've dropped the lap. Alex Jesper is now 10 bigs deep. There's only them. No, they're not. Not Dave's. So it's good to see Annette finally on the feature table. Was on the feature table early doors, day 1A or day 1B when she played. But now back.
5 players on the fly goal, only 5 more to start. 5 more players to the front goal, 5 row.
So we're on 15 players. See, the question is now, do we get to a final in these final session? It's going to be close. It is going to be close. Will we get to the final table? Yay or nay? So we're going to watch Annette over 3 million in chips. She's a great player to start with, but now she's got chunks. Hendrick in seat 4, chip leader at the table. 15 players left. Hendrick just makes it up. Kevin raises it up on the big blind. And the 6 deuce will not see a flop. So we are on 15 players. Is that the little whippers? No, it's seat 1. Yeah, absolutely correct. Annette. Annette in seat number 3. Indeed. Put Alex straight in her left-hand coat pocket and said, "You say there, sunshine, because that is where you belong." And they're down to the final 6, down to the final 15, believe it or not. They've both played incredibly well. We're not seeing too much of Annette. And she's now back